Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1 Soul Records. In a room belonging to the male dormitory of Beijing University. This weather is really killing me. Bai Zemin complained lightly as he looked at the world through the window. The rain was falling as if a deluge had beaten down on the world. The sound of the water drops hitting the window pane was soothing. But he could not appreciate the benefit. For the past year, the world's weather had become absurd from one day to the next. Deserts were suddenly flooded with all kinds of storms and the Earth's poles began to defrost due to high temperatures. However, this was not all. Even when icy places like Antarctica began to thaw overnight, the next day temperatures plummeted again, freezing everything over. Scientists simply had no way of explaining the phenomenon. However, as a consequence of this, the major nations of the world practically forced the rest of the smaller countries to be careful with pollution, attributing everything that happened to malfunctions in the planet's protective layer. Now even if the sun shone brightly, people always carried umbrellas in their hands, fearing a sudden storm. As if this wasn't enough, I have to go to work in this damn storm. Bai Zemin sighed to himself and turned around to look for warmer clothes from the closet. Bai Zemin was just a normal 20-year-old student. His father was a small civil employee with no power and his mother taught English at an elementary school. On the other hand, when he was still 12, his mother brought home a pretty girl who was 3 years younger than him. Her name was Meng Kai. Her parents had passed away, leaving her alone since no other family member wanted to take care of her. His mother, being the best friend of Meng Kai's mother, decided to take care of the girl. Since then, the four of them had been living together and currently, Meng Kai was a student at a prestigious high school in the capital. She would be attending the same university of Bai Zemin next year. As Bai Zemin was rummaging through his clothes, the whole world seemed to shudder fiercely as many things began to move from their places. Quickly he held onto the closet tightly, preventing it from collapsing on top of his body and crushing him. Bai Zemin felt something strange inside him as if he had been punched hard in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. His face turned pale and he had the urge to vomit. Barely restraining himself, after about 10 seconds, everything seemed to return to normal. Things stopped moving. The few paintings that had been saved from falling to the ground no longer threatened to fall, and the sound of the rain falling fiercely could be heard again. The choking and suffocating sensation that Bai Zemin had felt a moment ago disappeared, and the cold coming through the broken windows embraced his body. However, he could no longer worry about the cold, the rain, or the previous earthshaking. The Soul Records has arrived on planet Earth. You can now view your status window whenever you wish. The first time, the window will open as a test. What is this? He muttered to himself as he read the strange green message that had appeared on his retina. Bai Zemin. Level 0. Race Human. Job None. Title None. Strength 1210. Agility 1110. Health 1010. Stamina 1010. Mana 190. Magic 10910. Bai Zemin's body was slim, but under his clothes were hidden very nice muscles due to his constant work as well as training. Considering that the number in parentheses shown in his status window was the base for a normal human being, the condition of his body was quite decent. Magic. He looked at the word magic with wide eyes. Magic, a classic element of fantasy movies and light novels now. Not only had a strange window appeared that seemed to display his physical talents, but the attribute magic had also appeared on him. Interesting. To think that I would meet a human with a high aptitude for magic as soon as I arrived in this lower world. A seductive, playful, and even a bit innocent voice sounded from behind him, blocking him from thinking any further about the events that had occurred. Bai Zemin turned around only to be stunned. A beautiful woman capable of provoking wars between nations was there when clearly no one was there before. Her skin was pale white with no imperfections and seemed to glow in the light, contrasting with her black hair that fell like a waterfall to the bottom of her back. Her eyes were a striking red that shone like two beautiful rubies. A black one-piece dress hugged her seductive curves, clinging to her body tightly. exposing only her 2 slender arms and 2 long, slender legs that could make even a saint drool. Bai Zemin had never seen such a beautiful woman in his entire life. The woman before him not only had a seductive and charming aura, but also had an innocent expression that did not seem to match with her body. However, before he could even ask for anything, several sounds and cries coming from outside made his body instinctively move to the window to see what was happening. Outside, the whole world he knew had changed, and what his eyes saw now was no longer the same thing he had seen just a minute ago. People were running everywhere, screaming and begging for help as they tried with all their might to get away from other people. However, the scariest thing was that there were many people eating other people as if they were beasts. Help! A pretty girl was running for her life as she looked behind her, getting as far away from one of those strange people as possible. In an oversight, she tripped against a stone and fell to the ground. "Watch out!" Bai Zemin unconsciously shouted. Unfortunately, it was already too late. One of those strange people, with its bloody mouth, caught the girl who had fallen and fiercely bit one of the young girl's arms, making her cry out in pain. "Save me!" the young girl screamed painfully as she tried to free herself. Her expression was truly pitiful. Unfortunately for her, none of the people running could be bothered with her as they were too preoccupied trying to save their own lives. Soon, her body stopped moving. However, a few moments later, the girl stood up and began to stagger slowly as she chased after the noise. Seeing this, Bai Zemin's complexion turned pale as he suddenly realized that these strange creatures were practically identical to the zombies from the Resident Evil movies. "Oh, what's that?" Bai Zemin was shocked when he saw a bee the size of a human fist suddenly buzzing toward a zombie. The zombie didn't even react to the attack when the bee's huge stinger pierced its head, directly crushing its brain and killing it on the spot. The bee opened the zombie's head and began to eat something. After a few moments, its body seemed to grow a few more inches before it stopped. As if sensing something, the bee left the zombie's corpse and shot straight towards the male dormitory. Bai Zemin's face changed when he saw that strange bee charging towards him. The bee's speed was really fast, and in just a few blinks it had crossed the broken window, aiming its sharp blood-stained stinger at his face. Bai Zemin reacted on instinct. His right hand reached out and grabbed a wooden chair next to him. Without even taking a second to think, he struck forward with all his strength. The wooden chair impacted hard against the bee, sending it flying against the adjoining wall. Seeing that the bee had fallen to the ground but was still moving, Bai Zemin raised the chair above his head and struck the bee's body fiercely 3 times before the creature stopped moving. A white energy orb shot out of the giant bee's body and entered his body. You gain level 5 Big Bee's soul power. Agility 2. Strength 2. You have reached level 1. You acquire 2 status points to distribute freely. 2 messages flashed before Bai Zemin's retina. He was surprised to discover how that strange energy seemed to nourish his muscles and bones, making his body more powerful quickly. What is this? Bai Zemin quickly stepped forward to pick up what was next to the bee's corpse. Blood manipulation first order skill level 5. You can control the blood flow of your body, or the blood of your enemies to some extent. The effect of the skill depends on the user's magical power, mana, and imagination. A strange blood-red scroll was in his hands. The scroll emanated a sinister aura, and although it was clean and smooth, it gave off a faint smell of blood from its interior. "That's a really powerful skill." A somewhat surprised exclamation brought him out of his thoughts. Because of everything that happened and because he had almost lost his life a few moments ago, Bai Zemin had forgotten the woman who had suddenly appeared in his room. He turned around and looked at the beautiful woman cautiously. Even if she was beautiful, with all the strange things going on, he didn't care. "Who are you?" Bai Zemin asked in a deep voice as he gripped the chair in his hands. Temporarily it was his only weapon. There was no choice. The beauty giggled softly. Her face changed from innocent to charming like a seductress. "My name is Lilith, a 6th order succubus belonging to the demon faction." Chapter 2 Blood Manipulation Part 1. Bai Zemin was confused when he heard the beautiful woman's unusual introduction to him. However, although confused, he came to accept it rather easily. "I see." Bai Zemin nodded. His expression was indifferent and his guard was still up. Even if he couldn't win, at least he didn't want to be slaughtered without fighting for his life. So, what are you doing here? Lilith blinked her beautiful ruby eyes and her long eyelashes fluttered for a split second. She looked at the human in front of her with growing interest and said a little surprised. You're not surprised by what I just told you. You believe me so easily. Believe you? Zeman smiled bitterly and pointed towards the window before looking at the fist-sized bee he had just killed as he said, "The world outside is already a mess. A bee that should normally be the same size as 2 or 3 human fingernails is now the size of a grown man's fist. As if that wasn't enough. These strange messages keep flashing before me in a strange way. Why wouldn't I believe you? Even though you are just a lower existence. I like you. A person who knows how to accept reality as it is. The sooner the better. You can probably live a long time. Human." Lilith's lips curved into a charming smile. She looked at Zeman as if she was a maiden in love and said with an innocent expression, but in a seductive tone, "How about you become mine? I promise to take good care of you. I'm sorry, but I don't want you to suck my life essence to death," Zeman said indifferently. But only he knew that saying those words had cost all his willpower. The woman before him was simply too beautiful. Every gesture, every word, every frown and smile was fatal to any man. However, his life was the most important thing at the moment. Lilith wanted to say something, but soon realized that Zeman was ignoring her. His gaze fixed on the red scroll in his hands. "You only have to wish to learn it and you will naturally learn it," Lilith pointed out as if she knew about his doubts. Zeman nodded slowly before closing his eyes. He wished to learn the scroll in his hands, and as if by magic, his brain seemed to receive a flood of information as a strange deep red rune appeared in his conscience. Zeman felt the blood inside his body circulating rapidly as a result of his agitated emotions. He could even hear the blood inside Lilith's body rushing normally, showing how calm she was. At the same time, he indistinctly felt that if he wanted to, he could affect the movement of his own blood. As for Lilith's blood, he didn't feel that he could do anything to it at the moment. "You have learned an external active skill. You can learn 4 more external active skills." As he opened his eyes again, green letters flickered on his retina, and the blood-red scroll that was in his hands just a moment ago disappeared as if it had never been there. Zeman frowned, trying to understand the meaning of the message, but it was impossible for him to comprehend it unless he sat there to study everything carefully. Unfortunately, he didn't have that time. Bang! The wooden door of his room received a resounding bang from the outside, and Zeman was forced to prepare himself for the worst. The banging continued uninterrupted, and the grunts coming from the other side of the door made it obvious that at least one zombie was trying to break through, and seeing how hard the door was being hit and how the hinges seemed about to give way at any moment, he knew he didn't have too much time to stand around without doing anything. His brain worked quickly, and without hesitation he rushed to the TV, ripping off the wire forcefully. He then tied one end of the long black wire to the bed and the other end to one of the desk legs. After that, he walked over to the bee and started poking at something. Lilith watched his movements curiously with no intention of commenting on it, and silently so as not to disturb him. Bang! The wooden door finally could not withstand the constant assault and burst open with a small explosion. Immediately after the door was kicked down, 2 students who had turned into zombies staggered in. Their blood-stained faces looked grotesque. Zeman could even see several bite marks where the flesh had horribly sloughed off. If it were him a few minutes ago, it would probably be hard for him to bear the urge to vomit from the sickening odor given off by the 2 moving corpses. However, after learning the skill blood manipulation, everything was different for him. It was well known that emotions affect the cardiovascular system of the human body to a certain extent. The greater the stress, the greater the amount of blood pumped by the heart, thus increasing circulation as a consequence. Then, Zeman came up with a slightly crazy idea. Was it possible that in some sense the blood circulation inside the body could affect the emotions a bit, since there had never been anyone capable of controlling the blood to affect emotions? Such a thing could never be proven. But after acquiring blood manipulation, Zeman discovered to his delight that while he was still a bit nervous, He was no longer as scared as before. The two zombies advanced rather slowly in Bai Zemin's direction. Although the creature's eyes were completely white as if they were blind, they seemed to be able to smell life emanating from his body since their movements had a fairly clear direction. Just as they advanced, the two mindless zombies suddenly tripped over the wire that Bai Zemin planted a few centimeters above the ground. The bed creaked and moved slightly due to the strong pull, but it was enough for the two zombies to fall flat on their faces. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed as he shot forward at full speed, unwilling to pass up the opportunity. Reaching in front of the first zombie, he mercilessly stabbed the head of the now helpless creature with the sting of the bee he had killed not long ago. The mutated bee stinger had a length of 2 human fingers and a width of at least 3 fingers, so it easily pierced the zombie's head, crushing the brain and killing the creature. Before the second zombie could react, Bai Zemin quickly stabbed its head ruthlessly, killing it in a second as well. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 4. You get 4 stamina. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 3. You get 1 stamina. You have leveled up to level 2. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. Before Bai Zemin could sigh in relief and relax his nerves, 2 more zombies staggered into the room while growling in his direction. Due to the strong pull of the other 2 zombies, the wire was currently practically dragging on the ground, making the small trap completely useless. However, Bai Zemin did not panic and quickly concentrated. With a thought, he mobilized the mana within his body according to the instructions of the skill blood manipulation. After spending 20 mana points, Bai Zemin used the blood of the 2 zombies killed by him earlier, and, just as the 2 new zombies passed by the corpses of their kind, 2 arrows of red blood shot out at full speed towards the back of the creature's heads. The congealed blood arrows were extremely sharp after being controlled by Bai Zemin and easily pierced through the head of the 2 zombies, crushing part of the brain and killing the 2 creatures easily. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 3. You get 1 stamina. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 3. Strong Bai Zemin's eyes flashed as he looked at his hands. However, he soon noticed that from the corpse of the second zombie, he did not gain any stamina boost or other attribute. Seeing his frown, Lilith, who had been silent, patiently explained, the more creatures of the same type and level you kill, the less benefit you will get, as your soul power acquires some resistance against them. Only by killing other creatures will you be able to acquire more benefits. Of course, you can still level up by killing those low-level zombies, but you will only get 2 status points when you level up. No extra benefits. Bai Zemin looked at her gratefully, which his doubts were cleared. However, he soon asked again, "Why are you here?" Only now that his nerves had calmed down a bit did he finally dare to ask more questions. If he had done so earlier, he might have died in a zombie's mouth or been killed by the giant bee from before. Lilith puckered her lips and giggled playfully as she pointed to the door and said, "He'll explain everything later. For now, don't you think it's better for you to look for a safe place?" Bai Zemin looked at the broken down door and finally nodded. In fact, this was not the best place to ask questions, so he quickly said, "You're right. Let me pick up a few things and then we'll leave this place." He quickly grabbed a mountain backpack and stowed the cable he had used earlier, 2 large bottles of pure water, and some snacks he had bought earlier. He had nothing else of use there. Then, Bai Zemin looked out the window and couldn't help but complain. Really, me and my bad luck. Bai Zemin's room was on the 5th floor. It was impossible for him to climb down through the window. With no other option, he had no choice but to walk to the door to get out of the building. Lilith's beautiful ruby eyes had a strange glint in them as she looked at the head wound of the 2 zombies that Bai Zemin had killed with his blood manipulation skill. Her full red lips curved into a charming smile before slowly following him out. Chapter 3, Blood Manipulation Part 2. As he walked down the hallway of the guy's dormitory complex, Bai Zemin had the nerves in his body tense and his muscles bulged slightly due to the tension. Because today was Saturday, most of the guys in the dormitory had gone out to enjoy the good life. Most of them could have fun during the times when studying was not necessary, as their families supported them from behind. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin's life was not so good. The salary of his father and mother together could only afford to pay for the college expenses of one of them, Bai Zemin or Meng Kai. Because of this, Bai Zemin strongly refused to accept his parents' money and started working in a repair shop near the university. That way, he could study and his younger foster sister could study as well. Although she felt guilty, there were not many options for a poor family. Lilith, who was following him step by step, suddenly said in a casual voice, "How about using the 4 free status points you have?" Bai Zemin did not look back and replied while he shook his head, "No, if I use them casually now, I might regret it later. Right now I don't know which attribute could save my life in times of need, and a sudden impulse might be my only hope." Lilith was silent for a few seconds before nodding in understanding. She licked her lips as she looked at his back with glittering eyes and purred, "I like you more and more." Bai Zemin's breathing became slightly heavy as he heard that charming tone of voice, and it took all his willpower not to turn around to rip the clothes of the beauty behind him. Something told him that if he tried to do something like that, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Besides, even though she seemed to be helping him, Bai Zemin was a careful person by nature. Therefore, he was still with his guard slightly up against Lilith. Suddenly 3 male zombies appeared at the end of the corridor, crawling towards him with trembling steps. Although these creatures gave the feeling that they might fall at any moment, their steps never missed and they held steady as they walked slowly but surely. Bai Zemin could feel himself becoming somewhat anxious at the appearance of the 3 threats and quickly used his skill to forcibly calm himself. He knew that losing control over his emotions at such a crucial moment could be the cause of his death. Lilith looked at his back with a smile. She was really curious to see how he would come out of this situation. Currently, there was no trap set up nor was there any blood in the vicinity to use. While Bai Zemin could turn around and go back to his room to make use of the corpse of the zombies he had killed earlier, that would leave him exposed to more zombies coming out of the locked rooms as the sound of banging could be heard uninterrupted. Obviously, at this rate, many zombies would soon come out and seal the way out. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and slowly walked forward while watching the movement of the zombies. They moved really slowly, but that didn't stop them from being terrifying in their own right, and, as far as Bai Zemin had seen so far, a scratch meant death. He tried to make use of his blood manipulation skill only to discover to his consternation that it seemed to have no use against these zombies. Lilith felt the flow of mana and knew what he wanted to do, so she quickly explained, "Although your skill is really strong, dead creatures are practically your nemesis during the initial stages as these zombies feel no pain. Try to warm their blood and then guide it to the eyes." Bai Zemin's eyes flashed and he quickly understood what the succubus behind him meant. With a thought, he spent 15 points of mana fiercely reheat the blood inside the zombies' bodies and guided it to the eyes. The results showed immediately. The eyes of the 3 zombies exploded due to the internal heat and blood began to gush out like a fountain. Bai Zemin did not pass up the opportunity and spent another 30 points of mana to create 3 frozen blood arrows from the blood the creatures spilled, killing the 3 zombies at the same time. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 3. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 3. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 3. You have leveled up to level 3. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. Bai Zemin had killed 2 other zombies after reaching level 2 in his room. One of them was level 4. With the accumulation of 3 other level 3 zombies, he leveled up again. The only regrettable thing was that he could not acquire benefits from these level 3 zombies other than experience. Every time Bai Zemin leveled up, his stats would recover to the maximum point immediately. In short, even though he had spent 20 mana points in his room and another 45 just now to defeat the zombies, his mana recovered because he had leveled up. After thinking for a moment, Bai Zemin took out a bottle of water and emptied its contents on the ground. Enduring the urge to vomit from the foul smell and bad appearance of the dead zombies, he walked over to the corpses and filled the bottle with blood. Previously he was forced to spend 15 points of mana to force the zombies' blood out. This kind of consumption was one he could not afford. After all, he was now leveling up fast, but he knew that things would not always be so easy. Zemon's hunting became much more efficient as he went down floor by floor, making use of the blood he had saved. He created small strings by spending only 2 points of mana, binding the movement of the zombies for a moment. Zemon would take advantage of that brief moment to approach and stab the zombies' brains with the mutated bee stinger. So far, Zemon had killed a total of 33 zombies from the moment he left his room. A thin strand of blood slid silently across the floor, catching one of the legs of a zombie, causing its body to almost fall and stopping it in place. Taking advantage of his 13 points of agility, which made him almost 50 faster than a normal person before the apocalypse, Zemon quickly circled around and stabbed hard at the back of the zombie's head, raising the sum to 34. You have acquired soul power of normal zombie level 4. You have leveled up to level 5. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. Reading the green message flashing on his retina, Zemon let out a sigh of relief. To climb from level 4 to level 5 he was forced to kill about 16 zombies, which had drained his stamina quite a bit and several mana points. Upon reaching the first floor, Zemon's footsteps stopped and he looked at the zombie blocking his path in shock. This zombie had 2 grotesque and powerful arms the size of a grown man's thighs. It was also taller, at least 2 meters tall. Obviously, this zombie was a more dangerous species. The hulking zombie also sensed Zemon's life source less than 5 meters away and moved toward him. Although this particular zombie was slower than Zemon, it was at least twice as fast as normal zombies. Taken by surprise, Zemon panicked and quickly moved his head to the side, dodging the zombie's fist by a notch. Bang! The zombie's fist caused a hole in the wall behind Zemon, and his face turned white as he realized that if that attack had hit him his head would have exploded like a watermelon falling from a 10th floor. In the moment of crisis, Zemon kicked with his 14 strength points forward, forcing the burly zombie back a few steps. Before the zombie could attack again, Zemon threw a wave of blood into the air and directly spent 40 mana points to create 4 blood chains. Unlike the small strings of frozen blood, these blood chains looked much more robust and sturdy. After all, Zemon only needed 2 or 3 mana points to create a blood string. But for these chains, he had used 10 points each. Under his control, the blood chains tightly wrapped around the corpulent zombie's body, throwing it to the ground. Seeing his opponent incapacitated, Zemon advanced and stabbed with the mutated bee stinger. However, to his surprise, the stinger that was even sharper than a knife had only managed to pierce a few centimeters before being stopped by the zombie's flesh. The strange zombie began to struggle in an attempt to break free, but the chains of blood clung tightly and would not allow it to break free. Still, Zemon dared not relax and stabbed non-stop at the same spot over and over again. It was only after nearly 20 stabs with all his strength that he finally managed to crush the zombie's brain into a bloody mess. You have acquired soul power of strength zombie level 15. Strength 6. Health 5. You have leveled up to level 6. You have leveled up to level 7. You have leveled up to level 8. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. Zemon felt his body become much more powerful than before in a matter of seconds, and the tiredness he felt after stabbing with all his might 20 times disappeared completely. Oh, what is this? Zemon advanced, and picked up a strange orb that had fallen from the corpse of the strength zombie. Rare treasure orb contains a rare category treasure inside. Chapter Fork Shuan Yuan Sword. The orb was about the size of a baby's fist and orange in color. Just by grasping it, Zemon immediately knew how to use the orb naturally as if it had been something he had known all his life. Squeezing his palm tightly, the orb flashed slightly, and when the brightness dimmed a new object appeared in Zemon's hand. Shuan Yuan Sword. Its power is enough to pierce through the defenses of almost any creature below level 40 and its edge capable of piercing through the defenses of an armored car. When equipped, strength 20, the sword was dark golden in color with countless engravings along the blade and hilt, giving it a truly mysterious appearance. It measured just over a meter in length and its width was approximately 4 fingers of an adult's hand. Zemon slashed a couple of times and nodded in satisfaction. Although he was not at all skilled with the sword since he had never wielded one, With this Xuanyuan sword he could finally kill enemies without having to get too close, risking his life in the process. Moreover, just by wielding the sword, his strength had directly increased by 20 points. He could feel terrifying strength circulating in his body, and felt that he could crush a stone with a single fist. Curious about his current attributes, he called up his status window and soon several green letters flashed in his retina. By Zemin, status point 16. Level 8. Race human. Job none. Title none. Strength 20, agility 13, health 15, stamina 16, mana 1, magic 1. With his current 4 strength points, Bai Zemin was basically as strong as 4 people combined before the apocalypse. The feeling of growing step by step and seeing his progress before him was so intoxicating that even in such a setting he couldn't help but smile. Thanks to the fact that there were no more zombies on this floor, Bai Zemin allowed himself to rest for 5 minutes. Although he was not physically exhausted, his mental fatigue was there. 5 minutes might not be much, but it was better than nothing. Because he had used more than half of the blood he had stored against the strength zombie earlier, Bai Zemin refilled the bottle with blood and walked to the exit. At this moment, the campus was as if hell had descended on Earth. Students were rushing about in a disorderly manner while being chased by zombies, oversized insects, and animals of terrifying size. These strange creatures were also killing each other. The defeated were being devoured by the victors, becoming nothing more than sources of power for others to become stronger. Many students were also bleeding while screaming and crying, constantly asking for help. Seeing this, Bai Zemin could not help but tighten his grip on the Xuanyuan sword. Even if he was normally indifferent, even if he wasn't a social person with too many friends, seeing his own kind being devoured wasn't exactly pleasing to the eye. Humans kill pigs, sheep, cows, goats, and many other species to consume them and live. Lilith's voice, who had been silent all this time, echoed next to him. Now that the world has changed, humans are no longer the only ones who will hunt to survive. The sooner you accept this fact, the easier it will be for you. Bai Zemin just continued to be silent. Even if he knew that Lilith's words were the truth, it was not so simple to change his mind in a matter of minutes. However, he also knew that his number one priority was to survive. Even if he had to crawl out of the hell, he would definitely survive and search for his family. A rather pretty girl was running while a brown dog that was almost 5 feet tall was chasing her at an outrageous speed. In a matter of seconds, the giant dog pounced on the girl and threw her to the ground. The girl's eyes flashed with terror as she saw the terrifying monster open its jaws wide, just when her throat was about to be ripped in half. There was a sharp flash that flickered for a second. The giant dog's movement stopped completely, and a second later its head detached from its body. Warm blood fell on the girl's body. But after living through so many things, she did not scream and looked at the person who had just saved her life. This person was, naturally, Bai Zemin. You have acquired mutated dog level 9 soul power. Agility 4. Stamina 4. Stand up and follow me if you want to live quickly, he urged. Without waiting for an answer, he quickly moved towards another student who was being attacked by a big bee and cut it in two with his sword. The girl quickly stood up. Scared, she didn't dare to linger as she began to follow him, knowing that he was her only hope of living. The other male student also followed in Bai Zemin's footsteps without delay, as he thanked him. Bai Zemin moved across the campus in the direction of the gymnasium. That was probably the only place that could currently be safe, since there were no glass windows for the mutated monsters to get into. Although he urgently wanted to go find his family, he first needed to understand the situation he was in. Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that rushing things in such a crisis situation would only hasten his steps towards death. Along the way, Bai Zemin helped and saved the lives of more than 15 students. These students were all chased by animals or insects. As for those who were caught by the zombies, there was no hope for them. The zombies were not as fast as the mutated animals, nor did they have unpredictable attacks like the giant insects. On the contrary, they were extremely slow and their movements were clumsy. However, a small scratch meant death. A group of 5 students ran while a group of 10 zombies chased behind. They didn't even dare to look back and just concentrated on running with all their might. Unfortunately for them, just as they turned the corner, another group of 5 zombies suddenly appeared and started staggering towards them. One of the students panicked and his movements froze, being scratched hard by one of the zombies. The pain seemed to wake him up as he quickly turned to flee, as did his companions, only to see that they were surrounded. 5 zombies ahead and 10 blocking the retreat. Just as they were wailing and crying, there were several sword flashes, and in just over 10 seconds all 10 zombies were decapitated. Strong Zhangming, a tall student, couldn't help but exclaim as he saw Bai Zemin charging towards the front 5 zombies and killing them as if he was slaughtering chickens. There was a student this strong in our university. Look at all the people he saved, another student muttered in stupefaction as he watched the 15 people Bai Zemin brought in. Although Bai Zemin knew nothing about the way of the sword and simply cut using pure strength, his current agility was 17 points, almost double that of a normal person before the apocalypse. In addition, his Xuan Yuan sword was incredibly sharp, which allowed him to decapitate zombies as if it were nothing. After making quick work of beheading the 15 zombies, Bai Zemin felt a little tired. He had killed about 60 zombies since the moment he left the male dormitory, and added to that he had also killed about 10 giant insects and 3 mutated dogs. All those kills had only allowed him to level up once, currently being level 9. But even if he was much stronger than before, his stamina was slowly depleting, and if he wasn't careful he might die if he was surrounded. Bai Zemin walked towards the group of students, and even before they could say thank you he pointed at the student who had been scratched earlier, and said in a firm voice, "You can't stay. You must leave." Upon hearing his words, the group of 5 friends had a drastic change in their expressions. However, the 15 people who were saved by Bai Zemin said nothing and simply stood behind him, looking at the surroundings in fear. Why do I have to leave?" the pointed student shouted indignantly. "You were scratched by that zombie." "I saw it before," Bai Zemin said coldly. "You must know what will happen too, don't you?" The student's face turned pale. However, he was not willing to die, so he denied the reality by saying, What do you know if those damn creatures are zombies or not?" The students looked at him with sympathy. Bai Zemin looked at him coldly and said nothing more, but turned around and started walking towards the gymnasium with firm steps. The students quickly followed him, including the student who had been scratched earlier. Bai Zemin, who had been paying attention, turned around and in a matter of seconds appeared before the student. With a heavy punch in his stomach, the student was forced to kneel on the ground as he struggled to breathe. "I told you that you can't follow me." After saying those words, he turned around and walked away. The students did not dare to say a word, not even that student's 4 classmates. Currently, Bai Zemin's mood was terrible, and after killing over 100 zombies, the smell of blood surrounding him was thick, giving him a savage aura that no one wanted to provoke. "I like this human more and more every minute, he. Lilith looked at his back with flashing eyes, and her lips curved into a beautiful seductive smile capable of enchanting any man's heart. However, no one seemed to be paying attention to her. Chapter 5: A Closed Battle. Beijing University, being one of the most prestigious universities in all of China, as well as one of the most important universities in the world that even foreign students attended, was extremely large. The campus was several acres in size, and the university was like a small city by itself. Supermarkets, karaokes. There were even some restaurants inviting students to stay on the premises without going out too much. The distance between the male dormitory and the gymnasium was only about 400 meters. But because all the roads were plagued with dangers in the form of zombies, evolved insects, and animals that seemed to have turned into beasts, crossing that distance had become a challenging feat. Bai Zemin dashed relentlessly and slashed with his sword again and again. Along the way he had saved the lives of 5 others, increasing the number of survivors at his side to nearly 24. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and a rather handsome appearance was chatting with a female student who was looking at him with an obvious crush. This man's name was Lian Xuan, and he was the vice president of the university's student association. Before the apocalypse, Lian Xuan was a model student with excellent grades, and in addition to his good looks he had many female suitors, Even now that the world had changed, there were some surviving girls who looked at him with strange glints in their eyes. Lion Xuan had also dared to fight, since at that time he had no other options if he wanted to survive. He was currently level 3 and could handle 2 or 3 zombies by himself. When he encountered Bai Zemin's group, he was about to be surrounded by 6 zombies, which meant death for him. After he killed 2 zombies and Bai Zemin killed the other 4, Lian Xuan joined the group and helped kill straggling zombies. After all, even for someone like Bai Zemin, who had been fighting and killing creatures of a higher level than him constantly, it was not 100% safe to protect such a large group of people without 1 or 2 zombies slipping in. Swoosh! Suddenly, a green shadow appeared in the distance, charging towards the group of over 20 people at astonishing speeds. Bai Zemin had just killed a mosquito that was almost 20 centimeters long, and before he could react, that green shadow had already passed beyond his defense perimeter. Appearing in front of Lian Xuan, Lian Xuan's face turned pale and he took a step back. If he faced a few zombies, he was still fine. But if a big bee or a mutated dog with above average speeds appeared, then there was no way he could even react. Because Lian Xuan had only killed zombies so far, he only obtained extra attributes during the first 4 or 5 zombies and only gained stamina. Lian Xuan had also used the 6 status points he had gained from leveling up in strength, so his speed was merely average. Lian Xuan grabbed the girl who was chatting with him and didn't even hesitate when he threw her in front of that strange shadow, taking cover in the process. The green shadow suddenly flashed, and in the next instant, the girl's body was split in 2. Her blood splattered everywhere, and a look of shock and incredulity shone in her eyes before she died. Even in her wildest dreams, she would never have expected that the normally cultured, polite, and gentlemanly Lian Xuan would actually not hesitate to make such a cruel move. The survivors panicked, and a few began to flee in all directions in a disorderly manner. Others did not move due to fear, and some smarter ones just walked away while trying to get closer to Bai Zemin, as he was the only hope they had of survival. As for Lian Xuan's selfish act, no one noticed. No one except the beautiful and seductive, but at the same time innocent Lilith. Though such a move was impossible to be missed by someone like her, there was no disdain or disgust in her gaze. She had seen people do worse things than what she had just seen just to survive one more day. The green shadow was so fast that no one could react to its speed. This strange creature suddenly seemed to realize something as it shot off at terrifying speeds toward Bai Zemin. Clearly, the creature had realized that he was the best tonic for it to evolve. Bai Zemin felt his scalp go numb and unconsciously raised his sword horizontally. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed loudly. The green shadow was forced to stop its movements, as its strength and Bai Zemin's were quite similar. Only now could Bai Zemin distinguish the appearance of the monster that was attacking him. The green shadow was actually a huge mantis that was almost 2 meters tall. Its terrifying eyes stared at him with killing intent flickering inside. Its 2 large side-like forelegs were pressing hard on the Xuan Yuan sword, trying to force Bai Zemin back. If it was Bai Zemin before obtaining the Xuan Yuan sword, he could have been seen to retreat. However, thanks to the 20 strength points the sword granted him, he could barely stand on equal footing. Be careful that mantis doesn't specialize in strength at all. Its current speed must be almost twice as fast as yours. Lilith's voice rang in his ear, giving him vital information. In fact, even without her telling him, Bai Zemin knew that his current speed was far below this mantis. Before, if not for his reflexes and luck, his head would have already separated from his body without even knowing how he had died. Bai Zemin grunted as he pushed forward with all his might, pushing the mantis back. Then, without even a second's hesitation, he added all his saved status points into agility. In just a split second, he felt his muscles become stronger, but at the same time softer. Bai Zemin felt as if lightning flashed in his body, giving him a slight itch that soon disappeared. Swoosh! The nearly 2-meter mantis disappeared and in the next instant appeared before Bai Zemin again, slashing downward with its scythe-like legs. However, the current Bai Zemin could finally see its movements clearly. Clang! Bai Zemin and the mantis engaged in close combat with the intention of slaying the other. To survive, to evolve, to become stronger. From the other people's point of view, they could only see two silhouettes flickering constantly and hear the constant sound of metal clashing against metal. For them, it was hard to think that a human being could actually fight in such a way against such a terrifying creature without losing ground. It was only then that they realized Bai Zemin's strength. Although Bai Zemin's combat experience was average and his sword skill deficient, the Xuanyuan sword was a rare grade treasure capable of piercing through the defenses of almost any creature below level 40. The mantis obviously had not yet reached that level as its sides had small cracks that slowly spread with each collision. However, the mantis was a natural hunter who made use of its sides from birth, so it was naturally more skilled than he was in combat. Each had their own advantages and for an instant, the battle was deadlocked in what appeared to be a stalemate. Several zombies, apparently attracted by the sound of battle as well as the strong smell of life, began to stagger over. Bai Zemin quickly spotted them, and knew that at this rate not only would all the survivors die, but even he would also fall when they surrounded him. After all, the mantis might not be afraid of infection, but he was. Strengthening his determination, Bai Zemin surveyed the battlefield and slowly backed away, luring the mantis to a specific spot. Upon reaching that spot, Bai Zemin spent 60 points of mana and created 6 bloody chains using the blood of the dead zombies. The mantis was clearly taken by surprise and the chains wrapped tightly around its body. Its movements were stalled and its two sides were stopped in midair by 2 bloody chains. The beast struggled fiercely trying to free itself, and the chains restraining its sides began to stretch taut as if they would break at any moment. Bai Zemin's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he quickly rushed forward and slashed towards the creature's head with all his strength. After a flash of sharp light, the mantis' movement stopped for a moment before its head fell to the ground, followed by a fountain of blood shooting out of its neck. You have obtained the soul power of Great Fast Mantis level 25. Agility 14, Strength 10, Magic 10, Mana 10. You have leveled up and reached level 10. You get 2 attribute points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 11. You have leveled up and reached level 12. You have leveled up and reached level 13. You get 2 attribute points to distribute freely. A huge orb of soul power came out of the Great Fast Mantis' body and entered Bai Zemin's body, nourishing him and taking his power to higher levels. In addition, he also directly gained 4 levels as a result. Besides, the mantis had dropped other things after its death. Next to its corpse was 1 red orb, 1 orange orb, and 1 scroll. Chapter 6 Elites. Fighting against high-level creatures was really risky. A single mistake was enough to send anyone on their way into the underworld and pay a greeting to the legendary god of death. In fact, even fighting a level 3 zombie during the first few minutes of the apocalypse was extremely difficult. One touch, the slightest scratch, and it would all be over right then and there. It didn't take a bite or too much contact for a life to end. In truth, if it weren't for Bai Zemin's luck, he would probably be dead by now. At that time, because the window of his room was small, the level 5 Big B had no choice but to fly directly that way, which made it much simpler for Bai Zemin to attack it since he knew where the assault would come from. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to defeat such a fast and unpredictable monster. It was also thanks to that single kill that he obtained his skill blood manipulation. If it wasn't for the skill, Bai Zemin wouldn't even have been able to leave his room successfully, and would have become zombie food by now. However, although fighting high-level monsters was risky, the rewards of being victorious were far superior to the rewards one would get from defeating monsters at the same level. Just the extra stat points alone were equivalent to 2 or more levels, considering the fact that each person only got 2 stat points per level. Not to mention the drops. Bai Zemin took a step forward and quickly put both orbs and the scroll into his backpack before standing up again. Immediately and without even a moment's rest, he stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet and charged towards the zombies staggering in his direction. A minute later, the remaining zombies had been purged by Bai Zemin. Teacher Jia, what happened to everyone else? Bai Zemin asked with a frown as he looked at a female teacher in her 30s that he had rescued earlier. Student Bai. The rest. I'm afraid they ran away when they saw things were getting ugly. As for the direction, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. The teacher replied with a bitter smile. This teacher's name was Jia Jiao, and she was a teacher of the third-year students, so she knew Bai Zemin. Her personality was quite kind by nature, and in the past, she had treated Bai Zemin quite well even though he came from an ordinary family. I see. Bai Zemin simply nodded as he looked at the 12 people who remained. About half of them had fled upon seeing the zombies approaching from all directions. These people would most likely die unless they dared to fight for their lives, but even then, the chances of dying were much higher than living. As for this, Bai Zemin could do nothing about it. Currently, it was already difficult for him to survive, and a single great fast mantis had forced him to use all the status points he had been saving for times of crisis. If he were to encounter 2 of those monsters, then Bai Zemin would most likely die unless the battlefield conditions favored him greatly. Since those people fled, then they no longer had anything to do with him. He simply saved them earlier because he was just in passing, and didn't want to see his kind become food for other species. Let's go. We need to move towards the gymnasium. Only then can we get some rest, he said and turned to leave. The 12 survivors followed him, not daring to stay behind. Their eyes filled with fear for the future, looked intently in all directions for dread that a strange mutated creature would take away the life they had been protecting for so many years. On the opposite side of the male dormitory was the female dormitory. The distance between the place where the girls rested and the gymnasium was exactly the same as the distance between the gymnasium and the male dormitory. A group of about 20 people moved in the direction of the gymnasium. This group of people was mainly composed of women, but there were also 7 men among them. However, no matter whether it was the women or the men, they all looked at the back of the woman who was leading them with respect, admiration, or love. A group of 5 zombies stumbled toward the crowd of survivors. Seeing their distorted expressions and their blank eyes, many of them could not help but shudder along with the small sound of choked sobs. The woman leading the group and carrying the lives of nearly 20 people on her shoulders had beautiful silver-colored hair and bright blue eyes. Her skin was as white as milk and as smooth as the purest silk, giving her an appearance similar to that of a real fairy. However, her expression was as cold as eternal ice with no apparent emotional flow. Yet, although her expression was as cold as ice, her body was as hot as fire, filled with curves in the right places and extremely charming. Upon seeing the 5 zombies, this young woman of only 22 did not panic. Her gaze did not change in the slightest. She waved her hand and 5 ice pikes appeared floating above her head. With another wave of her hand, the 5 ice pikes shot towards the incoming zombies. With great precision, the 5 ice pikes struck the heads of the 5 zombies that were moving at embarrassingly slow speeds, creating a hole the size of a small fist in the head of each target. However, no blood came out of the wounds as a small layer of ice sealed them. When the rest of the survivors saw this, their expressions changed for the better and their idolatry towards this woman increased several folds immediately. On the other hand, the woman's expression was still as cold and indifferent as ever. From a different direction, another group of survivors was advancing at a rapid pace under the leadership of 2 men. This group had about 30 people, so the strong vital smell attracted many zombies as well as other grotesque creatures that intended to devour them in order to evolve. 2 zombies suddenly appeared from inside a building and staggered towards the survivors. However, before the survivors could even scream in terror, 2 arrows flew and struck the brains of the 2 infected, cutting them lifeless immediately. The survivors looked at the young man holding a bow, wearing sports clothes, and carrying a quiver behind his back, with admiration and envy. This young man ignored them and picked up the 2 arrows he had used before, wiping the blood on them with a rag of torn clothing. Swoosh! Suddenly a mutated dog appeared, charging at a speed 3 times faster than a normal person. The big brown dog opened its jaws wide with the intention of biting the young man's head off. With the jaw strength of this level 9 mutated dog, the young man's head would be shattered in a single bite. However, what greeted the dog was a huge hammer. Bang! The dog's head popped off in pieces. The dog's brain matter, blood, and flesh flew everywhere. making a bloody mess. The animal collapsed on the ground completely lifeless. Even if you are fast. If you don't attack me first, you are too weak. Stupid dog. A burly man with a beard on his face spat on the dog's corpse. This man looks to be about 35 years old, and the expression on his face was savage. He held a metal-colored hammer that was almost as big as a door with his 2 hands, wielding it with apparent ease although it was clearly a heavy weapon. The group continued to advance towards the gymnasium. Of course, Bai-Zemin did not know that apart from him, there were other people who had the same idea and the same temporary goal. However, even if he did know, he probably wouldn't be too surprised. After all, the gymnasium was located right in the center of the university campus, so it was accessible from all directions. Moreover, the gymnasium was also one of the few facilities that could be considered comparatively safe. Apart from Bai-Zemin, there were other people who also dared to fight or simply had no choice but to fight if they wanted to survive. As a consequence, there were several people who had their own fortuitous experiences, gaining powerful skills and treasures that did not belong to this world. 20 minutes later, and after making several detours to the area in order to find the easiest and least difficult path for the survivors he had saved, Bai-Zemin was finally only 50 meters away from the gym and reached his first goal. However, things seemed to be a bit complicated. Student Bai, now what do we do? Jiazhou asked with a pale face as she watched the scene in front of her. Bai-Zemin frowned slightly as he crouched in a corner and saw the dense group of zombies wandering near the gymnasium. There were over 50 zombies, all of them too close together for him to pass. Even for someone like Bai-Zemin, it was no easy feat to fight against 50 creatures that could defeat him with just a scratch. If it was in a place where he could move, then Bai-Zemin was confident that he could take out a few hundred zombies given enough time. However, fighting 50 of these creatures in such a constricted place was challenging even for him who had been steadily leveling up. What stupefied him most was that these zombies didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Chapter 7: Clearing the Path. As Bai-Zemin watched the movement of the group of zombies several meters ahead, he quickly noticed that some of them were banging on the doors in an attempt to break them down. However, these doors were completely metal, so it was absolutely impossible for these zombies to break through no matter how hard they tried. The sound of bangs from the metal door had attracted other zombies, causing that the group of a few more than 50 soon reached 80. This, coupled with the sinister atmosphere of the surroundings, caused that the disordered emotions of the students and teachers that Bai-Zemin had saved to become even worse. Could it be that there are people in there? Such a thought flashed in Bai-Zemin's mind, and the more he thought about it, the firmer that idea became. In order to survive another day, Bai-Zemin had not only been casually swinging his sword back and forth decapitating enemies, he had also been paying attention to the behavior of the creatures as much as possible. Since zombies were the largest quantity temporarily, they were the type of enemy he knew the most about. From what he had observed so far of the zombies, these slow but fatal creatures could sense the presence of any kind of life, as well as notice the smell of blood from about 20 meters or so of distance, and even if that wasn't exactly the limit, it was certainly accurate enough. There are definitely people in there, Bai-Zemin finally concluded. If not for that reason, then he couldn't think of anything else why the zombies would be so intent on not moving anywhere else. He looked back and saw the people he saved looking at him, which gave him a headache. If it wasn't for these people being here, Bai-Zemin would have already taken out the treasures he obtained after defeating the great fast mantis, and among those treasures, maybe there was something that could help him get out of the difficult situation he was in. However, he did not trust these people enough to bring out such treasures in front of them. It was precisely because he did not want to reveal his strength completely that he merely used his blood manipulation for a moment in order to defeat the mantis before stopping as quickly as possible. As if she knew his thoughts, Lilith, who was standing next to him, smiled and said casually, "How about you just abandon them? Everything will be much easier for you if you leave behind these burdens that could stab you in the back at any moment." Bai-Zemin looked at her with a frown without saying anything. "Don't look at me like that, just saying." Lilith shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything else. She knew it was impossible for Bai-Zemin to do something like that. After all, It had only been about an hour since he had been forced to fight for his life wielding a sword. There was no way he could change that much without experiencing the cruelty of the world. However, Lilith was sure that he would adapt soon. Otherwise, then he would just die unless he had the strength to back up such a mentality. Just when Zemin did not know what to do, the group of now more than 80 zombies suddenly became hectic. One arrow flew from a distance, accurately striking a zombie's forehead. Before the zombies could react, another arrow shot out from the same direction and another zombie collapsed. Strong Zemin was a little surprised. He didn't know who the attacker was since there were several buildings blocking his view. However, that person's archery skill was really top-notch. Unfortunately, after 5 arrows, the assault was temporarily stopped. Apparently, the attacker was quite close and the zombies were surrounding that person. All of you wait here, leaving those words behind. Zemin jumped out from his hiding place like a tiger and charged towards the zombies. In a matter of seconds, the distance of 50 meters separating him and the zombies had been crossed. Zemin slashed with his sword twice at lightning speed, and the heads of 2 zombies flew into the air. You have acquired level 4 normal zombie soul power. You have acquired level 4 normal zombie soul power. Within 5 seconds, 7 zombies had been decapitated by Zemin. Yang Peng, who carried a huge 2-meter hammer, swung it at a zombie, sending it flying 10 meters. The zombie fell to the ground with the upper half of its body deformed and its head completely crushed. However, he soon noticed a man several years younger than him slaughtering zombies like ants, and his eyes widened. FCK. DMN, what's wrong with that insane speed? Liang Peng cursed. Zemin's current agility had already reached 54 points. This meant that he was more than 5 times faster than the average person before the apocalypse. His movements were extremely fast, so when Zemin had killed 5 or 6 zombies, Yang Peng had only killed one that was close to him. On the other hand, Zemin also noticed Liang Peng with his huge hammer and was surprised. Wasn't that the university security guard? At what point had he become so strong as to carry the hammer? However, just as his mind was beginning to wonder, another change swept the battlefield. Ice bullets. A cold but pleasant-sounding voice echoed. Immediately afterward, 10 tiny spheres of ice floated into the air and shot out towards 10 different zombies, hitting them in the head with accuracy and taking their lives. Oh, that woman's control over mana is greater than yours. As if that wasn't enough, her current magic power is only slightly less than what you had when the soul records reached this lower world. How strange. Lilith's surprised and somewhat confused voice sounded next to Zemin. Since the time he had saved other people, and these people didn't even look at Lilith, Zemin had come to the silent conclusion that she was invisible to others and only he could see her. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised to see her casually strutting around the place. Zemin looked at the woman who had joined at the fray and his eyes could not help but light up. What a beautiful woman! Her silver hair and blue eyes had made her look like a snow lotus, but at the same time, she was like an ice fairy. However, although he appreciated her beauty, that was all. After all, Zemin had already seen the incredibly beautiful, seductive, and innocent Lilith. Zemin's movements did not flinch in the slightest as he continued to decapitate zombies, and for every second that passed 1 or 2 fell at his feet, as if the arrival of the silver-haired woman marked a new beginning. The arrows resumed their slaughter. However, for some reason, the shooter's speed increased without losing accuracy in the slightest. The group of more than 80 zombies was terrifying. Anyone would be overwhelmed by them, and even an evolver would die if surrounded. The danger from these creatures was further heightened as the gymnasium was enclosed by buildings, making it a bad place to launch an attack, but a good place to defend. In this case, since the humans were the attackers, they had no choice but to suffer. However, no matter whether it was Zemin, the silver-haired woman, Yang Peng, or the archer hidden among the buildings, they all had their own qualities of which they could be proud and could be considered the cream of the crop among the students and professors of the university. Thus, less than 2 minutes later, all the zombies, including the most separated of the group, had been annihilated. Blood had formed several puddles and flesh was scattered randomly all over the place. The smell was extremely repulsive and the sight could scare anyone. However, the people who fought this time had to fight against death, and crawl from dozens or even hundreds of corpses to make their way here. Therefore, none of them had too much of an overreaction. The three fighters in sight looked at each other with a hint of caution in their eyes. Now that the world had changed, it was hard to tell if people's hearts had not. In consequence, none of the three trusted each other too much. The silver-haired woman with the ability to control ice looked at them coldly. In her gaze, there was even a hint of disgust that was hard to notice. The atmosphere had become somewhat strange. Neither of them seemed willing to speak. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the distance caused Bai Zemin's gaze to turn in that direction. Chapter 8 Stronger and Stronger. A handsome young man of 22 or 23 in blue sportswear, with a bow in his left hand and a half-empty quiver on his back, hurried over. So that guy is the archer from before. Bai Zemin thought silently. When the young archer saw the silver-haired woman, his eyes lit up, and as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, he smiled. Bing Zhu. I'm glad you're okay. Bing Zhu. Bai Zemin blinked before he finally realized the reason why this woman looked familiar. Shingyuan Bing Zhu, a fourth-year student, and current Student Association president. She was not only the most beautiful woman on campus, but also the #1 person in grades. Bai Zemin knew a little about her because he had met her a couple of times when she, as student president, organized student assemblies to report important information and events. However, since she was not important to him, he had simply forgotten about her existence. I'm glad you're okay too. Chen He. Shengyuan Bingzu's cold and indifferent gaze did not change very much when she saw the young man. However, Bai Zemin noticed that the strange glint of hatred or repulsion had dimmed greatly when she looked at him. Anyway, since the zombie problem was fixed, Bai Zemin did not stay to listen to this group's conversation and turned around, walking away quietly. Wait a moment. Little brother Liang Peng quickly shouted when he saw him walking away. His words had attracted the attention of the other pair. Bai Zemin stopped and turned around to look at him silently, waiting for his next words. How about you stay here with us? Liang Peng offered. With the strength of the four of us together, we can easily wipe out those creatures and live a better life. Bai Zemin had a strange glint in his eyes. He simply turned around and as he walked away said casually, I am simply going to look for a dozen students and teachers whom I saved earlier. I didn't go out of my way to clean up this place to casually leave. Liang Peng was puzzled. On the other hand, Shengyuan Bing Zhu looked at him coldly before turning around and walking away as well. The young archer, Shen He, quickly followed her as they chatted with each other. 10 minutes later, the group of survivors rescued by Bai Zemin, Yang Peng, Shengyuan Bing Zhu, and Chen He, joined together to form a large group of about 70 people. Because the storm was still raging with no apparent intention of stopping soon, the blood and metallic smell it gave off were washed away by the rain in a few minutes. This could prevent other creatures from approaching this place in search of food. However, it also had its disadvantages. One of these disadvantages was that everyone's clothes were completely wet. Unfortunately, they could only hold on like this for now. After arguing for 5 minutes, the people hiding inside the gymnasium were forced to open the doors regardless of their fear. Although none of them were willing to open the doors and risk letting danger in, after Liang Peng threatened that if they did not open the doors he would break it down by force, they had no choice but to give in. Bai Zemin was surprised to discover a total of approximately 30 people hiding inside the gymnasium. Among these 30 people, there were men, women, and some teachers. They all looked at them with apprehension and suspicion. As for this, Bai Zemin ignored it. He separated from everyone and walked around the premises, making sure that there was no hidden danger of any kind. The Beijing University Gymnasium was really huge, and although it was called a gymnasium, it was a huge building with all kinds of functions. There was a large indoor basketball court, a sports equipment room, and a cafeteria. The cafeteria was Bai Zemin's target on this occasion. Bang bang. The metal door was closed tightly. Bai Zemin, who had moved away from the group, could hear the sound of banging coming from inside. He could not help but frown slightly as he thought, since the cafeteria had glass windows. Some insects probably managed to get in as for bigger creatures. That was impossible since there were metal bars on the windows. Unless a monster with a lot of strength or sharp weapons like the great fast mantis appeared, there was no way they could get in. Therefore, that sound could only be from zombies. Zeman looks to the left and right to make sure no one else was there. After making sure, he opened his backpack and took out the 2 orbs he had obtained earlier as well as the scroll. How does this color thing work? Zeman thought aloud, forgetting that there was another existence there who could hear him. It's the colors of the rainbow, Lilith pointed out with a beautiful smile. Seeing Zeman's questioning look, she explained, from lower rank to higher rank, treasures are divided as follows. Red orb is equivalent to a normal grade treasure. An orange orb equals a rare grade treasure. A yellow orb is equivalent to a magic grade treasure. Green orbs are equivalent to epic grade treasures. Cyan color means legend grade treasure. Indigo colored orbs are equivalent to semigod grade treasures. Finally, violet colored orbs mean god grade treasures. The corner of Zeman's mouth constricted several times and he couldn't help but complain. You should have stopped your explanation on magic grade or epic grade treasures. Now that I look at this red orb suddenly I don't think it's worth much. I think you're misunderstanding something. Lilith smiled and reminded him of something important. Even a red grade treasure is more valuable than a high-tech machine gun. Let me explain something to you. When you defeat a creature, you absorb its soul power. When that creature's soul power is much higher than yours, the soul record concentrates all the power you were unable to absorb in the form of treasures. The higher the level of your enemy, the higher the chances of getting a higher quality treasure. And the higher the remaining soul power, the higher the probabilities go up even more. Therefore, even the red-colored orb in your hands is more valuable than you think at the current stages. Lilith concluded. Hearing her words, Zeman couldn't help but feel better. Although he felt like asking more questions, he first wanted to finish what he was about to do. The questions could be asked later. After squeezing the red orb hard, it broke and a new treasure appeared in front of Zeman. Velocity boots, normal grade treasure, extremely light, easy to wear, and automatically adapts to the body when equipped. Agility 10. Zeman's eyes lit up and his heart filled with joy. It was just a normal treasure, but these boots increased his agility by 10 points. This was equivalent to 15 of Zeman's total agility. He quickly equipped the boots and immediately felt his body become much lighter than before. Now, with his 64 agility points, Zeman was more than 6 times faster than a normal person before the arrival of the soul record on planet Earth. Repressing his latent excitement, he did the same with the orange orb. Full coat rare treasure, a jacket that covers from the upper body to the knees. It can stop anything from light shotgun shells to 9mm caliber bullets. When equipped, all attributes 5. Zeman held the jacket in his hands and almost wanted to roar at the sky to say thank you. With this treasure, he was now impervious to several types of firearms even if medium caliber bullets were too strong. With this treasure his survivability had skyrocketed another level. He didn't even have to fear being scratched by zombies as long as he protected his head and from the knees down. There should be no problem with his safety. Without delay, Zeman took off the wet jacket he was wearing and put on the full coat. He immediately felt his attributes improving once again, much to his delight. That treasure is good. Among the best quality within the rare grade, just like your Yuan sword. Congratulations. Lilith smiled cheerfully at him. Zeman was surprised when he realized that she actually looked genuinely happy for him. Puzzling him. Lilith, why are you nice to me? He asked, feeling a little suspicious. Lilith bit her lips and blinked her long eyelashes as she said in a soft voice, I already told you. I want you to be mine. Zeman rolled his eyes and wisely decided to stop asking. Although his appearance wasn't bad, he wasn't a handsome guy either. Much less so handsome that the biggest beauty he had ever seen in his entire life would fall in love with him at first sight. Without delay and fearing that someone else was coming to this place, Zeman turned his attention to the remaining scroll. Special Forces Soldier Unranked Passive Skill Level 5. By learning this passive skill you will automatically become a person with the same level of combat experience as Special Forces troops. At the same time, your control and knowledge of your world's firearms grow exponentially. Chapter 9 Fast and Scary. Special Forces Soldier By Zeman's eyes lit up when he saw the name of the skill. After seeing the vague, but concise information available on the skill scroll, his gaze became even brighter. Currently, Bai Zeman was countless times more powerful than any human being before the world changed. His strength had reached 55 points thanks to the Xuan Yuan sword and the full coat that he had just obtained. His agility had reached 69 points and the rest of his stats were also at least twice that of an ordinary person. However, although he could currently dominate his enemies by overwhelming them due to his stats, treasures acquired, and his blood manipulation skill, Bai Zeman was very clear that if he faced an enemy on equal terms with him, but with real combat experience, the one who would be unlucky and meet a fatal fate would probably be him. What Bai Zeman lacked the most at this moment was combat experience, control of different martial arts, etc. But with the skill scroll in his hands, this problem could be solved immediately. He only needed to wish for it and he would immediately become an experienced person as an elite soldier with years of training and battle experience. However, Bai Zeman hesitated. Unclassified skill, he muttered under his breath. Although he didn't know how the level of skills and their rankings worked, Bai Zeman, who obtained a skill ranked as first order skill, couldn't help but feel that this skill Special Forces soldier wasn't that good in the long run. Before he could think any further, the beautiful and charming Lilith interrupted him with a sweet smile. You don't need to worry. Although in fact, in the long run that skill might not be so good. It's a passive skill. Listening to her, Bai Zeman's eyes shone brightly as he realized that the word passive was the key in this matter. Even after facing so many dangers, Bai Zeman had not forgotten about the warning he received when he decided to learn his blood manipulation skill. That warning was reminding him that he could only learn 4 more external skills. External active skills are those skills that need mana movement to function and that you didn't learn on your own throughout your life. Lilith explained patiently. Before, you were just a normal human with no training and yet, nevertheless, you were able to learn a terrifying skill in just a few seconds. Bai Zeman did not dare to miss any words and focused all his attention on her. Lilith continued. Although it might be fine now, if you learn too many external active skills, in the long run your brain will be overloaded by all the accumulated information, and your body cannot support such a stress. That's precisely why you can only learn 5 active ones at first. I'll explain more about this when we have time, as I prefer not to rush things. However, you don't need to worry at all. The passive skills you can learn through skill scrolls are endless. That was all he needed to hear. Bai Zeman looked at Lilith with a rare smile and slowly said, You really are my lucky demon. Lilith, without waiting for a reply and without seeing her reaction, he closed his eyes and wished to learn the contents of the scroll in his hands. The scroll in his hands turned into countless particles of light that flowed into his body. In the depths of his soul, a bronze-colored rune appeared with countless engravings on it. Bai Zeman immediately felt a slight prickling in his mind that instead of being painful, was uncomfortable. Martial arts of self-defense. Fighting skills to kill the opponent in the shortest amount of time possible depending on the circumstances. Control over bladed weapons. Knowledge about firearms as well as the correct way such weapons worked, and the optimal way to use them. So much information flooded Bai Zeman's brain. It was so much information that for several seconds his mind went blank, not knowing how to react. He looked at his hands in disbelief and couldn't help but mutter. That's how strong the elite soldiers were before the world changed. At this moment, only he himself knew how horrible his strength had become. His stats had not changed at all. But Bai Zeman was confident that if he met the great fast mantis again, he could finish it off in less than 3 seconds even without using his blood manipulation skill. In fact, Bai Zeman did not know that even his gaze had changed. His eyes had become sharper and more piercing, like a sheathed blade waiting for the moment to show its lethality to the world. Well, you gained the combat experience of the best elite soldiers in the history of your world. so it's understandable that your strength took a big step forward. Lilith smiled. Her voice was extremely pleasant to listen to. Although you were strong by human standards before, your combat experience was simply too lacking. Now, you can barely consider yourself a novice. Zemin looked at her doubtfully. A novice? He didn't think so. Lilith looked at him with a smile that didn't seem very friendly and said slowly, in your world, you could consider yourself an elite among humans. But that is limited to your world. There are countless other worlds with countless other fighters and different cultures. In my eyes, you are similar to a baby just learning to walk. In the end, Zemin raised both hands in surrender and his emotion cooled. Although being proud and arrogant was good, Lilith was right currently. He had merely just begun to take his first steps. Too much arrogance or confidence could end up killing him, and he definitely had no intention of dying. Lilith also noticed that Zemin had put his feet back on the earth and could not help but smile. If he became too proud just because of something so small, it would be too disappointing for her. Fortunately, it didn't turn out to be like that. Zemin looked at the metal door in front of him. He could still hear the frenzied banging of the creatures inside, trying to forcefully break down the door. If the floor gets too stained, it will be a headache to clean it up later, Zemin said casually and opened the door without even hesitation. Immediately, like wild beasts released from their confinement, zombies staggered out from inside the cafeteria, their hands trying to capture their target as quickly as possible, and their bloodstained faces gave them an extremely horrible appearance. Zemin did not even unsheath his sword. He took a big step forward and raised his right foot, directly striking the first zombie in the throat. The sound of bones breaking into countless pieces was extremely scary, and anyone who heard it would undoubtedly be shocked beyond what any words could describe. The struck zombie flew several meters away, hitting the zombies behind it in the process. When it hit the floor, it was no longer moving. The zombie was still alive since the brain was intact. However, Zemin's kick had destroyed the jaw and crushed the upper bones of the spine. Therefore, although its brain still functioned, it could no longer use its mouth to bite, nor could it move its hands or feet. The zombie was no different from any other zombie killed by Zemin before. No, if there was a difference, there was no blood flowing like water from a fountain. In total, there were more than 15 zombies inside the cafeteria, with almost 70 agility points. Zemin's body was constantly flashing, appearing and disappearing amidst the group of zombies. The sound of bones breaking into pieces along with the sound of the zombies' bodies falling to the ground after being hit was extremely clear in the place. Sometimes he used his fists. Sometimes he used his palm or the side of his hands, his feet, his knees, and sometimes he used his elbows. Zemin's entire body had become an extremely robust, sharp, and formidable weapon capable of claiming the life of any enemy. Less than 10 seconds later, all 15 zombies lay on the ground alive, but no different from those who were actually dead. Some had all 4 limbs broken. Others had their jaws snapped and their spines separated into countless pieces. And the heads of others had been turned at an impossible angle, disconnecting the brain from the rest of the body. Zemin's expression stayed impassive at the horrifying sight. With his blood manipulation skill coupled with the experience of humanity's strongest elites, his heart could no longer be shaken by such a thing. However, the sound of bones breaking, the sound of bodies hitting the walls and tables, naturally attracted the attention of other people. Shangyu Bingzu, Shen He, and Liang Peng appeared outside the cafeteria. They had obviously come to see what was going on after hearing the commotion. Shen He, who was holding his bow and an arrow ready to be shot at any moment, could not help but suck in a breath of fresh air when he saw the miserable condition of the corpses on the ground. Even the usually wild and strong Liang Peng had a distinct change of expression. He looked at Zemin standing amidst the corpses and could not help but mutter, "Is he still human or not?" On the other hand, Shangyu Bingzu's beautiful but cold face had slight frown. Her cold gaze switched back and forth between Zemin and the zombies on the ground. She had noticed that, apart from the miserable condition their bodies were in, there were no bleeding wounds there. Even the creatures' heads were practically intact. Chapter 10 Calling Home. The basketball court was quite large, and the stands had enough seats to fit a few thousand people without any problem. Currently, sitting in different seats, students and teachers looked in the direction of the cafeteria with fearful eyes. Big sister do you think something bad happened? A small-built female student asked in a low voice as she hugged her knees and cuddled tightly in an effort to give herself warmth. Zealan, don't worry. You also saw how strong Big Sister Bingzu is. Even if some zombies appear, they won't be a problem against her. Wuxi said in a firm tone, trying to sound as confident as possible, not only to convince her friend, but also to convince herself. Zealan bit her lips tightly as her body trembled constantly. In the end, she could not hold back her tears and began to sob. Big sister I am so scared. Song King turned into a zombie suddenly and Zhang Na was bitten to death. Many people died and I won't be able to talk with them anymore. Wuxi, who was barely containing her own emotions, finally couldn't help but start to cry. She had just tried to communicate with her family. Unfortunately, she got no response. She already feared the worst. I'm cold. I want to wear dry clothes. I want to feel warm. I want to hear my mother's sermons again. Wuxi whispered in tears. This kind of conversation could be heard everywhere inside the gymnasium. The students were terrified, waiting for a dark and unknown future. A few hours ago, they were all laughing and chatting happily, worrying about what kind of clothes they should buy to look their best. However, now all they wished for was dry clothes to relieve the bone-chilling cold. Even the teachers, who were the responsible adults, were in no position to relieve others when they themselves did not know if the next moment a strange creature would walk through the doors and claim their lives. What happened here? Shangyuan Bingzu's cold voice was the first sound to break the silence of the place. Bai Zemin did not answer immediately. Instead, he gathered several tablecloths on the floor and tied it end to end, thus forming a huge square of cloth. Then, he began to carefully move the body of the immobile zombies on top of the cloth square while slowly explaining. There is enough food in this cafeteria to sustain about 100 people for approximately a week. Besides, I don't feel comfortable in crowds either. So I'm planning to make this place my temporary resting area. So, I'll take care of these zombies. You took care of these zombies, you say? Shangyuan Bingzu muttered in a strange voice as she watched Bai Zemin work. Except for the initial glance, he had not looked back at them again and simply continued to work tirelessly. Many thoughts were constantly flashing in Shangyuan Bingzu's mind, making it extremely difficult to comprehend her. He was not thinking as many things as she was. He simply looked at Bai Zemin's back and asked, "May I ask how?" "Right. We still don't know your name." "You are Bai Zemin," he casually replied. Bai Zemin wasn't trying to act cool. This was his real personality. Even before the world became chaotic, he was not good at dealing with many people due to certain past incidents. "I see. Bai Zemin. It's a pleasure to meet you," He said politely with a smile. He was extremely handsome. His archery skill allowed him to become the best in his club, and his grades were in the top 10 every semester. All these excellent qualities together with his unknown but powerful family made him the Prince Charming of countless beautiful girls, even among the boys. He was popular because of his kindness. Same here, Bai Zemin replied without much interest. His top priority now was to fully ensure his safety, then make a call home to check on his family's safety, and finally understand the rules of the new world better. Therefore, he was not interested in making friends with anyone, just as he had not been in the past. He's expression became a little uncomfortable at Bai Zemin's clear coldness, and a bitter smile appeared on his handsome face. "How did you deal with them?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked. She could see some blood stains on the ground. However, that blood was obviously from the 4 large mosquitoes that were dead and torn to pieces on the ground. Then, Shangyuan Bingzu was curious to know how it was possible that the young man in front of her killed the zombies without injuring them. "They are not dead. They are still alive," Bai Zemin replied, finally finishing dragging the 15 bodies. What Shangyuan Bingzu's cold and indifferent expression broke for a moment when she heard his words. Bai Zemin began to drag the large square of cloth towards the exit with a bit of difficulty, but with steady steps. Although his strength was 55 points in total, he had not yet reached a level where he could drag 15 adult people casually. As he walked, he replied, "These zombies are still alive. It's just that I destroyed all the connecting bones of the body, so even if the brain is intact, they are no different from dead zombies since they can't do anything. I didn't want to stain the ground where I will sleep with blood." Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes lit up and she finally understood the reason why the zombies' bodies were in such a terrible condition. Previously, she had assumed that Bai Zemin was simply a barbaric and violent person, but after listening to his explanation she understood that she had been wrong, although she somewhat admired his strength. That was all. From her point of view, there was no trustworthy person in this place. To Shangyuan Bingzu, the only person she could trust a bit was her childhood friend Chen He. As for the rest, they were all useless. Especially the men. Currently, Shangyuan Bingzu was surrounded by both men and women. Lian Xuan, the vice president of the student association, and Chen He, the skilled archer, were constantly trying to engage her in conversation. Yang Peng, the strong man with a terrifying hammer, looked at the bodies of some female students and teachers casually without caring too much about the world outside. After carrying the 15 zombies out of the place and dragging them to a nearby building, Bai Zemin returned to the gymnasium. He simply ignored the stares he was receiving and walked away quietly with no intention of chatting with anyone. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Bai Zemin used his blood manipulation skill to remove the blood that stained the floor, sending it through the broken window to the outside. Because the glass was broken, rainwater was constantly pouring in and the areas near the windows were soaked. In addition, the cold was really unbearable. After a few minutes of consideration, Bai Zemin ripped the legs off several tables and used the tops to cover the windows one by one, to prevent the wood from falling off. He used several cabinets and refrigerators inside the room, thus sealing out rain, wind, and decreasing the chances of an insect getting in. Then, Bai Zemin closed the door and locked himself inside the cafeteria. He turned on a dim light and sat on a chair away from the window and door to rest. 5 minutes later, he took his cell phone out of his backpack and, with trembling hands, called his mother. "The number you wish to reach is out of service or out of battery. Please try again later." Bai Zemin took a deep breath to calm himself, not wanting to think about the worst-case scenario. With lingering fear, he dialed Mengkist's number. "The number you wish to reach is out of service or out of battery. Please try again later." Receiving the same message again, Bai Zemin couldn't help but put down the cell phone and leave it on the table. He slumped gently onto the chair and, as he listened to the steady sound of lightning, his eyes flooded slightly with tears. Although he did not want to think about it, it was clear to Bai Zemin that the probability that his family had died was very high indeed. After all, many people had turned into zombies without warning. Zombies had started attacking ruthlessly. Insects had evolved and even domestic animals had turned wild. However, he really wasn't willing. The only real thing he had was his family after all. Barely resisting the urge to cry, Bai Zemin picked up his cell phone again and dialed his father's number. Sitting in a nearby chair, Lilith felt a bit sad for him as she watched him act like a small child about to cry. Even when he was forced to fight for his life. Even when he had no choice but to raise a sword and bathe in blood. Even when his entire life was collapsing in front of him. Bai Zemin was always decisive and did not hesitate. He fought when it was necessary to fight and used his brain to perfection to survive. However, in the face of his family's possible death, his calm had flown out the window. Chapter 11 Mana Consequences and Hope. The reason why Lilith felt a little sad about Bai Zemin's situation was because she had decided to trust and believe in him since she currently had her own problems. However, it could not be said that Lilith felt pain for seeing him like this. They had only known each other for about 2 or 3 hours and the amount of interaction they had with each other was not much either. Besides, Lilith had seen many things worse than the loss of a family during her lifetime to her. Even the fall of an entire race where tears of blood were shed was not such a strange sight either. Now, She could only hope that his family was safe and had not experienced any accidents. Otherwise, if he fell and did not get up again, his death was a matter of time. This was something Lilith hoped would not happen. Unfortunately, people's fate sometimes turned out to be extremely cruel. The number you wish to reach is out of service or out of battery. Please try again. Bang! Zeman didn't even wait for the message to end when he smashed the cell phone against the wall in front of him, completely destroying it with no way of salvation. Without even waiting for all the parts of his phone to fall to the ground, Zeman grabbed the chair he was sitting on and slammed it with all his might against the floor. The wood broke into countless pieces and splinters flew everywhere, as if he had gone mad. Zeman grabbed everything near him and destroyed it without caring about the quantity of noise he was making, or if his attitude could scare the people outside the cafeteria. Now that he could not contact any of his 3 family members, he had assumed the worst. How could he care about other people's fear at this point? After destroying more than 20 chairs and several tables, Zeman's stamina began to drop rapidly due to the misuse of his strength, exhausting him faster than usual. He slumped on the floor, leaning his back against the wall, and covered his face with one hand. Lilith looked at him silently and waited for him to vent all the frustration, sadness, anger, and pain he felt. The cafeteria fell silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of thunder coming from outside. The faint distant light that acted as illumination could barely provide a scarce source of heat, practically non-existent in the midst of such a gloomy environment. Zeman did not cry. After venting in an illogical but realistic manner, he simply became silent and motionless. He had once been betrayed by people he trusted from the bottom of his heart in the past. At that time, he had felt as if his world had collapsed before his eyes, and he no longer felt like doing anything. Even leaving his room was a challenge every day. In the midst of all that sadness, pain, and desolation, his family was there for him just as they had always been, but he hadn't noticed. From that moment on, Zeman had changed drastically. He stopped going out with friends, didn't spend time worrying about having a relationship with a woman, and devoted all his time to studying and working hard to give his family a better life. However, in about 3 hours, everything he had been fighting for many years was gone. His family, the only source of warmth that made him feel comfortable, had probably died. Every time he imagined his father, his mother, or his adopted younger sister crying and asking for help before they died, his blood boiled furiously as if a volcano was about to burst. 20 minutes later, Lilith finally spoke. Zeman, your family is probably still alive. His body shuddered softly, but he did not respond. He stayed silent, longing to hear her next words. Although Zeman did not know how strong Lilith was, even after becoming much more powerful than he was in the past, he felt that a snap of her fingers was more than enough to erase his existence if she really wanted it. Therefore, her words at this moment were very important to him. When the soul record arrives in a new world, the mana that was always in that world but was inactive finally begins to move. Now, imagine you spend 20 years in bed and suddenly you abruptly get up and start running at full speed. What do you think will happen? Zeman raised his head softly and looked at her. In a slightly hoarse voice, he replied, everything would collapse. The muscles can't support the weight of the body. The ligaments can't withstand the pressure, and the heart can't pump enough blood after beating so smoothly for so long. Right. It would all come crashing down. Lilith nodded softly and continued, that is precisely what is happening now. After countless years of silence and tranquility, the mana of this world finally began to move everywhere, causing the world order to fall into a mess. As Lilith explained, Zeman struggled to stand up and looked for a healthy chair to sit on. He kept his senses focused on her, not daring to miss a single word. Humans have a weak body by nature, so most of them fail to withstand the shock of the mana wave, turning into those mutated creatures stronger and with unlimited stamina fueled by the world's mana, but without any intelligence. On the other hand, animals possessing a more resilient body and plants with superior life expectancy are much more likely to adapt to the mana, evolving and growing to become terrifying creatures. Zeman finally understood many things after listening to Lilith's explanation. From the initial function of this strange entity called soul record to the reason why so many humans turned into zombies and why previously harmless insects and animals had suddenly changed so much at this moment. However, he couldn't care less about all of that. So, what about my family? He asked in an apathetic voice. Although Zeman's voice was practically impassive, Lilith, who had seen countless lives throughout her wandering, could notice the waver in his gaze when he asked that question. Obviously, although he was trying to act calm, his heart was in chaos as he tried to cling to any hope. In addition to living beings, there is also the possibility that electronic objects will suffer from the mono wave. Then, it's not impossible that the communication devices would be damaged or the distance reached by the signal would have been infinitely shortened, Lilith pointed out. Zeman's eyes glinted as he listened to her explanation. Indeed, Lilith's words made quite a bit of sense if one carefully observed the illogical world outside the window. Seeing the change in his expression and his eyes regaining their color, Lilith quickly added, "Besides, don't forget that during the chaos your family might have also lost their cell phones or simply didn't have time to pick it up." Zeman finally couldn't help but stand up. His previously dull gaze had flared up once again, burning with hope. Previously, he had been too overwhelmed with emotions, unable to think of even something as small as what Lilith had just mentioned. In fact, it was very plausible that his family simply hadn't had time to pick up their cell phones or they simply broke during their escape. Even if it was all a fleeting hope, Zeman was not willing to let it slip away. He advanced with a big step to the chair where Lilith was sitting and hugged her gently as he said softly, "Thank you." Unconsciously, he couldn't help but be amazed at the exquisite scent of roses that Lilith's body exuded. Her soft dark hair lightly caressed his face as if it were his lover's caress. After experiencing hell and then being ascended back to the heavens, even his first-order blood manipulation could do nothing to calm his heart. With unstable emotions, he simply wasn't thinking with complete rationality. Lilith knew this perfectly well, so she didn't bother to push him away. To her, Zeman was a little boy. On the contrary, she joked, "If you really want to thank me, how about taking me right here?" As if he had received an electroshock, Zeman quickly backed away from her and looked at her suspiciously as he said, "You can forget about it. In fact, if it wasn't for the heat of the moment and the emotions clouding his judgment, Zeman would definitely not dare to approach Lilith. Her whole being was too charming and every action of hers was brimming with seductiveness. Even he, who was usually quite calm, didn't have the slightest confidence in resisting if she really wanted to. "Oh come on, don't be a spoilsport," Lilith pouted, extremely cute, which was a great counter to her seductive body. "With this cold weather, I'm sure if we hug each other affectionately our bodies will be happy." Zeman rolled his eyes and was about to respond when the metal door was knocked softly. Chapter 12 Meeting and Plans. Hearing the sound coming from outside, Zeman and Lilith stood in silence for a moment before he walked to the door and opened it without saying a word. Standing on the other side was a female student who, though not a great beauty, was considered quite pretty. However, her expression at the moment was rather haggard and the fear in her eyes made her look quite miserable. The student seemed surprised at the sudden appearance of Zeman, who had opened the door with a bang. She unconsciously looked inside the room, and when she saw the mess inside was shocked. The place was a mess with splinters of wood everywhere as if a hurricane had hit there. "Do you need anything?" Zeman asked as he looked at the girl 1 or 2 years younger than him. Sorry, the girl apologized for something that Zeman didn't understand and continued quickly. "Big brother some of the teachers, big sister Shangyun, big brother Chen, and the rest are about to have a meeting to decide what to do next, therefore they would like you to participate as well." This student's name was Kai Jingyi, and before the world changed she was a student of international relations. She was very smart about human relationships and emotions. Now that everything changed, Kai Jingyi was also clear that she would be more likely to survive by following someone powerful at the same time. It was essential to be careful not to offend anyone, because the rules would not necessarily remain the same as before. Hearing her words, Zeman was silent for a moment before nodding. "All right. Thank you for informing me. I'll be there in a moment." He was not surprised that the girl in front of him knew his name. After all, he had worked. It was only natural that someone would start spreading his name around, especially those people whose lives he had saved. Kai Jingyi quickly excused herself and left. She could sense that the young man's mood before her was not particularly good, so she was worried about saying the wrong word. Before Bai Zemin could say anything, Lilith advised Bai Zemin, "Remember that the world you live in has changed and will no longer be what it once was. Although it might not be so obvious now since it is only the beginning of a new era, gradually people will change. Be careful of the people around you or your death might not be caused by a monster or mutated plant." Bai Zemin looked at her silently, pondering her words. After several seconds, he nodded slowly and thanked. "Thank you for your advice. I will remember it." Lilith threw him a flying kiss and gave him a charming smile in response. Bai Zemin didn't dare look at her for too long and quickly closed the door behind him as he walked away in the direction of the basketball court. At his reaction, Lilith giggled softly, causing her ample breasts to sway invitingly. Fortunately or unfortunately, there was no man to witness such a wonderful, but at the same time dangerous spectacle. After Bai Zemin's nerves calmed down, and the tension he felt on his body due to the constant dangers and seemingly endless battles, he finally paid more attention to the people around him, and easily noticed many things on his way to the basketball court. Most of the people, regardless of whether they were male or female, teachers or students, had eyes filled with apprehension and looked at their surroundings with constant vigilance. Some of them even had signs of insanity, clutching their hair tightly and muttering incoherent things before they started laughing out loud as if something funny had happened. Seeing all this, Bai Zemin couldn't help but agree with the advice Lilith had given him before. Unconsciously he lifted his guard a notch higher, not wanting one of these people to stab him in the back. Bai Zemin had no intention of dying, let alone dying by the hands of another human. As he approached a corner far away from the rest, Bai Zemin saw Shangyu and Bingzu, Shan He, Hang Liang, as well as 4 teachers, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was Ye Dio, whom Bai Zemin had rescued earlier. Seeing him approaching, the group of 7 people stopped their conversation and looked at him with different emotions: gratitude, curiosity, indifference, kindness, mistrust, and many other emotions coming from different people. When he finally joined the group, Liang Peng smiled carelessly and greeted him casually. "Yo, little brother Bai Zemin." "Hey." Bai Zemin greeted him back with a brief nod. Although Liang Peng possessed terrifying strength, his thoughts seemed to be too simple. Now that teachers with the ability to think without being affected by the fear as well as people capable of fighting are here, let's start this meeting. Shangyu and Bingzu did not dawdle and immediately went to the point. She also did not give another glance to Bai Zemin, nor did she say anything about him keeping a room for himself. Currently there were many people sleeping in the same place, and although they were not crowded together, it was definitely not as comfortable as having a private place to themselves. Even Shangyu and Bingzu and the rest had no such benefit. Many people were naturally dissatisfied with him taking such a large place for himself. It was just that no one dared to express it after witnessing his strength or hearing about it. As for Shangyu and Bingzu, she simply didn't care. Wait a moment. Bai Zemin stopped her before she continued. Shangyu and Bingzu frowned slightly but said nothing and simply looked at him silently, waiting for his next words. If you want to gather people with the courage to fight and some ability, Vice President Lian Zun should be here too, Bai Zemin pointed out. Oh, Shangyu and Bingzu's beautiful blue eyes had a strange glint in them when she heard his words. She looked in the direction of where Lian Zun stood, and seeing him smile charmingly at her filled her heart with disgust. I don't think that's necessary, Shangyu and Bingzu said coldly. Her tone contained a hint of mockery and disdain as she said, he even hid from me that he could fight those creatures. Which means he is a coward. Such a person, instead of helping, will only become a burden in times of need. Bai Zemin simply shrugged his shoulders and did not comment any further. Then, let's continue. Shangyu and Bingzu frowned and explained her concerns. Currently, the storm is quite fierce. As each of us headed in this direction, saving other people in the process, it was inevitable that we and the others would get wet. Indeed, Currently everyone was shivering with cold and many people were sneezing with signs of possible colds. With their clothes completely wet and the cold weather, the body temperature had plummeted all at once and the arrival of illnesses was only a matter of time. Even Shengyuan Bingzu's white dress was soaked and clung tightly to her seductive body. This had attracted the attention of the local men regardless of whether he was a teacher or a student. Even the handsome and kind Chen He could not help but sneak several glances at her secretly. Shengyuan Bingzu continued, "At this rate, the arrival of illnesses like influenza and fever is only a matter of time. At this moment we don't even know exactly the situation of the world outside the university. I tried to communicate with my family, but apparently there is some kind of problem with the signal." Chen He nodded. "I also tried to communicate with my family but got no results." Hearing their words, Bai Zemin's eyes lit up imperceptibly. Since they had the same problem, Lilith's words were probably real and, although he didn't know if his family was alive, hope burned fervently. "Then, I would like to form different teams to perform different tasks." Shengyuan Bingzu finally pointed out her real purpose. One team will be in charge of searching for clothes from the male dormitory and the female dormitory, saving the people who are still alive in the process. Another team will be in charge of going to the university pharmacy in search of cold medicine, fever medicine, and whatever else is possible. Chen He added. In the cafeteria, Bai Zemin found enough food to feed more than 100 people for a week. Even if we add more people, the rations should be able to last about 3 days. That's more than enough time for the army and police to make their move. Hearing his words, almost everyone let out a small sigh of relief. Even if the zombies were many, or even if those strange mutated creatures were powerful, in the face of the power of modern firearms they were nothing to fear. Only Bai Zemin and Shengyuan Bingzu had indifferent expressions and kept their own thoughts to themselves. Seeing that no one had anything against her words, Shengyuan Bingzu nodded and continued, "Now we should form teams and divide tasks. The teams should be formed in the best possible way to avoid unnecessary losses." Wait a moment. I'd like to move alone. Chapter 13 New Skill Stone Heart. So far, Shengyuan Bingzu's speech and explanations were extremely logical. It was precisely for this reason that no one had interrupted her until now, and even the teachers only watched from the sidelines without saying anything about it. She was truly worthy of being the student association president of one of the most prestigious universities in the whole country. What no one expected, however, was that a voice would abruptly interrupt. Wait a moment. I'd like to move alone. Everyone's eyes automatically turned to the person who had just spoken with different expressions. Chen He had an expression that looked unsure whether to cry or laugh. Yang Peng looked too stupefied to react. And the teachers had different kinds of thoughts that their expressions gave away. On the other hand, Shengyuan Bingzu gave Bai Zemin a slightly weary look and said coldly, "You want to go alone, are you crazy?" Bai Zemin remained unperturbed and did not care about the expression of the beautiful woman in front of him. Calmly, he slowly said, "Whether I am crazy or not, you need not worry about my mental health." Miss Shengyuan, Jia Zhou, Bai Zemin's teacher, could not help but try to persuade him. "Student Bai, why don't you consider it a little more? With the strength of the four of you together you should be fine against anything, and the chances of survival would certainly be higher." Bai Zemin shook his head and said nothing more. Obviously he had already made up his mind. It was a pity that none of these people knew him. Otherwise, they would know that once Bai Zemin took a decision it was practically impossible to make him change his mind. You're just acting selfishly and risking your life pointlessly. Do as you please." Shengyuan Bingzu looked at him coldly. In fact, her gaze was so cold that it seemed to have the capacity to pierce into people's souls and freeze them completely. "Then that's what I'll do." Bai Zemin nodded calmly and turned to leave as he said, "Considering the current time, I guess this task will be left for another time. Tomorrow you can tell me what my task is. Good night everyone." Without another backward glance, Bai Zemin left and disappeared to the end of the corridor. "He seems to be a pretty cold guy, doesn't he?" Chen He scratched his head and said with a forced smile. However, although he looked casual on the outside, inside he was incredibly surprised. Bai Zemin was the first man Shenhe had met who was able to remain completely indifferent to Shangyu and Bingzu. Even Shenhe himself, who was considered an outstanding man by countless people regardless of whether they were men or women, had fallen for her charms even though she never had that intention in the first place. Shangyu and Bingzu's heavenly beauty, her icy personality and otherworldly aura coupled with her mysterious family background undoubtedly made her the greatest beauty not only in the university even in all of Beijing. It was hard to find another woman who could compare to her. Forget it. Let's continue then. Shangyu and Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin slowly disappearing back and said coldly before withdrawing her gaze. She simply had good intentions and did not want anyone to die in vain. However, if that man wanted to act alone, she could do nothing about it and could only let him go to die alone. Why do you seem so distant with those people? Lilith questioned when Bai Zemin returned. Even without being present, the group's conversation had been heard clearly by her. Bai Zemin picked up a chair and sat down across from her. As he looked at her, he smiled slightly and remarked, "Who was it that told me to be more careful of the people around me?" Lilith had a strange glint in her eyes. She narrowed her gaze at him and said slowly, No. Although in fact, I did tell you to be careful around other humans from now on. Your attitude towards that group and the rest of the people has been strange to begin with." An idea flashed in her mind and Lilith couldn't help but point out. Especially towards that woman named Shangyu and Bingzu. Your attitude towards her is cold and distant. Suspicious. Bai Zemin sighed lightly and closed his eyes as a bunch of memories flashed in his memory at lightning speed. Although those memories no longer hurt, the pain of the past could never completely disappear. A person's past was the foundation upon which the present rested and where the future was built. Slowly, he opened his eyes again. At that moment, several green letters flashed across his retina. Pain from the past, caution in the present, defiant towards the future. You have acquired passive skill Stone Heart. Bai Zemin was taken aback when he read the message that had appeared out of nowhere. How had he suddenly acquired a skill? Seeing him dumbfounded, Lilith frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Bai Zemin immediately snapped out of his daze and quickly shook his head as he said, "Forget it. Lilith, why don't you tell me more about the skills and about the soul record?" Lilith looked at him deeply before finally sighing lightly. "All right, since you don't want to talk about it, let me explain a bit about the soul record then." Bai Zemin immediately sat up straight and focused entirely on her, pushing the matter about what had just happened to later. The soul record is an unknown entity that no one has ever come to fully understand. This seemingly formless entity reaches out to different worlds, setting in flux the mana that exists in these worlds, and pushing the different races and species towards the path of evolution. Lilith explained slowly, choosing her words carefully, as you have already seen for yourself. When defeating enemies, an orb of light comes out of their bodies and yours absorbs it. Bai Zemin nodded. In fact, even when he killed zombies, those orbs still reached him even if they didn't give him benefits. Those orbs contain soul power within them. The soul record concentrates a small part of the defeated enemy's soul power and grants it to the winner. The defeated one becomes a source of evolutionary power for the victor, pushing the winner beyond. In addition to this, as long as the enemy's soul power is strong enough, the winner will not only get part of their power in the form of stats, there is also the possibility of getting treasure orbs or skill scrolls. That would basically be a fairly general and simple summary of the function of the soul record. As for what its true motive or purpose is, no one knows. Lilith paused and looked at Bai Zemin in silence. If she continued to talk about it, even 1 or 2 years would not be enough to explain everything. Bai Zemin took a few moments to assimilate the information before slowly asking, "Is there another method of acquiring skills other than skill scrolls obtained from different enemies?" "There is." Lilith nodded and explained. "Aside from defeating enemies, you can also acquire different active or passive skills depending on your lived experiences or qualities." Seeing him look at her with clear confusion, Lilith deepened her explanation. For example, a person who practiced martial arts from a young age would awaken a passive melee skill, and its level will depend on that person's technique. On the other hand, If a man had problems with his sexual orientation, he would awaken a passive skill that makes him immune to female charms. She smiled playfully at him and pointed out, I know someone like that. So if that happens to you, don't worry. I won't discriminate against you. Bai Zemin had finally understood many things that were unclear before. Although there were still many questions in his mind, there was no way he could ask them all together and process all that information at once. Therefore, it was better to go step by step in order not to make mistakes or get confused later on. However, when he heard Lilith's final words, he almost fell to the ground. My sexuality has no problems. You don't need to worry, he said with a grim face. Are you sure about that? Lilith stood up and approached him. She bowed slightly, barely showing a small part of her neckline and almost unnoticeable to the eye. Her rose scent entered Bai Zemin's nostrils and his eyes couldn't help but be drawn to that small patch of white skin. He swallowed audibly and his breathing became slightly agitated as he began to lose control over himself. It looks like there's really no problem with your sexuality. Lilith stopped toying with him and returned to her seat before looking at him with a smile that was hard to comprehend. Bai Zemin bristled with embarrassment and stood up. He moved away from her and lay down against the wall in the corner. Seeing him act like that, as if he was a child who was wronged by his parents, Lilith couldn't help but chuckle as she said, Oh, don't be angry, I was just making sure you weren't lying. But Bai Zemin didn't answer her. He focused his attention on the green letters flashing in his retina. Stone Heart, 3rd Order Passive Skill Level 5. It becomes extremely difficult for people not close to you to move your heart and shake your emotions. This effect is especially strong against the opposite sex. As a side effect, your love and affection for those close to you grow exponentially. Chapter 14 Evolution Requirements. Looking at the description of the skill, it would be a lie to say that Bai Zemin was not surprised. However, the surprise was not so much after hearing Lilith's explanation earlier. The soul record clearly creates skills depending on the qualities of each person, further adapting that person to evolve and paving his or her path. Any strength or any personality characteristic of a person was categorized as a skill as long as the trait interfered in any way with the possessor, regardless of whether it was a positive or negative trait. Due to certain past events, Bai Zemin's personality had become very indifferent towards people, and to some extent, he only cared for those close to him. However, he had not reached the point of possessing a stone heart where even a drop of water would find it difficult to enter. Obviously, this strange entity called soul record could also enhance a person's traits and take them to a higher level than normal. Bai Zemin estimated that this could also be one of the side effects of mana. However, from his current point of view, it did not seem to be a very useful skill. It did not contribute strength in any way, nor was it an active skill that would allow him to make use of supernatural powers such as his blood manipulation. After hesitating for several minutes, Bai Zemin asked, Lilith, between an unclassified skill and a first-order skill, which one is better? Lilith, who was silent, was surprised to hear his voice again and even more surprised to hear his question. However, she soon seemed to understand something when she softly exclaimed, You ask this because of your skill blood manipulation and your passive skill special forces soldier. Right. Bai Zemin opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, the next instant he regretted it and simply said, That's right. Although Lilith had helped him a lot so far, Bai Zemin could not trust her completely, even if he didn't know how strong Lilith was. At least hiding one or two things from her, especially skills that appeared without warning, temporarily might be better from his point of view. When the trust between them grew, he might tell her about his private issues if she didn't do anything to betray him. For now, it was better to be safe early than sorry later. Skills are separated into 5 levels. From level 1 to level 5. Lilith thought for a moment before slowly explaining when an unclassified skill reaches the highest level. In other words, level 5. That skill acquires the right and the possibility to evolve into something more powerful. Bai Zemin, focus on your blood manipulation skill for a moment. Bai Zemin quickly did as she told him, and the result showed immediately. A window with many green letters flashed in his retina, displaying a message. Blood Manipulation First Order Skill Level 5. This skill can evolve to the next level if the following requirements are met. Collect 100 liters of blood from 50 enemies level 5 or higher. You collect 10 liters of blood from 5 first order enemies 0-10. Collect 1 liter of blood from 1 second order enemies 0-1. This is what it says here. Bai Zemin was surprised before he began to describe in detail everything the status window described, although I was already expecting it. Really, how horrible? Lilith whispered with a bitter smile after hearing the requirements needed to evolve the skill Blood Manipulation. Hearing her words filled with bitterness, Bai Zemin's heart couldn't help but sink when he asked, "Is something wrong? Bai Zemin, your blood manipulation skill is much more powerful than you imagine." Lilith took a deep breath before speaking in a serious voice. After defeating an enemy for the first time after the arrival of the soul record, depending on the level, the qualities of the defeated enemy, as well as luck, a skill roll will definitely drop no matter what. From the corner where he was sitting, Bai Zemin stared at her. His eyes from the darkness looked exceptionally bright, a proof of how focused he was currently. The qualities of a normal human, at their maximum, definitely did not exceed 10 stat points before the advent of the soul record. However, due to your high magical power, your body and physical conditions were slightly higher than normal. Lilith revealed, and after thinking for a moment continued. A normal level 2 monster is generally twice as powerful to a normal person. So unless that person is very lucky or knows and possesses some means to defend themselves, that person will definitely die. Now do you realize how lucky you were to be able to kill that level 5 B? She finished with a serious question. Bai Zemin couldn't help but nod unconsciously. If it wasn't because all the circumstances were in his favor, as well as a stroke of luck back then, he definitely couldn't have killed that level 5 big B. Due to the characteristics of the normal B, when evolving the B needed blood to evolve, and you, by defeating such a monster with a significantly lower level, naturally acquired a very strong skill. Lilith said, "Although I know that my blood manipulation is strong, I don't think it's as terrifying as you describe it." No, Bai Zemin couldn't help but point out, if his skill was as strong as Lilith made it sound, then shouldn't he be invincible after all? Lilith's tone was truly surprised even now, several hours after seeing the blood manipulation skill scroll. You say that because right now you can only use that skill to do small things without great effect. When your skill starts to evolve. Lilith's eyes lit up with a hint of joy indiscernible to Bai Zemin before continuing. In my entire life, you are the first person that I know managed to acquire a first order skill at its peak level. Even the leaders of the various higher existent factions were unable to do such a thing before they got to where they are now. When he heard this, Bai Zemin felt excited and couldn't help but ask while complaining. Lilith, what is this lower existences and higher existences you've been talking about all this time? To be honest, it's a bit annoying to hear you refer to me as a lower existence all the time. Lilith blinked her two beautiful eyes slightly in surprise before shaking her head and saying, "I apologize for that. No offense. It's just habit. I had no bad intentions. Nor was it my intention to make fun of you. As for what the higher existences are, you don't need to know it temporarily. For now, just worry about reaching level 25 as quickly as possible." Hearing her sincere apology, Bai Zemin felt much better. At the same time, he couldn't help but think once again that this stone heart skill really didn't seem so useful, since Lilith didn't say anything else. Bai Zemin also had no intention of asking any more questions temporarily. Instead, he closed his eyes wanting to sleep. However, his mind was filled with thoughts that impeded him from sleeping comfortably. To be completely honest, Bai Zemin longed to rush off to find his family. However, such a thing was too unrealistic given that his family was currently on the other side of the city. Beijing was a very big city, even bigger than some countries in the world. Even in normal times, it took many hours by car to get from the university to his home, not to mention now that the outside world was filled with chaos. God only knew how many roads had been blocked with all kinds of transports, zombies, and other wandering creatures. In the midst of such conditions, Even a month of travel was not necessarily enough, considering that he would have to fight countless battles to make his way through. Therefore, Zemin had no choice but to restrain the growing urgency to venture out in search of his family. After all, if he died, nothing would make sense. At the thought of his family, his eyes filled with tears again, and he could only barely restrain himself from crying a second time. Zemin looked at his stone heart skill and couldn't help but inwardly groan, "Damn thing. You're no good with this seductive woman, but you affect my heart now." As the rain poured down like a torrent and the sound of thunder made the walls of the building tremble softly, exhaustion slowly overcame him, and before he knew it he fell asleep. "I will wait until you trust me, boy," Lilith whispered with a complicated smile as she watched him sleep on the floor. Although she did not know what kind of skill he had acquired, it was impossible for Zemin, inexperienced and only 20 years old, to easily mislead Lilith, who had experienced countless hardships and met all kinds of people throughout her life. Chapter 15, Going Out Alone. Lilith's explanation of the skills was very helpful to Zemin. This was because although she had not explicitly told him that a third-order skill was better and more powerful than a first-order skill, he could easily draw conclusions based on what he currently knew and could observe. Apparently, his recently acquired passive skill was a more powerful skill than it appeared at first glance. Although it was temporarily impossible for Zemin to be sure how powerful the passive stone heart was, considering that it was a third-order skill and at its maximum level, it should not be a useless skill. The problem with passives was that, unless the exact circumstances were present that were necessary for a passive skill to shine and show its brilliance, it was extremely difficult to know whether it was useful or not unless the description of the skill was extremely clear and simple about its function. Because Stone Heart did not seem to have any use against Lilith, Zemin had gone to sleep thinking that it was a skill without much value in battle or other aspects. After several hours of comforting sleep, Zemin opened his eyes once again and slowly stood up. Although his stamina was almost full before he went to sleep, the mental fatigue he had accumulated throughout the day was nothing to scoff at. After all, he had experienced a constant up and down of emotions while fighting practically without rest. Sleeping on the floor really isn't the best option, he complained with a bitter smile as he felt his bones creaking one after another. "Good morning." A lovely voice sounded next to him, startling him momentarily. Looking to his right, Zemin saw the beautiful seductress Lilith sitting on a chair 2 or 3 meters away, looking at him with a smile apparently natural. "Good morning to you too," he replied, a little dazed, and couldn't help but think that sleeping on the floor wasn't so bad if such a beautiful woman greeted him as soon as he opened his eyes. He was about to ask if the higher existences, as she referred to herself, needed to sleep or not when a soft knock on the metal door interrupted his words. Followed by the knock, a gentle and caring voice continued, "Big brother Big sister Shangyuan and the rest would like to distribute breakfast." Zemin recognized the source of the voice easily. It was the same girl who had talked to him yesterday. Apparently, she feared that he was sleeping and that her call had disturbed him, since her voice was so low that if it were not for the fact that Zemin had been constantly evolving he could not have heard at all. Without saying anything, Zemin opened the door and said slowly, "I understand. You can go and tell Miss Shangyuan that she can bring the students now." Kaijini nodded hurriedly and went to retransmit his words. The cafeteria was big enough for 100 people to eat inside if they squeezed in a little. Because there were not enough tables and chairs as a result of the destruction caused by the zombies and Zemin yesterday, many students had no choice but to sit on the floor while eating their breakfast with fervor. Most of them had not eaten anything since yesterday afternoon and really felt as if they were going to starve to death at any moment. The atmosphere inside the room was extremely gloomy, and if it weren't for the electric light still being on, many people probably couldn't help but cower in fear. Add this to the rain lashing the woods that covered the windows and the terrifying creatures roaming outside. No one dared to speak too loudly for fear of attracting unwanted attention, since Zemin didn't like being around people too much. When everyone went to the cafeteria, he moved to the basketball court and sat quietly while eating a piece of cake. The current situation was bad, to say the least. Not only were they cut off from the outside, but they were also right in the middle of the university campus. Beijing University had approximately 1 to 2 million students in the past, and although they did not all attend classes at the same time as there were 2 rotations, such a large number of students was proof enough to show just how big the campus was. If a person wanted to travel from the center of the campus to the exit, a 30 to 40-minute walk was not unusual. It was for this reason that 90 of the students traveled via bicycle or other transport. However, riding a bicycle in this new world was no different from courting death. Even a normal vehicle was not a good choice. As he ate his meal with a frown, thinking of countless matters, a series of footsteps in his direction momentarily distracted him. Looking towards the source of the sound, Bai Zimin saw the handsome and skillful Chen He, the beautiful and powerful Shang Yuanbing Zhu, as well as the strong and seemingly simple-minded Liang Pang, walking towards him with varying expressions. "Good morning." Chen He was the first to greet him. Bai Zimin had to admit that with how handsome Chen He was, as well as his dexterity, good demeanor, and kindness, being a magnet for women was only natural. "Good morning to you all as well." Bai Zimin returned the greeting. After taking a last bite of the cake and finishing it in one mouthful, he asked, "Is something wrong?" From Shang Yuanbing Zhu's slightly frowning expression, Bai Zimin felt that something must have happened for this cold and indifferent woman to show a worried face. Shang Yuanbing Zhu looked at him for a moment before nodding and explaining. "Actually, there is a problem. Currently, 15 students have a fever and there are another 20 who are in the process of catching a cold. If we don't get medicine soon, things could get more troublesome." Bai Zimin frowned as well when he heard her speak. After spending a whole night with their clothes and body completely wet from the freezing rainwater, getting sick was just natural. It was just that he didn't expect that only one night later, more than 30 people would present problems. If it continued like this, it would be hard for when everyone wanted to leave to take even weaker students than they already were by nature. Although Bai Zimin was indifferent, he was not a bad guy, much less a cruel person. There was no way he would casually let other humans die in the mouth of a mutated dog or a huge mosquito. If he was that kind of person, he wouldn't have rescued more than a dozen people on his way to the gym. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and picked up the sword lying next to him. "What are you going to do, Chen?" he asked, dumbfounded. "I said yesterday that I would move by myself." Bai Zimin replied as he arranged his meager belongings. "Going to the male dormitory and then traveling to the female dormitory to save people is a task that a large group like the 3 of you together can do better than me. In that case, you'll go to the pharmacy to get medicines now. Although the sooner the medicines were obtained the better it would be for everyone." Shang Yuanbing Zhu couldn't help but remark, "Are you really going alone now? The storm is still raging and dangers lurk everywhere. I still think it's better if we form teams or if we all move together." Although Shang Yuanbing Zhu didn't particularly like Bai Zimin, she still didn't want him to die just like that. Not only was he a human just like all of them, but he was also brave enough to fight, and his strength was something that could not be ignored either. Precisely for these reasons, she insisted that he should not move alone. From a logical point of view, Shang Yuanbing Zhu was right. After all, moving alone with such horrible weather, the chaotic world, and countless unknown dangers as well as misinformation, was no different from dancing with the Grim Reaper hand to hand. Bai Zimin naturally knew this as well. He looked at her for a moment before shaking his head and slowly saying, "Miss Shangyuan, I know you don't like me. To be honest, I don't like you very much either. Still, I know you mean well, so I thank you for that. However, you don't need to worry about my safety." Bai Zimin walked towards the exit and finished his sentence in a low voice. "At least until I find my family, I have no intentions of dying in the mouth of some dog or any cat." As to whether Shang Yuanbing Zhu, Shen He, and Peng Lian heard him or not, he neither knew nor cared. The wind hit him fiercely as he opened the metal door leading to the exit, and the rain fell on him like a wild torrent. Only a few seconds were enough for his head and the front of his body to be completely covered in it. Bang! With a loud bang, Bai Zimin closed the door behind him and disappeared into the thick fog. However, with the loud sound of thunder, the sound he had just caused did not attract the attention of any particular creature. Chapter 16 First Life or Death Battle Part 1. How cold? Zeman shivered fiercely when he felt the cold temperatures of the outside world. Although the interior of the sports center wasn't particularly warm, the building insulated the strong gusts of near-freezing wind and protected the body from the constant fall of water coming from the clouds. While it was true that Zeman's body had gone through many improvements since the day before, the day the world had become a mess, his stamina and health were his two lowest stats so far in regards to the cold. He wasn't much different from a normal person, just slightly above comparatively, while your strength increased exponentially, hardening and boosting the power of your body's muscles. If you want to become more resistant to different environments as well as to prevent possible diseases among other issues, your stamina and health stats are the most important, Lilith explained as she walked beside him. Unlike Zeman, who was already completely soaked beyond salvation, there was a small barrier covering Lilith's body completely, so she was as beautiful and sensual as ever. Not even a single drop of rain had touched her body. Lilith, can't you cover me too? He asked with a bit of envy. The water and wind really were too strong. His body temperature had plummeted only after several minutes, and his stamina was drying up much faster than normal as a result of the strong winds. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Lilith shook her head with a bitter smile and explained. To be honest with you, except for giving you some information, it will be better for you if you assume as if I'm not here. Unless someone attacks me directly, I cannot use my power in any way to help anyone or harm anyone in this world, or the soul record will revoke most of my soul power immediately as punishment. The corner of Zeman's mouth twitched several times when he heard it. Although from the beginning he had not expected to receive Lilith's help, hearing her directly say that she could do nothing but act as a source of information still surprised him. You're basically useless, aren't you, after so long of being teased and tempted by her? Zeman couldn't help but counterattack, taking advantage of the moment. However, who was Lilith, in existence with countless experiences? She nodded and made a sorrowful face as she said in a regretful voice, that's right. I'm just a pitiful, useless woman who has nothing else to do but provide information that would sooner or later be discovered by you. Got it? How about I use my body to redeem myself? Zeman's face turned pitch black when he heard Lilith's words. With no intention of replying to her, knowing that it would only end in his loss, he advanced and casually decapitated two zombies wandering under the storm. The two zombies were decapitated with such ease, and in two extremely fluid movements. It was as if Zeman was venting his powerlessness on them. Seeing the dark expression on his face and seeing how he was clenching his teeth while killing the zombies, Lilith couldn't help but point out, oh, could it be that you have opened your eyes to violence? With agile movements, and as if he had done this for countless years throughout his life, Zeman claimed the lives of 5 other zombies that had come out of a nearby building as he replied, that's right, violence is fun. One day I'll kick your ass too. Kaya. Lilith let out a delighted yell and her face flushed as if she was a woman who knew nothing about life. She looked at Zeman through her long eyelashes and whispered, instead of kicking me, I would rather you spank me with your big hands. Zeman, he, who was killing zombies like that as if it was nothing, lost his balance and almost fell to the ground when he heard the words of the seductive woman beside him. In his mind, an extremely depraved scene flashed and he had to shake his head fiercely to bring himself back to reality. Wisely, he decided to stop teasing her and continued moving forward. Seeing him silently admit defeat, Lilith giggled out loud, causing her big assets to show off their beauty and charm to the world. The university pharmacy was located in a westerly direction from where the gymnasium was located. Normally, a 10-minute walk was enough to get there. After all, the pharmacy that contained most of the medicines and healing measures was most needed by people who played sports and were susceptible to injuries during training. But if a normal person wanted to reach the pharmacy under such environmental conditions and with so many dangers, he or she would definitely die miserably without even knowing what had happened to him or her. Even Zeman did not dare to act rampantly. The fog was so dense that it was difficult for him to see more than 5 meters in front of his eyes, and this was already amazing on its own. A normal person without as many upgrades as Zeman probably couldn't even see their own nose at this moment. while advancing with careful but constant and solid steps. Zeman suddenly felt a strange movement from his left side. Not caring about anything but his own safety, he directly kicked with all his might in that direction. His left leg had turned into a whip-like weapon. His 69 agility points cut the surrounding mist in two, and his 55 strength points completely blasted out as he felt his leg hit something hard. Roar! The enemy roared in pain and was sent flying several meters away. Although it was only for a split second that the surrounding mist was forced back by his strong and swift movement. Zeman managed to see the silhouette of his enemy before sending it flying, causing it to disappear into the mist again. The enemy turned out to be a cat the size of a leopard. That cry of pain sounded more like a tiger's roar than a cat's meow. Zeman was stupefied. His movement stopped completely and he concentrated on the movement of the surrounding mist as his eyes were not too useful under such conditions. If it was before he learned the passive skill Special Forces Soldier, Zeman would have already been killed by the earlier attack of the leopard-sized cat. After all, his combat experience was deficient, and losing most of his vision would make it incredibly difficult for him to sense and dodge such a surprise attack. However, now not only could he sense the attack, but instead of dodging, he managed to make a last-second counterattack. The strange huge cat was even faster and more agile than the mantis that Zeman had killed yesterday. Adding to the surrounding mist, he had no way to use his blood manipulation skill since he didn't even know where the enemy was. Unlike animals, humans did not have a particularly strong sense of smell in comparison, and now that animals had become powerful beasts after evolving, the senses had been amplified countless times more than in the past. Swoosh! Almost 5 minutes after standing in the same place without moving, a practically imperceptible swooshing sound was covered by the sound of the storm. However, Zeman's battle instinct had taken a quantum leap after learning the Special Forces Soldier skill, so such a sound did not manage to escape him. In a split second, 2 bloodred eyes appeared in front of Zeman, and a pair of coldly glowing claws pointed towards his head with the intention of slashing his neck. Swoosh! Boom! A sharp flash shone, followed by a mighty thunderclap that illuminated the surroundings and shook the ground slightly before everything returned to normal. You have acquired the soul power of Great Mutated Cat level 23, Agility 17, Stamina 12, Magic 10, Mana 10. You have leveled up and reached level 14. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 15. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. Zeman coldly looked at the body of the level 23 Great Mutated Cat that was cut into 2 parts with a swing of his Xuanyuan sword, and marveled at the feeling of power. From a certain point of view, this leopard-sized Great Mutated Cat was even more fearsome than the Great Fast Mantis, as its agility was superior and the environment played in its favor. However, Zeman needed only 1 swing of his sword to end with its life. Chapter 17 First Life or Death Battle Part 2. While it was true that the Great Mutated Cat was faster, and the mist, the sound of thunder, as well as the constant rain, blocked Zeman's senses. Except for its speed and sharp claws, the terror of this mutated beast could not compare to the Great Fast Mantis level 25. The Great Fast Mantis possessed 2 forelegs that were like 2 huge scythes capable of holding Zeman's Xuanyuan sword, which was a rare grade treasure, for a certain period of time. In addition, the battle instincts of the Great Fast Mantis were much greater than those of the Great Mutated Cat. Furthermore, the Zeman at that time was much weaker than the one who fought against the Great Mutated Cat. As if all of the above were not enough, the Great Mutated Cat had been seriously injured by Zeman's earlier kick. After all, the cat was a creature that specialized in agility but whose defense was lacking, so when Zeman's 50 strength points came into contact with the beast's weak body, several internal organs probably suffered the consequences, lowering the creature's threat by a considerable margin. After making sure there was no danger nearby, Zeman crouched down and picked up a red orb that had fallen from the monster's body before quickly putting it away in his backpack. Zeman did not delay and continued moving towards his destination. After another 5 minutes in which more than 20 zombies perished by decapitation at Zeman's hands, he finally saw the small building where medicines and other medical-related items were kept. Bai Zemin kicked open the door and a shadow shot out towards him. The shadow's speed was slightly above a normal person before the world changed and would probably be the doom of any other human being. Even an evolved person could fall as the attack was too sudden. However, Bai Zemin was currently 8 times faster than a normal person before the arrival of the apocalypse. His reaction speed had become simply dreadful and his guard was always up, so in the face of the sudden attack he did not panic. Taking a step back, Bai Zemin kicked forward with all his might. His foot struck the shadow's chest. However, surprisingly, the shadow was not sent flying after being hit and only retreated a couple of steps. Bai Zemin was astonished. With his 55 strength points, that previous kick could easily kill a person after being hit in the chest. The shadow was actually a huge zombie. The zombie was over 2 meters tall and its body was surrounded by fat that acted as a protective layer. Its 2 bloodshot eyes glared at Bai Zemin with fury as if it could feel pain and quickly charged towards him. The giant zombie's fist was slow in Bai Zemin's eyes. He took a step to the left at the same time as he kicked the zombie's front foot. The giant zombie, losing its supporting foot and with its forward momentum, fell heavily, creating a small bang when its body hit the ground. Bai Zemin advanced quickly and instead of decapitating the creature, he stabbed with his sword directly into its brain. That way, although blood would flow out of the wound, it would not shoot out like a fountain. You have acquired the soul power of Zombie Wall Breaker level 20. Strength 10. Stamina 10. Health 10. Although Bai Zemin was surprised that he didn't level up even once, his attention was soon drawn to a skill scroll. Health Boost Unclassified Passive Skill level 3. After learning this skill, it permanently increases health by 20 points. Oh, this is good. Bai Zemin was excited and quickly decided to learn the skill scroll in his hands. A passive skill that increased stats was no different from obtaining soul power from another living being. Moreover, considering that the boost was of 20 points, not just any insignificant creature would give such an amount of soul power. Bai Zemin couldn't help but wonder if Liang Pang had obtained a similar skill to boost his strength stat. Although he did not believe that his strength was in any way weaker and, in fact, he was confident in surpassing him, it was truly amazing that in such a short time Liang Peng could lift and wield a hammer that clearly weighed over 200 kilograms as if it was nothing. The pharmacy was a multi-story building. However, Bai Zemin had no intention of inspecting the entire building. The first thing he did was to fill his backpack with fever medicine, cold medicine, medicine to relieve stomach pain, even medicine for muscle pain, and some vitamin pills. 10 minutes later, his backpack was filled with boxes containing all kinds of basic, but essential medicine for any human being. Next, he found several plastic bags and then began to inspect the shelves one by one. As Bai Zemin searched for gauze, band-aids, alcohol, and other types of first aid utilities, he even kept a syringe and some doses of morphine that could be useful in emergencies. But, suddenly, a wild idea that he had been ignoring until now flashed in his mind. Lilith, don't tell me that viruses also evolve with mana. If viruses also evolved, then not only was everything he was currently doing pointless, but countless people would die from now on due to diseases. In fact, it was likely that more deaths would be caused by diseases and not by other savage monsters. Fortunately, Lilith's next words eased his worries. You need not worry. Single-celled organisms such as viruses cannot resist mana and their evolutive process is extremely limited, so the world's mana directly ignores them. Bai Zemin unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. If the case was as he had assumed, then he would have no choice but to find his family quickly and help them evolve so that their bodies would become more resilient. As for the rest of the people, Bai Zemin did not think about it. He did not even notice this fact and acted as if his thoughts were normal. Unknown to him, the effect of the skill he still considered useless was changing his perspective of the world little by little. After filling several bags with all sorts of items needed to provide first aid, Bai Zemin took out the red orb to see what it contained. Piercing glove. Normal treasure attacks performed with this weapon allow the user to pierce through the defense of almost any enemy below level 25. When equipped. Strength 5. This gauntlet was odd in that a 30-centimeter spike protruded from the tip where the knuckles should be by default. Although 5 strength points was not as amazing as the increase of other items he had acquired so far, it was free power increase, so Bai-Zemin equipped the glove with pleasure. Suddenly the ground began to shake slightly, and Bai-Zemin quickly realized that this was not caused by the storm. What is that? As he approached a window, the fog seemed to be disappearing in some parts. However, the strangest thing of all was that instead of fog, a dense cloud of vapor was slowly ascending into the sky. Also, as if a giant was slowly advancing, the ground was constantly vibrating and the buildings were shaking lightly. Bai-Zemin, as he watched the environmental change outside the window and prepared to leave the building for fear of its collapse, Lilith's serious voice sounded beside him. When Bai-Zemin turned around to look at her and, for the first time since he met her, he saw a grave and even a little anxious expression on her face. Lilith looked out the window and warned You'd better get ready because this could be your first life and death battle. If you win, you will undoubtedly become stronger. If you lose, then your path can only end here. Chapter 18: The Cruel Path of Evolution. Since Bai-Zemin met Lilith, only about a day had passed. Although it was not a long time, his mind had already formed a small idea of the kind of person she was most of the time. Playful, charming, even a little mischievous. As for kind, Bai-Zemin restrained himself from thinking about that possibility since he didn't believe Lilith was helping him out of pure kindness. Still, it was undeniable that she had helped him on many occasions by providing him with information that, while he might have discovered on his own after some research, it was also true that time was precious in eras of chaos. However, this was the first time Bai-Zemin had seen such a serious expression on her face and, although he was not so sure, there even seemed to be a touch of anxiety in her voice. I won't die. At least I have no intention of dying yet, Bai-Zemin replied as he shook his head. Lilith was a little surprised to realize how calm he sounded when he said those words. She looked at him as he took off his backpack and left the plastic bags containing medicines hidden in a corner, and her eyes couldn't help but glint with a hint of praise and even a small glint of unfamiliar satisfaction. You know, you really are a weirdo, Lilith pointed out as she walked beside him in the direction of the exit. You think so well. I've been told that many times. Bai-Zemin shrugged and held on tightly to his sword as his eyes flashed with a hint of resolve. You really aren't afraid of dying this time. You really might die. She raised an eyebrow and reminded him. I am afraid to die. Of course I'm scared. Bai-Zemin nodded impatiently and continued. But what I'm afraid of is not death itself. What I'm afraid of is not being able to see Meng Kai and my parents again. What I'm scared of is not being able to help them when they need me. But I am not afraid of death. For me, death is no different than eternal sleep, and you know what I love to sleep. You. Hearing that he even dared to joke in such a situation, Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and a look of helplessness shone in her beautiful eyes. My God. As the heavy rain poured down on his body and lightning lit up the sky quite frequently, Bai-Zemin looked at the scene in front of him and his heart squeezed slightly. The dense fog in the surroundings had disappeared, and a ring of at least 100 meters around was now visible. However, what surprised Bai-Zemin was that in the middle of the building, there was a monster as big as an elephant. This monster had various parts of its body surrounded with yellow flames that danced at high temperatures, which erased the surrounding fog. Its body was about 3.5 meters long and was surrounded by a thick kind of armor that glowed as if it were metal. Its 6 legs were as thick as a door, and it had a powerful horn nearly 2 meters long protruding from its mouth. Since when did elephant beetles get so big and have flames around them? Bai-Zemin felt his hair stand on end as he saw the giant insect slowly advancing towards him while looking at him with its 2 eyes filled with murderous intent. Stop joking, Lilith struck him gently and warned. That's a monster that has already gone through its first evolution. That is a first-order monster. Besides, as you also realized, that insect already noticed you, so it will chase you no matter how much you run away. Bai-Zemin nodded silently as he rushed towards another building nearby. With a heavy stomp, the ground beneath his feet shuddered softly, and using his 70 strength points he jumped over 3 meters with relative ease. Such a feat would be impossible before the advent of the soul record and without the aid of soul power. But with the power of evolution available to all, the rules of the past were no longer written in stone. Upon reaching the top, Zeman observed the large insect covered in flames approaching in his direction. The pressure he felt just from being watched by that pair of red eyes was so immense that he had to resist the urge to turn around and leave. Lilith tried to help him in every possible way so that he could survive and pass this test, so she quickly explained. Upon reaching level 25, all living beings acquire the ability to choose a job or class. As you advance in order, the power of each living being becomes tremendously higher, and the difference is not as simple as adding 11. The difference between level 24 and level 25 is as big as the difference between level 1 and level 24, if not bigger. An even bigger difference. Zeman could not help but gasp when he heard this. He was very clear about how big the difference was between the current him and a level 1 person. It was like comparing a small ant to a shark. There was no comparison to begin with. Then what about yesterday's mantis? Zeman quickly asked. In his battle against the great fast mantis, Zeman had been in danger several times, and a single mistake would have cost him his life. However, he never at any time felt such immense pressure as he was feeling right now as he came face to face against the giant elephant beetle. According to what Lilith had just said, the level 25 great fast mantis should already be a creature of the first order as well. But he wanted to know why the difference was so great. To obtain said class, and then evolve to become a first-order existence, every living being needs to overcome a test and fulfill a challenge. Until said challenge is not overcome, all soul power received will be stored, and leveling up will not be possible. That mantis you killed yesterday was still just an evolved creature, but it had not yet taken the first true step on the path of evolution. Lilith cleared his doubt quickly. However, that giant beetle is definitely a first-order creature. Those flames around it must be its special skill acquired after successfully obtaining its job. Zeman finally understood everything. He nodded and thanked her before half-closing his eyes towards the incoming creature. The giant elephant beetle was currently less than 20 meters away, and strange roars came out of its mouth as it stared at him intently. The murderous intent exuding from its body was so great that even its own flames seemed to grow stronger. Obviously, this creature could sense the soul power inside Zeman's body, and was eager to devour him. Although Zeman was barely level 15, because he had been fighting and defeating enemies of a higher level than him since the beginning, stealing some of their soul power in the process. His own soul power was extremely rich at this moment. If the giant elephant beetle could absorb it, it could definitely evolve even further. However, the giant elephant beetle was not the only one who thought like this. Zeman licked his lips, and a flash of wildness flashed in his eyes for a split second before disappearing and hiding under that cold gaze. From the first moment he defeated that big bee, Zeman felt drunk at the pleasant sensation of feeling his body and soul growing stronger. The feeling of his muscles hardening, his ligaments strengthening, his flesh becoming tougher and his brain capacity becoming higher. Zeman could feel it all. Humans were creatures that sought power by instinct. The history written in books was proof of this. Zeman wanted power too. To survive. To live a better life. To protect his loved ones. To not have to bow his head to anyone. And to take revenge on those who dared to hurt his loved ones. Lilith thought he was silent because he was nervous for thinking about his next action. Therefore, she stood there, trying to give all her moral support at least. I wonder. Hearing his voice, she turned her face towards him and was so surprised that she, a higher existence, couldn't help her eyes from widening slightly. A big smile graced his face which, although for someone like Lilith was not particularly attractive, at that moment was very striking. I wonder how much it'll grow after killing this beetle, he exclaimed. The surrounding mana moved at his will, and the magical power within his body burst forth completely without holding back as he focused on his enemy only 10 meters away. Chapter 19: A hard-fought battle. Zeman's body currently had a mana reserve of 134 points and his magic points were equal. Before the soul record showed up on planet Earth, activating the world's mana and displaying each person's status window. It was precisely his magic stat that caught the attention of the beautiful and charming succubus Lilith. Until now, Zemin had never used all of his magical power to the fullest since he never found himself in need of it. However, in the face of the approaching giant elephant beetle, he had no choice but to give his all if he wanted to survive. With a single thought, Zemin spent his 134 mana points immediately and pushed all that mana with his 134 magic points towards the giant beetle. When the mana under his control flowed into the creature's body, Zemin immediately activated his first-order blood manipulation skill. His face turned as pale as a sheet and his whole body felt weak after the abrupt loss of his mana reserve. However, he endured and began to make the blood burn inside the monster while using all his magical power. The results were immediately evident. Roar! A sound similar to that of a wounded beast roaring came from the mouth of the 10-foot elephant beetle. When it was only 5 meters away from being able to attack with its giant horn, its movement stopped and it raised its head to the sky while writhing uncomfortably as if it was suffering the most terrifying pain of all torments. Zemin's blood manipulation skill was indeed powerful. Just as Lilith had mentioned earlier, it was just that until now. Zemin had only faced mainly dead creatures that did not feel pain nor did they know the meaning of the word scared. By controlling his mana to get inside the enemy's body, Zemin could make use of all his magic to activate his blood manipulation. The problem with this was that the cost was too heavy, much heavier than Zemin thought. The elephant beetle writhed in pain and its giant body struck a nearby building. The seemingly sturdy and robust building's foundation couldn't even stand for 5 seconds before collapsing with a loud explosion and raising a cloud of dust. Before the apocalypse, humans had no mana inside their bodies. However, with the intervention of the soul record, Zemin's mana points were especially high. Now that he had used all his mana to execute a powerful attack, he felt as if he had lost all the sugar in his blood and his body felt extremely weak. However, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. His pale face without a trace of blood looked at his enemy, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth when he saw the 3-meter elephant beetle stand up again. Roar! The monster glared at him with murderous intent, and its 2 eyes seemed to spit flames of rage as it headed towards him with somewhat unsteady steps. Its body was stained with blood and its armor-like shell had small cracks through which boiling blood seeped. When the blood came in contact with the yellow flames on its body, the liquid began to evaporate at astonishing speeds, rising in a gaseous cloud into the sky. Seeing this, Zemin inwardly felt happy not to use external blood attacks or else he would only be wasting mana. After all, flames could be considered the perfect counter to his blood manipulation skill. The wounded elephant beetle reached the building Zemin was standing on and slammed its horn forward with all its might. Zemin's face changed when he saw the creature's intentions and he hurriedly jumped off the building to the ground and rolled to the side. Boom! As if a demolition machine had hit it mercilessly. The 3-meter-high building collapsed immediately and soon joined with the building previously demolished by the elephant beetle. Stones of all sizes flew everywhere and, although Zemin had rolled to the side at the first possible moment, he was still hit by a considerably large block of stone. Ugh! His body was sent flying 2 or 3 meters as he grimaced in pain and a small trail slid silently from the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that his muscles were much stronger than in the past, that cement block would have left him half dead if not severely injured. Without giving him time to rest, the elephant beetle turned and rushed in his direction while the fury in its gaze seemed to want to consume him alive. Although its defenses and attack power were quite high, its internal body was weak like that of any other living being. Zemin's previous attack had damaged its organs, its flesh, and much of its blood disappeared due to the high temperatures of its flames. As a monster that had already passed its first evolution, successfully becoming a first-order monster, the elephant beetle could be considered a small overlord in this area. Now that a weaker creature had injured it to such an extent, it was naturally furious. After seeing what the elephant beetle did to the building with its horn, Zemin did not dare to fight it head-on. taking advantage of the fact that his speed was superior to that of the wounded creature. Zemin endured the feeling of weakness he felt after the abrupt loss of mana, and gritted his teeth fighting against the pain as he ran in search of another building he could quickly climb. One running and turning into different streets while the other relentlessly pursued and crushed everything in its path. Zemin and the elephant beetle sought to end each other's lives in different ways. It was clear to Zemin that he simply could not win in a face-to-face battle against the elephant beetle. All of his body stats were below the creature except for his agility. Therefore, to survive and win, he had to make use of his intelligence. After running mercilessly after its hated enemy for almost 10 minutes, the elephant beetle had demolished more than 7 buildings of different sizes. However, as a consequence, a look of exhaustion flashed in its eyes. The constant loss of blood was something the creature could not bear, and, although its flames were a powerful defensive skill, the elephant beetle could not use it to attack, and therefore only served to keep its enemies away from its body. However, to keep its skill active at all times, the elephant beetle had to expend too much mana, and after so many powerful attacks, its stamina was also quickly running out. Zemin also noticed the change of pace in the creature's steps, and hurriedly jumped towards a nearby building hoping to end this battle as quickly as possible. His own stamina had dropped by more than half, and he had only recovered a bit more than 20 mana points. After reaching the top of the building, Zemin looked up to see the elephant beetle prepare to strike with its powerful horn once again. However, instead of jumping to the side, Zemin jumped with all his might towards the giant beetle. Boom! Another building fell. However, its previous attack had created a big opening in its defenses, and the elephant beetle could not prevent its hated enemy from landing on top of its shell. Zemin had just landed on the mutated insect's upper body when a wave of fire assaulted his lower body at once. It fucking hurts, he couldn't help but scream in pain as his face constricted horribly at the sensation of being burned alive. He felt as if his lower body was suddenly submerged in a pool of burning lava, and such a feeling of pain was driving him crazy. Although his defensive cloak protected his body, from the knees down he had nothing capable of fighting off the elephant beetle's fire. Zemin could feel his legs starting to burn little by little, and the only reason why they had not yet completely caught fire was thanks to the treasure normal velocity boots he was equipped with. However, he could clearly feel the boots melting rapidly without being able to withstand the heat. Gritting his teeth and fighting the urge for his tears to fall involuntarily from the overwhelming pain, Zemin ran at full speed until he reached the creature's neck. The giant elephant beetle's entire body was covered by an extremely hard shell. If Zemin wanted to break through its defenses, he would need a lot of time, and that was what he lacked at the moment, not what he had to spare. However, the junction between the head and the rest of the body, the creature's neck, was not surrounded by that shell. After all, this would limit its natural movements. Zemin raised his sword and slashed fiercely downward, tearing off a large chunk of flesh in the process. Blood splattered everywhere, and fiery steam caused by the struggle between the liquid and the flames surrounded him. The elephant beetle sensed danger of death, and its body began to shake violently as roars of pain escaped from its mouth. Chapter 20 First Order Blazing Beetle. For safety reasons, Zemin immediately held his breath as the blood evaporated after coming into contact with the heat of the flames. He had no way of knowing if this monster's blood had obtained poisonous attributes of some kind after eating different organisms to evolve to where it was currently. In any case, with his current stamina, he could endure several minutes without breathing for several minutes without experiencing any kind of problem. Enduring the overwhelming pain that enveloped the lower part of his body and slowly began to affect the other parts, Zemin raised his sword and fiercely slashed the neck of the huge creature again. Another large chunk of flesh was cut in half, and an even larger wave of blood than the previous one came out of the monster's body. The pain was so great that the giant elephant beetle began to run while roaring in pain. Boom! The huge sturdy body of the elephant beetle hit a building, knocking it down in the process. Several stones of all sizes flew everywhere, and Zemin was hit by several of them. His face constricted even more in pain, and a big stone struck his head, making him feel dizzy. He felt his whole world spinning and had to bite his lips with all his strength to the point of breaking them to fight the drowsiness that had suddenly overwhelmed him. A thick line of blood slid silently from his forehead to his left eye, partially covering his vision. Because the rainwater could not overcome the flames of the elephant beetle, the blood over his left eye accumulated until everything within his left vision range turned crimson red. Using the pain and hatred he felt after being injured to such an extent, Bai-Zemin not only did not stop his attacks, on the contrary, he began to slash more and more ferociously. The Xuanyuan sword in his hands had become a whirlwind of blades that cut large chunks of flesh per second. The giant elephant beetle was very strong. Its defense was powerful and its horn was strong enough to knock down minor buildings. However, its mobility was its greatest weakness. With Bai-Zemin on its upper body, the giant elephant beetle had no way to reach that area, so it could only do its best to force him down from it. Roar! Like a beast that had gone completely berserk, the mutated beetle began to writhe ferociously as it slammed against every nearby building in sight. Some of these buildings collapsed immediately while others held firm even after being hit several times. Bai-Zemin felt his head spinning, and the weakness his body and mind felt was slowly overwhelming him to the point where even his right eye began to see his surroundings blurred. With his left eyesight practically blocked by the blood dripping from his head and his right eyesight failing due to exhaustion, Bai-Zemin had turned into something similar to a machine with the gloves protruding thorn firmly stuck into the monster's flesh to prevent himself from falling. He slashed with his sword relentlessly, knowing that stopping meant the end of his path. The thought of not falling to his death was the only thing that kept him steady. Both living beings fought for several minutes for their own survival, trying to defeat the other for a higher evolution. The sound of constant explosions caused by more than 20 buildings collapsing from the giant elephant beetle's mad charge had defeated the sound of rumbling thunder. The area surrounding the pharmacy had become a dead zone. Crushed zombies with their deformed bodies and countless cement blocks were scattered everywhere. Some of them with their brains intact struggled with all their strength, tearing their legs away from the rest of their bodies as they crawled towards the source of the sound. The blood of over 200 zombies in conjunction with the huge amount of blood lost by the giant monster had accumulated to the point where even the fierce storm had no way of washing it away as easily as before. After what seemed like an eternity, the wild movements of the elephant beetle stopped and its charge stalled. After the constant loss of blood, after being attacked again and again in such a delicate and deadly area by Bai-Zemin, the beast finally lost all its energy and collapsed to the ground. Boom! An explosion similar to that of a collapsing building shook the surrounding ground, and Bai-Zemin's body was almost sent flying. However, although he was not sent flying, the price he had to pay was high. A heartbreaking cry of pain slipped out of his mouth as he felt the bones of his left hand cracking. To hold himself steady, Bai-Zemin had no choice but to rely on his left hand as well as his piercing glove. However, suffering from such a sudden and abrupt impulse, his wrist that was not so flexible had bent backward. The flames on the giant elephant beetle's body had stopped as the beast could not withstand the energy consumption, and the new pain made Bai-Zemin's mind clear for a moment. Making use of the sudden surge of clarity, Bai-Zemin wielded his sword and slashed at an even faster speed than before. After cutting more than 50 times, several green letters flashed in his retina. Since the birth of all the chaos after the arrival of the soul record, Bai-Zemin had never felt so happy to see those strange messages. His mouth opened and closed several times as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he was so exhausted that he did not manage to utter any words. Before the whole world went out of control, Bai-Zemin was just a normal student who lived his daily life striving for a better future. Although he was still striving to secure a better future, everything had changed. The bones of his left hand had broken. His left eye had closed due to all the accumulated blood running from his forehead. Some of his dark hair had turned crimson red. His feet hurt and burned horribly, and his single open eye could hardly take in any information from the outside world. When had he ever suffered so much? Bai-Zemin had once heard in the past that when the pain reached a certain point the brain turned off those receptors as an automatic defense mechanism, so that it was no longer possible to feel pain. Before he was not so sure about this, but now he had confirmed it. Although he was in terrible condition, his mind was so exhausted that he no longer felt any pain. The flames surrounding the elephant beetle's shell were extinguished after its death, and the rain began to fall on the area once again after losing the burning heat that suppressed it. Standing over the 3+ meter creature, Zemin could not help but lifted his face to the sky as he felt the raindrops falling on him. Although the battle was already over, his grip on the Xuanyuan sword had not loosened, as this sword was the only way he had to feel safe at the moment. Tired, his feet wobbled and he could not help but fall downward. In fact, he was so exhausted that he didn't even notice he was falling to the ground. All he felt was the wind in his surroundings, and that was it. However, fortunately for him, someone caught him just as he was about to hit the ground and make his already horrible condition even worse. An extremely soft body held him gently. The sweet scent of roses, so familiar, but at the same time so unfamiliar to him, enveloped his exhausted body, and as if it was the best medicine to relieve his situation, he couldn't help but breathe a bit more as if he was intoxicated. "Good job, Zemin." A soft and innocent voice like that of a baby without impurities reached his ears. However, he could no longer distinguish what was what. That was a wonderful victory. "You can rest now," as if they were the words of his mother and most beloved being. Zemin obediently closed his eyes as exhaustion finally defeated him, and a smile rose unconsciously on his face. "You have acquired the soul power of First Order Blazing Beetle level 30. Magic 50. Mana 70. Health 40. Stamina 28. Strength 15. You have leveled up and reached level 16. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 17. You have leveled up and reached level 18. You have leveled up and reached level 19. You have leveled up and reached level 20. You get 2 status points to distribute freely." Chapter 21 Serious Injuries and New Enemy. Lilith looked at the not so handsome face resting shamelessly on her bosom, and a strange smile appeared on her lips as she recalled the entire process of the previous battle. Just one strike from the First Order Blazing Beetle was enough to kill Zemin, or, at the very least, knock him out and render him helpless like a fish out of the ocean. However, Zemin managed to evade the most dangerous attacks and was only hit by the aftermath of those attacks. Whenever his life was in danger, Lilith could only clench her fists and look on helplessly, wishing that his path would not end here. But Lilith knew very well that Zemin's enemy this time was too strong, even if his stats were overwhelmingly higher than a normal level 15 evolved due to his constant absorption of soul power from stronger enemies. The difference between a normal evolved and a First Order monster was simply too difficult to overcome. Unlike humans who acquire stat points to distribute after each level, monsters don't get any of that. However, in return, they get a powerful boost in their overall stats after successful class advancement. She led him towards the pharmacy building, which, coincidentally, was just a few meters away. The corpse of the First Order Blazing Beetle lay dead, surrounded by all sorts of debris, with almost the entirety of its huge head separated from the rest of its body. Lilith pointed towards the monster's body and some things floated towards her. After a glance, she simply put them away. "At least I can do so much." Zemin couldn't rest for long. Although his mental fatigue was very great, he was feeling tearing pain and itching similar to that of thousands of red ants crawling all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but grimace at how horrible his current condition was. Thanks to the fact that the rainwater had washed away the blood on his face, he could now see out of his left eye. However, due to mental fatigue, his eyesight was not as focused as it used to be. The blood that was dripping from his wound after being hit by a large cement block on his head had also stopped completely, and he could feel that part of his head stinging horribly. He felt his heart bleed when he saw that the velocity boots had already melted to the point of no return. Even if it was just a normal treasure, 10 agility points was an improvement too great that he had suddenly lost. Moreover, looking at his practically destroyed wrist, Zemin didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Happy because he fortunately fractured a hand and not a leg, which would practically render him an invalid in this world. Being an invalid in a world where dangers lurked around every corner was no different from being dead. You finally woke up. Sleepyhead. A soft, honey-sweet voice brought him out of his thoughts. Looking ahead, he saw the beautiful Lilith looking down at him with a smile that, for the first time to him, looked real and not faked. Good morning. No, how long did I sleep? Zeman suddenly became anxious about something and quickly asked as he tried to stand up. Unfortunately, he failed miserably as he felt burning pain from his feet. Only now did he realize that he had suffered burns of varying degrees. Moreover, the stinging he felt in that area was especially annoying. It's only been about 30 minutes. Don't worry. Lilith's words calmed him once again, gritting his teeth and with his forehead now beaded with sweat. Zeman growled. What's wrong? What's wrong with all this itching I feel? You suffered different kinds of injuries during your battle against that first-order monster, Lilith slowly explained. If you were the previous, you could have died. However, after absorbing an amount of soul power purer than yours, all of your stats underwent a drastic change. Your health stat also affects the speed at which your body recovers from different injuries. The reason for the itching you are feeling right now is because your high health is healing your body's wounds at higher rates than you are used to experiencing. Zeman, curious, couldn't help but call up his status window to see how high his stats were now, so he could draw his own conclusions. Zeman, status points 22, level 20, race human, job none, title none, strength 30, agility 1, health 5, stamina 5, mana 199 5, magic 129 5. These stats are mine. Level 20. He couldn't help but be surprised to the point of asking a meaningless question. Previously, because he had become unconscious, Zeman did not know how many stats he had gained after killing and absorbing part of the First Order Blazing Beetle's soul power. His current stats were a completely different world from his stats before he ended the First Order monster's life. Even his level had increased by so much. Your stats right now are really scary for someone of your level. Lilith giggled softly and looked at him with glittering eyes. I have high expectations and a lot of hope in you. I hope I wasn't wrong. Zeman looked at her deeply before closing his eyes and saying casually, You don't need to worry. I will do my best to repay you for the help you have given me so far. He already knew from before that there was no way an existence like Lilith was helping him out of the goodness of her heart alone. All intelligent beings generally acted with a goal in mind, and she had lived for who knows how many years so far. So it was natural not to act casually and waste her time pointlessly. However, it was better for him as well. That way, Zeman didn't need to feel indebted to her either. You know, men who are too smart are not very well liked. Lilith pouted charmingly, acting like a little girl. Soon, however, she smiled softly and assured him, You don't need to worry. Though, after all, my goals and your ultimate goal will align perfectly. You'll see. If you say so, he replied, rolling his eyes. His only two current goals were to survive and find his family. As for the rest of the goals, they were only secondary goals. Suddenly, several zombies appeared at the entrance of the building, staggering around with their white eyes showing no sign of life. Thanks to the heavy storm, the blood on their bodies had mostly been washed away, and they currently did not look as terrifying compared to before. Zeman tried to stand up, but the pain he felt in his feet had reached the point where he could not move. With no other choice, he expended some of his mana and activated his first-order blood manipulation skill. Bang! 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 The eyeballs of more than 10 zombies exploded and blood began to flow uncontrollably from the sockets. However, that blood turned into 20-centimeter-long thorns and fiercely stabbed the brains of the 10 zombies. Before Zeman could let out a sigh of relief, another 5 zombies appeared at the entrance and began to slowly slide towards him. Just like before, he had no choice but to spend some of his mana to end the lives of the incoming zombies. Although the drain was fewer thanks to the blood of the zombies he had killed earlier, at this rate all of his mana would be depleted and, with his current condition, he would end up dying miserably. Under normal conditions, even a group of 200 zombies was nothing in his eyes. However, He was currently unable to move, and if those weak level 34 zombies scratched him or bit his skin, no matter how high his level and stats were, he would definitely not be able to survive another day. Lilith also noticed the current problem and frowned. Previously, the reason why she was able to help Zeman just as he was about to hit the ground was because the battle had already ended, and did not count as her interfering. However, the current situation was completely different and she could not interfere in any way or she would be punished. But there was something that was disturbing Lilith. She was sure there was no way these zombies could get here so fast. After all, most of them had lost their legs or had been incapacitated after being crushed by the debris of the collapsed buildings during the battle between Zeman and the First Order insect. Suddenly she looked at a particular place and saw a person running under the storm in the opposite direction of the gymnasium. This person was clearly not part of the group of survivors of Zeman, and the rest or else Lilith would remember it. However, she understood that this person was an enemy. Chapter 22 Shangyuan Bingzu. Soon, Zeman had taken the lives of the second group of walking corpses almost effortlessly. The only problem was the consumption of mana. Currently, Zeman faced the difficult problem that he did not have good control over his own mana after all. He had never used or had control over such power. If he wanted to use his mana to perform an all-out attack, without caring about the consequences, then there was no problem since he did not need to worry about mana consumption just as he had done against the First Order Blazing Beetle. However, if his goal was to make many weak attacks and with less consumption, then the problem appeared. To end the lives of those 15 weak zombies, Zeman had spent approximately 40 mana points, which was quite considerable since currently his total mana was 204 points. Unfortunately, Zeman did not seem to be in luck today, as after finishing off that group of 5 zombies, another group of 10 appeared at the entrance and started walking towards him. Some zombies stumbled over the corpses of their own kind and struggled to get back on their feet, while others got stuck in the doorway from trying to enter in a group, blocking the path of entry for those behind them. Zeman spent a total of 15 mana points to end the lives of those who had successfully entered, and left alive those who got stuck at the entrance blocking the way. Although I can temporarily make use of those zombies, if a mutated beast or an evolved zombie appears and lets this group of endless zombies start charging towards here, my little life might be in trouble. Zeman frowned and felt incredibly frustrated. Lilith, who could only look on without being able to act, was about to give Zeman something when a playful smile rose on her lips and she slowly said, "Apparently you're more appreciated than you thought." He looked at her confused and with questioning eyes. However, the answer he was looking for came not from Lilith, but from the outside. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees suddenly and the already cold atmosphere due to the raging storm became even colder. The sound of zombies growling and bodies falling to the ground one after another could reach Zeman's ears, even with the ongoing storm. After about 5 minutes, the zombies that were stuck were hit by something and their bodies fell limp on the ground to never get up again. On the back of their heads was a small wound the size of a baby's fist completely frozen by a thin layer of ice. Seeing Shangyuan Bingzu dressed in white slowly walk into the building like an ice goddess, Zeman's expression became a bit complicated. She looked at him silently for several seconds and observed his condition carefully. After almost a minute where the two observed each other with different thoughts, Shangyuan Bingzu lightly clenched her pearl-white teeth and took a step forward as if she was fighting against something. Zeman observed all this in silence. The reason he wasn't afraid that she would want to do something to him was because at the first strange move he could end her life by destroying her from the inside out with his first-order blood manipulation. Even if she was powerful, she definitely couldn't have higher stats than him. However, the facts prove that his precaution was not necessary. She crouched down beside him and without a word supported him to stand up. Zeman quickly picked up the backpack and the few plastic bags with his healthy hand. He put the backpack on his right shoulder and held the bags with his right hand. With Shangyuan Bingzu's help, he slowly stood up. However, he had to grit his teeth to the point where his mouth began to bleed from the embracing pain and the uncomfortable itching under his feet. When Shangyuan Bingzu moved his left arm around her slender gooseneck to support him, Her rain-soaked body shivered slightly and her eyes trembled softly. However, she did not say a word and slowly led him towards the exit. After reaching the outside again, Bai Zemin was shocked to see over 100 corpses scattered everywhere. All of these zombies had been killed with a clean shot, and their heads only had a small wound that had been frozen with a small layer of ice preventing the blood from escaping from inside. Obviously, to save him, Shangyu and Bing Zhu had no choice but to end the lives of this huge group of zombies by herself. However, one thing Bai Zemin could not understand was why she was alone here and the other two were not after all. Bai Zemin knew that she didn't like him. Another thing that was bothering him a bit was why she was here to begin with. After all, the agreement was that he would look for the medicines alone and not join her, Chen He, and the Liang Peng's group. So, it didn't make much sense for her to show up at this place when she should be waiting in a relatively safe place where the freezing water wouldn't be able to reach her. However, the truth was that Shangyu and Bing Zhu's appearance had gotten Bai Zemin out of a big trouble that in the long run could have cost him his life. However, seeing that she had no intention of speaking, he also said nothing and focused on supporting the pain he felt with every step he took. When they passed by the corpse of the giant first-order blazing beetle, Shangyu and Bing Zhu hesitated as if she wanted to ask something, but in the end she seemed to be too focused on something else as her teeth were still clenched tightly. Without saying a word, she continued to move forward. The two walked and the raging storm attacked them mercilessly. Neither of them said anything, as they both seemed to be fighting for different reasons, and all the willpower they had seemed to be focused on the single goal of moving forward. The only good thing about all this was that, fortunately, the fog had receded quite a bit thanks to the wild charge of the first-order blazing beetle and its flames, so they could see much better than in the past. Suddenly a group of 15 zombies rounded a corner and appeared before the group blocking the way. However, Shangyu and Bing Zhu casually waved her free hand and 15 ice pikes appeared, as if they had a mind of their own. The 15 ice pikes flew swiftly and the next second they had appeared before the 15 zombies. The mindless creatures were struck in the head with precision and collapsed lifelessly a moment later. The group of two had not even taken 20 steps when a mutated dog with brown fur appeared out of nowhere and charged towards them furiously. The mutated dog's speed was very high, at least 30 or 40 points. A normal person would not even have time to cry out before their throat was ripped to shreds. However, Shangyu and Bing Zhu said only one word to end its charge. Freeze. Following the fall of her cold voice, the mutated dog's body stopped dead in its tracks. Using the water under its feet, the beast's body began to gradually freeze until it became a lifeless ice statue. Seeing this, Bai Zemin could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy. If he had the high mana control that she had, his life would be much simpler and he wouldn't have to fear losing all his mana after several attacks. However, he was so focused on how powerful and precise her attacks were that he didn't notice how her voice, for the first time since he met her, quivered slightly. She immediately gritted her teeth again as if that simple word had cost her all her energy and continued to support him slowly. No matter whether it was Bai Zemin or Shangyu and Bing Zhu, both of them were soaked from the tips of their hair to the tips of their toes. And if it wasn't because they were both evolved humans with much higher stats than their respective levels, they would have definitely gotten sick as a result. Due to Bai Zemin's injuries, Shangyu and Bing Zhu had no choice but to move forward at a snail's pace. And by the time the two returned to the gymnasium, it had been a little over an hour since they had left the pharmacy. Chapter 23. Different Gazes. Different Attitudes. The atmosphere inside the building was extremely gloomy. The sound of stifled sobs along with whispers containing words of fear and worry could be heard almost everywhere. Some men were comforting beautiful women and vowing to protect them with their lives, thus gaining the favor of those helpless women who had no one else to trust. However, how could those men who did not have the courage to pick up a weapon to fight defend them? But, with the condition the world was in, sometimes even false hope was welcomed with open arms. Among these men was Liang Peng, as one of the few men within this group who not only had the courage to fight, but also possessed the ability to protect others. Yang Peng, who was lustful by nature, was surrounded by a group of 5 female university students. Yang Peng's appearance was not brilliant and, in fact, He was slightly ugly rather than handsome. However, what the naturally weaker women needed was to survive in this new world. This was something they had realized after a day of witnessing their friends dying before their eyes like flies. Chen He could also be surrounded by beauties if he wanted to, even more than Liang Peng. However, he simply stood in a corner as he looked at Liang Peng with a casual glance. Bang! Suddenly the door opened with a loud bang, drawing everyone's gaze, each of them praying to God or any saint that no more enemies had appeared. At first, when they saw Shang Yuanbing Zhu and Bai Zemin, they unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. However, after seeing her supporting him and seeing his staggering footsteps, their expressions were filled with disbelief, especially those people who had been saved by him. He was injured. What creature could have been able to injure him to the point of taking away his capacity to move on his own? How could this be possible? The group of surviving students and teachers began to murmur, and their gazes were filled with terror and apprehension. If there was an existence out there capable of causing Bai Zemin, one of the strongest people in this group and one of the few who actually had the courage and ability to fight, to be left in such a miserable condition where he couldn't even move on his own, then how were they going to survive? Dread and worries about the future overwhelmed their weak minds once again. Liang Peng also had a slight change in his previously smiling expression and for a moment forgot that he was apparently living the best moment of his life. As for Chen he was stunned for different reasons. Seeing Shang Yuanbing Zhu supporting Bai Zemin, Chen He could not believe what he was seeing and for a moment even doubted whether his eyes were working properly. Bing Zhu, are you okay? With eyes wide open and full of disbelief he asked. I'm fine. Shang Yuanbing Zhu's reply was short and cold as usual. As for Bai Zemin, he couldn't help but look at Chen He as if he was an idiot. The injured person here who couldn't even move properly was him, not her. Who was he asking then? However, he didn't care too much and the next second he forgot about it. I won't say thank you since currently that word is even less valuable than it was in the past. Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful woman beside him, who was once again completely soaked because of him, and said in a deep voice, Today, it could be said that you got me out of a trouble that could have cost me my life. In the future, I will definitely return the favor to you until even. Without waiting for a response, he gritted his teeth and removed the arm he was using as support on her, feeling embracing pain under his feet, pain that even freezing water could not alleviate. He began to walk to his place away from everyone. Every step he took was heavy, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead even though his body was cold. Seeing this, it didn't matter if it was Shang Yuanbing Zhu, Chen He, Yang Peng, or the rest of the survivors. They all realized the pain he was feeling at that moment was too great for words to describe. Chen He seemed to want to say something, but as he looked at Shang Yuanbing Zhu he preferred to remain silent. As for Shang Yuanbing Zhu, she watched his back slowly disappearing at the end of the corridor, and although she really didn't like Bai Zemin, she accepted that at least he was a man with courage and bravery unlike others. She looked at Liang Peng and her eyes flashed with disgust, hatred, and disdain as she coldly whispered, You piece of scum. In fact, the reason why Shang Yuanbing Zhu was alone when she went to find Bai Zemin was because Chen He had to stay behind to see to it that Liang Peng didn't do something stupid, since when she invited the two of them to go find him, Liang Peng was the first to immediately refuse, saying that Bai Zemin had wanted to go out alone on his own. While Liang Peng's words were true, Shang Yuanbing Zhu had received the highest education in society. Apart from personal talent, she had worked very hard to become what she was today. She, intelligent, could see the bigger picture and knew that Bai Zemin's help would be needed in the long run, because regardless of his negative points he was a good fighter. Therefore, when Liang Peng refused and upon discovering the almost naked lust in his eyes, Shang Yuanbing Zhu had no choice but to leave Chen He here to take care of him and prevent him from doing anything stupid. As for why she didn't stay and let Chen He go find Bai Zemin, it was because even with her self-control she had no confidence in putting up with the strongman's stupidities and might end up turning him into an ice statue. Bing Zhu, are you really okay now that they were finally a little further away from the rest of the people? Chen He looked at her worriedly and asked. Shang Yuanbing Zhu did not answer and, as if tired, closed her eyes as she sat down in a corner. Her white dress was completely wet, hugging and outlining the curves of her body, making her even more charming than she naturally already was. Even the gentlemanly and kind Chan, he couldn't help but let his eyes run wild and secretly stole a glance or two before closing his eyes to avoid looking anymore. Countless gazes fell on her and seemed to want to eat her with their eyes. But she had no intention or energy to pay attention to them. She had gotten used to this a long time ago anyway. To the looks of desire, lust, its mother Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse as he gritted his teeth and dropped to the ground like a broken rag without caring about anything but relieving the pressure on his feet. A person could never imagine how horrible the pain of feeling their own skin peeling off and their flesh tearing after being burned by the fire was. Bai Zemin had never in his life experienced such dreadful pain like this, and he never wished to experience it again if possible. He, that's what you get for acting all proud, Lilith teased him mercilessly. Still, she reached over and helped him lean back more comfortably against the wall with careful movements. Leave me alone. Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and grunted. His chest rose and fell as he took deep breaths, fighting the pain he felt. I already owe that woman and I am truly grateful for her help, whatever her reasons. The fact is that she helped me in my weakest moment, but I do not wish to owe her anything more. You and that woman have known each other before, Lilith asked as she sat down beside him. No, before the world became this hell. She and I had never interacted and probably never in our lives would have. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and replied quietly, feeling exhausted. Then why do you seem to be so wary of her? Lilith had noticed that while Bai Zemin kept his distance from everyone, he seemed especially guarded against Shangyu and Bingzu. While all the men were enchanted with her in some way or another, Bai Zemin was doing his best to stay away, the more the better. This was something that had confused her until now, so she decided to ask around to get to know him better since there seemed to be a backstory. That was the reason why Lilith had thought that they had known each other before. Bai Zemin, exhausted, unconsciously replied, all of you, women, are not a good bird. Lilith was surprised by his words. She wanted to ask him what he meant, but when she looked at him she realized that he had already fallen asleep. The pain was so great that Bai Zemin had immediately fallen asleep as soon as he was in a relatively safe place. After all, he was not only in physical pain, his mind was exhausted beyond words, as he had not yet had a proper rest after fighting a battle in which his life was about to end on several occasions. In fact, he was so tired that he didn't even notice what he had said at the end before he fell unconscious. Chapter 24 Magic Grade Treasure. Although it had only been 5 or 6 hours since he had awakened, the battle to the death against the First Order Blazing Beetle, his first enemy who had actually taken a step on the true path of evolution, Bai Zemin felt as tired as a person who had not slept for 2 days in a row. Therefore, after his exhausted mind and aching body forced him to sleep after reaching a relatively safe place, he was not allowed to wake up until the next day. The world had changed drastically. To say that the previous society had completely collapsed was not an exaggeration in the least. And what all the survivors inside the sports center were hoping for was to get out of this place and get back under the protection of the government and the military. Only then could they feel a little more at ease. None of them knew the situation in which the army equipped with modern weapons was in. The reality was that none of them knew the situation of the outside world. However, for the sake of their own mental health, none of them dared to speak words of despair and even tried not to think of the worst possible situation. When Bai Zemin opened his eyes again, the second day since the beginning of the change had ended and the third day had officially begun. The rain stopped. He muttered with still slightly sleepy eyes as he concentrated on the noise outside. The sound of thunder. The illumination of lightning flashing between the small cracks in the window that the timbers could not cover, as well as the fierce sound of water lashing the world as if it were a punishment from the heavens, that had all stopped. A few hours ago the storm stopped. The reason behind the strange weather in this world was because the sleeping mana could sense the approach of the soul record. Now that the soul record has finally reached this world, things will slowly return to normal. A soft, charming, playful, but also kind voice sounded a few meters away from him. Looking to his left, Zemin saw an extremely beautiful woman sitting elegantly on a table next to the window that was now no longer being covered by a block of wood. The few rays of sunlight that slipped through the clouds surrounded her, creating a great contrast with her black hair and her darkest night dress. Without a doubt, this was one of the most beautiful scenes he had ever seen in his entire life. Angel still half asleep. Zemin couldn't help but mutter, "I'm not an angel. I'm a demon." Lilith gave him the most beautiful smile he had ever seen in all his life. "Good morning." Although her smile was beautiful, to Zemin it was extremely dangerous. As if he had received an electric shock, he flinched and looked away as he responded, "Good morning to you too." Lilith's eyes had a strange hint flashing within them. She blinked for a few seconds before shaking her head as if dismissing an idea. "How about your body?" she asked as she approached him with soft steps like a spring breeze. "Now that you mention it." Zemin ignored her as she sat down next to him. He inspected his condition, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the wrenching pain he felt yesterday was at least half gone. Although still painful, it was no longer unbearable for him. But what was most surprising was that, after the flesh burned by the beetle's flames fell off, new flesh had begun to grow and skin was slowly forming on the less affected parts. What is this all about?" Zemin was dumbfounded. "Didn't I tell you already?" Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry seeing his expression. "Your health is currently several times higher than that of a normal person. If it used to take a person 3 or 4 months to recover from such injuries, you can do it 10 times faster. In fact, with the 90 health points he currently had, his recovery speed was approximately 9 times faster than that of a normal person with no evolution, cell reproduction, repair of damaged cells, and regeneration of new tissue. Everything was much faster. At this speed, I only need a couple more days to fully recover." Zemin felt excited and let out a complicated sigh. He felt happy since by recovering quickly he would finally not have to fear. After all, if another monster similar to the first order blazing beetle appeared, with his current physical condition only death would await him. However, in the midst of the happiness, there was a complex emotion as he had finally realized that nothing would be like before. Zemin shook his head softly and looked at Lilith as he stretched out his arms. She raised an eyebrow and teased, "You want me to hug you?" He rolled his eyes and replied, "Give me my damn orbs already." "How do you know?" She looked at him with wide eyes. "Even though I had fallen unconscious at that moment, I know that you won't let go of anything that could help me grow." Zemin said indifferently, "After all, the faster I grow up, the better it will be for you too. Right? Tisk. You really have no good sense of humor." Lilith clicked her tongue and scolded him while pouting cutely. However, the glint in her eyes was one of mirth, as the smarter he was, the greater the odds of surviving and becoming more powerful. "Here, he'll give them back to you." "Boring man." She waved her hand and 3 objects floated towards him before falling gently into his lap. Zemin looked at her with jealousy. He too wanted to wave his hand and make things float easily, but it didn't seem to be something that would happen anytime soon. "Where did you get this?" he asked as he looked at her in confusion. She stretched out her right hand gracefully and without needing to say anything. Zemin's gaze was drawn to a beautiful gold-colored ring with silver runes similar to a wedding ring like the ones Earth people wore. "You're engaged," he teased. "Idiot." She rolled her eyes charmingly and replied, "This is a space storage ring. Inside there's a big space where I can save my stuff. Just like in the novels." Zemin nodded with understanding. "How can I have one of those?" How could he not want one after all? With a ring like Lilith's, he wouldn't need to carry a backpack everywhere and his general life would become much simpler in this world. If you want one with a large spatial size like this, then forget it. Lilith softly shook her head as she casually said, "This is a legend-grade treasure. Even for you. It's impossible to acquire something of such a level yet." "Oh." Zemin couldn't help but be slightly discouraged. Forget legend treasures. He had yet to even see a magic-grade treasure, and his 2 strongest and most precious items were only rare grade. But, seeing him depressed, Lilith continued, "If you're lucky, you might be able to get one of lesser quality. You can also get a green orb, and maybe, just maybe, If your luck is really high, maybe you can get one. Forget it. I'll make do with what I have for now. Bai Zemin no longer entertained the matter of the ring. Such things seemed too far away from someone like him yet. Turning his attention to the objects in his lap, Bai Zemin's eyes lit up with delight, and all the previous bad thoughts completely disappeared without a trace. The first order blazing beetle had dropped 3 objects, 2 orbs and 1 skill scroll. One of those orbs was orange in color, representing a rare treasure. Surprisingly, the other orb was deep yellow in color. In other words, Bai Zemin had before him an orb that contained a magic grade treasure. This was his first magic grade treasure, although he had just heard something incredible like legend grade treasures. He had not been discouraged at all since, after seeing how precious his Xuan Yuan sword and full coat were, he was definitely looking forward to seeing what this orb before him contained. Chapter 25, the first in the universe's history. Before seeing the contents of the orb, Bai Zemin felt mischievous and anxious, as if he were a small child about to open his Christmas present. However, he fought the desire and turned his attention first to the orange orb. Let's save the best for last, haha. You're acting like a child. You know that, don't you? Don't distract me. In the midst of light conversation, as if the outside world was still peaceful and as if the danger of death did not lurk around every corner, Bai Zemin squeezed the orange orb with a bit of strength, and after a flash of light, a new object appeared before him. Honestly, what Bai Zemin was looking forward to was another pair of boots that could replace his previous boots that were destroyed by the flames of the first order blazing beetle. Unfortunately, things didn't always turn out as one expected. Blazing ring rare treasure, a ring that contains the power of burning fire within it. When equipped, magic 10 points. Once per day it can release a flare of fire that can be used to attack or defend. Seeing the deep red ring, Bai Zemin's face turned a little strange. He looked at the beautiful woman a short distance away and slowly asked, "Miss Demon Race, what is this all about?" What do you mean?" Lilith blinked at him and looked at him blankly. What do you mean? Bai Zemin didn't know if she was playing innocent or really didn't understand. Therefore he asked patiently, why would a rare orb possess a treasure with magic like this ring? Who said that objects with magic could only come out of magic grade orbs? Lilith looked at him with amusement and softly explained, while it's true that the chances are low, from rare grade treasure onwards, objects like the ring in your hands can appear. It's similar to the case of my space storage ring. Even an epic treasure can contain one, but its grade will be much lower. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched severely upon hearing her explanation, and this time, it wasn't because of pain. In fact, he had assumed that the magic grade treasures meant objects capable of releasing magic spells. However, he had apparently misunderstood the name of the ranks, attributing those names to the contents of the orbs. With a much more open mind and much more expectant than before, Bai Zemin turned to the deep yellow orb and crushed it. A bronze-colored light flashed, forcing him to close his eyes for a second. When he felt that the brightness had disappeared, Bai Zemin opened his eyes expectantly and looked at the object in his lap. However, when he saw the appearance of the object, his expression turned a little ugly. A bronze-colored pocket bell lay in his lap. This bell was dented in several places, and there was even a part that had been forcibly torn off or had fallen off due to how old it was. Basically, it looked exactly like a useless bell. However, even though the appearance was extremely ugly, Bai Zemin was never one to judge a book by its cover. Although his expression was not very good, his hopes had not been dashed in the slightest, and he picked up the object to inspect it. Broken bronze bell, magic treasure, an ancient bell that was broken and whose current defensive power is practically non-existent. When worn, it automatically increases magic power and mana by 20 points. Effect: when the user is attacked, the bronze bell automatically releases a shield that protects the user from imminent danger. The amount of damage received affects the duration of the effect, and after exhausting all its energy it takes 24 hours to recharge its power. Bai Zemin's expression was a bit erratic and difficult to describe. On the one hand, he felt happy, but on the other hand, he felt confused. Practically non-existent defensive power. Well, just by looking at the appearance of the bronze bell he didn't expect much, but that description. Forget it. 20 magic points and 20 mana points is great. He spoke aloud to himself as if to lift his own mood. Curious. Lilith picked up the broken bell, and green letters flashed in her retina with the object's information. She handed it back to Zeman and assured him, although this bell is broken and its description says that its defensive power is almost non-existent, in reality, it is probably the best treasure you could ever possibly obtain. Oh, his ears twitched gently and his interest piqued. He looked at her with sparkling eyes waiting for her next words. While the defensive power of this item might not be as strong against evolved beings, against other humans it will be your best ally. Lilith smiled, her eyes glittering strangely. Currently, this world is not especially advanced in technology like other worlds. Therefore, it is likely that, forget it. You will see for yourself when the time comes. Although she had not finished her words, Zeman felt that he understood what she meant. His mood lifted once again and he carefully put away the broken bronze bell in the pocket of his full coat. His life had now acquired another layer of protection, which in this world was more than appreciated. Finally, let's see what this is. Zeman picked up the skill scroll and the information immediately appeared. Elephant Skin Unclassified Passive Skill Level 5 increases stamina by 50 points. To say he wasn't a bit disappointed would be a lie considering he was expecting a much stronger skill. However, 50 stamina points was a huge amount of boost to his strength even after so many battles and so many upgrades. Zeman's stamina was only 75 points, not counting the extra 5 from his full coat. Moreover, since it was a passive skill and did not take up space among the few available ones he possessed to learn active skills, this skill was welcome. With a thought, the skill scroll disappeared and several particles of gray light entered his body. Deep within his soul, a dull gray rune formed, and Zeman felt his entire body suddenly become much harder and tougher than in the past. However, before he could think of anything else, several green letters flashed across his retina. Evolution requirements fulfilled. Do you wish to evolve Elephant Skin skill to the next level? This! Zeman was dumbfounded. What happened? He hadn't even done anything and it hadn't even been 2 seconds since he learned the skill, but it could already be evolved to the next level. Lilith, looks like I can evolve a skill, he said in a weird tone. You probably fulfilled some relatively easy requirement. Lilith wasn't sure either. Focus on that skill and look at the evolution requirement to confirm it. Zeman nodded and quickly looked at his newly acquired skill. Elephant Skin Unclassified Passive Skill Level 5. This skill is at its maximum level and can evolve to the next level if the following requirements are met. Stamina stat above 100 points naturally without external support 125,100. Requirements met. Do you wish to evolve the skill Elephant Skin to the next level? Apparently, each skill had different difficulties to evolve. At least for Zeman, it didn't seem difficult at all to reach 100 points in a stat. However, when he told Lilith the evolution requirement, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she said, "You little brat. Do you think it's easy for a person of your level to reach and surpass 100 points in stats while there have been more people who have achieved that? There aren't many. Besides, you are the first living creature I know in the universe's history who is able to evolve a skill so fast." Zeman felt happy at her words, but he did not let that happiness go to his head. While he might be the first to evolve a skill so fast according to Lilith's knowledge, it was just an unclassified passive skill, so Zeman did not believe that his act was something incredible. Of course, Zeman had no idea that Lilith was comparing him to monsters like the God of the Bible that Christians worshipped. Or else his thoughts would not be so simple. Chapter 26 Sex Machine. The real reason why Zeman did not feel that such an achievement was a big deal was mainly because he was only evolving an unclassified to first-order skill. It was not as if he was evolving a particularly powerful skill by any stretch of the imagination. Furthermore, while it was true that Zeman's stamina had reached 125 natural points without external support, the reality was that almost half of those points came from the Elephant Skin skill itself. Of course, even with all the aforementioned, the fact that he could achieve so many stamina enhancements in just over 2 days was the real achievement. Lilith had never met or heard of another existence capable of improving so quickly. With a single thought, the elephant skin skill began to evolve. The dull gray rune that was engraved deep within Bai Zemin's soul lit up. Countless flashes of lightning flickered from deep within him, and his entire body began to heat up as a strange tickle-like, but not so unbearable feeling was transmitted through every millimeter of his skin. After several minutes, the lightning flashing inside his body receded and was absorbed by the rune from which it came before. However, the once dull gray rune had now become a deep bronze rune. Elephant Skin Unclassified Passive Skill Level 5 Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 1 Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 1 Your skin becomes much tougher than that of any living being on Earth before the awakening of mana. Increases stamina 100 points. Bai Zemin was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at his 180 total stamina points. He could feel practically unlimited energy from his body, and the feeling of becoming stronger once again excited him to the point of forgetting about his injuries. You should be careful now that you have such monstrous stamina, Lilith said out of nowhere, dragging Bai Zemin out of his daydream. Why he looked at her with some alarm. Could it be that there was really something bad? Maybe it was because his stats were a little off balance after all. Bai Zemin's stamina stat was his current highest physical stat, and by a wide margin. Maybe the body needed to balance itself somehow. Lilith looked at him with a serious expression and slowly said, "Well, your current stamina is almost 20 times higher than that of a normal man and woman. Imagine what would happen if you suddenly decided to unleash your libido wildly on a woman's body. The poor girl would probably be devastated." Bai Zemin's face rotted when he heard her words. She thought he was a sex machine or something like that. With his face as black as coal, Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and bellowed, "I swear I'll kick your ass someday. Ha ha ha." Seeing him gritting his teeth and looking at her as if he wanted to bite her to death, Lilith felt so amused that she started to laugh out loud. This was the first time she thought that a lower existence was so interesting. 3 days later, the 6th day since the mana was awakened by the soul record. During these 3 days, Bai Zemin did not leave the cafeteria and closed the door firmly, isolating himself from the rest of the people. Except for eating and drinking, Bai Zemin's only entertainment was chatting with the beautiful and charming succubus Lilith. Fortunately, due to constant evolutions, his digestive system was no longer as problematic as that of a normal person. In this time, he focused on recovering from his injuries without doing anything else. In addition, to avoid any kind of trouble, Bai Zemin had talked to Chen He and asked him to take all the food out of the cafeteria, leaving only what he needed for himself and a bit for emergencies. This way, he did not have to be in contact with people he did not know and did not trust while he was still injured. Bai Zemin stood up and stomped on the ground several times as if checking something. The wounds on my feet and legs healed completely. He nodded in satisfaction and relief. Now, even if a second monster similar to the first order blazing beetle appeared, he was confident that at least his chances of victory weren't practically non-existent like when he was injured and unable to move. The only problem was that his left wrist was still broken. However, he only needed to use his right hand to wield the Xuanyuan sword, so he was temporarily fine. Bai Zemin estimated that he would need at least another 7 days for his wrist bones to fully recover. Although 7 days was quite a long time, and his strength would be affected as a result of not being able to use both hands at the same time. This result was already good enough considering that in normal cases a person would need 2 to 3 months to recover from a bone fracture. Let's see how things are going outside. Besides, I have a debt to pay. His eyes flashed coldly as he opened the cafeteria door for the first time in 3 days. When you act mad you look hot. Lilith, as beautiful and charming as ever, walked behind him as if she was his shadow. Unlike 3 days ago, the mood inside the gymnasium had not improved in any way. On the contrary, the hope of many students and teachers began to flicker. The cold and fever medicines that Bai Zemin had obtained from the pharmacy had already been distributed by Shangyuan Bingzu, and the help of other teachers therefore. Those who were sick had improved a lot, and those who were about to get sick were able to avoid illness successfully. Each one of the survivors had been well fed and While it was true that the food was no longer as luxurious or extravagant as in the past, at least all of them were able to have 3 meals a day without fail. However, even under such conditions countless times more luxurious than that of who knew how many people who at the moment could only hide in some dark corner without food. The hope of all the survivors in the gym was shaken. The reason they, who were waiting for the arrival of the military army or, at the very least, the support of the police forces, had not yet even heard the sound of a siren. In the gymnasium, there was also a big screen, but there was no news and all the channels were dead. As for the radio, it had also collapsed as well as the phone signal. Bai Zemin caught the erratic eyes of the people, and when they saw him appear walking, some sighed in relief that the group's strength was rising while others had no apparent reaction. However, the most surprised of them was Shangyuan Bing Zhu. She looked at him and her beautiful blue eyes had a strange glint in them. "Are your wounds okay now?" she asked with clear surprise in her usually indifferent voice. This shocked Chen He to the marrow of his bones and his eyes widened in astonishment. In fact, his surprise was no less than when the Soul Record displayed his status window the first time. She was worried about him, but how could such a thing be possible? Didn't they just meet? Didn't they dislike each other? Chen He's head was full of unanswered questions. While the handsome Chen He looked at Shangyuan Bing Zhu with surprise and Bai Zemin with caution. He actually did not know that the reason she asked that question was not that she cared about him, it was because she had seen how severe the burns on his feet were. With such dreadful burns, Shangyuan Bing Zhu had figured that it would at least take him 2 months to walk completely naturally again. After all, Bai Zemin's level was obviously not low, although he had not said anything and she had not asked. Shangyuan Bing Zhu was almost 100% sure that that 3-meter-tall beetle had been killed by him. A person capable of killing such a hideous monster could not have a low level. However, what Shangyuan Bing Zhu did not expect was that only 4 days later, Bai Zemin would appear again as if his previous wounds had never existed. What kind of immortal monster was this? Chapter 27 Bai Zemin's first change. "My wounds are fine now. Thank you for asking." Bai Zemin took a moment to look at the faces of the people in front of him before looking at Shangyuan Bing Zhu and replying, hearing that he was indeed fine and confirming it through his natural voice. Shangyuan Bing Zhu's eyes had a strange glint in them after confirming that his wounds had effectively healed. "I see." She only nodded before looking at Chen He silently. The talented archer understood the intention behind her gaze and slowly began to explain to Bai Zemin the situation. "During the past 3 days when you were recovering, the condition of the sick due to the low temperatures of their bodies improved with the help of the general califaction. Thank you for that." He honestly thanked on behalf of the rest of the survivors. Soon, however, he frowned and continued, "But there is another problem at present." Bai Zemin was not surprised. He nodded slightly and finished his words instead. "The food is running low, isn't it?" "That's right." Chen He sighed and scratched his head in frustration. "Currently, because we didn't want to make the situation any worse than it already is, we let everyone eat their fill. The problem is that now the reserved food finally ran out. We can only last until tomorrow." Yang Pang, who had been silent with his big hammer, interrupted. "Then why don't we just go get some more? Those zombies are slow as hell, and those dogs and cats may be fast, but they are too dumb. I don't think we'll have a problem if we all move together. In fact, I'm afraid we have no choice but to go out and forage for food at the university restaurants." Chen He had no choice but to say yes. Food was an indispensable resource that could not be missed. Even the strongest evolvers had no choice but to eat to provide nutrients that the body needed but did not produce naturally. Without food, everyone would weaken to the point where lifting a single finger would be a challenge. Moreover, the chaos resulting from starvation was something no one was willing to let happen. Besides, Kai Jingyi, the same girl who had met Bai Zemin at the beginning of the apocalypse, suddenly seemed to gather the courage to speak. Although she felt a little self-conscious under everyone's gaze, she continued, "If possible, it would also be good if we can get clothes. Actually, since there are male and female changing rooms for showering, hygiene is not much of a problem. However, after almost a week of wearing the same clothes, it is starting to become a bit unbearable. We will definitely get more clothes." Shangyuan Bingzu was the first to agree as she frowned slightly. Although her clothes were free of dirt stains and her white dress along with her silver hair made her look like an angel, the truth was that after not being able to change even once in 6 days, her mood was not the best. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times, but he said nothing. Even he did not feel comfortable with the current situation, not to mention the women who were by nature beings who constantly worried about cleanliness. Seeing that no one disagreed with her words, Kai Jingyi couldn't help but sigh in relief. By the way, taking advantage of the momentary silence, Bai Zemin looked at Chen He and casually asked, "The army, the government, the police forces, no word on this?" Hearing his question, Yang Pang, Kai Jingyi, and the few teachers present looked at Chen He waiting for his answer. Nothing. Chen He shook his head to no one's surprise. But a bespectacled teacher interrupted with an anxious expression. "Young Master Chen, your Chen family is a big family with power in the army, and your father a regimental commander. Shouldn't they send someone for you at least?" Bai Zemin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Family with military backing, regimental commander. He hadn't expected Chen He to have such a background. To think that this handsome guy's father was actually a veteran soldier with military rank colonel. Bai Zemin had a strange glint and his gaze could not help but shift slightly towards Shangyuan Bingzu. Then, her background should be similar or superior to Chen He's. Chen He's face changed slightly but soon returned to normal. He looked at Shangyuan Bingzu for a moment before sighing. "Indeed, I was hoping that my family would get here soon. But apparently the situation is far worse than we all thought. How can that be possible?" The teacher who had spoken earlier looked desperate and his face lost all color. If even an important person like Chen He had been practically abandoned to his fate by his own family, how could they, people with no real backing, expect support from the government or the army? It was nothing but wishful thinking. They all looked desperate for a moment. The only two people whose expression remained unchanged were the indifferent Shangyuan Bingzu and Liang Peng, who was casually looking around. Even Bai Zemin's expression turned a bit ugly, not because of the lack of military or governmental response, but because of his family. The worse the situation was outside, the less likely it was that his family would survive amidst such chaos. They have to be okay, no matter what. Definitely nothing could happen to them. Bai Zemin clenched his fists, ignoring the pain in his left hand. Every time he thought about his family, his heart squeezed hard as if a giant stone was pressing down on it. However, no matter how much he wanted to see them and run out to find them, he couldn't do that. As strong as he was, Bai Zemin did not know what kind of dangers dwelled outside this place, and he was not arrogant enough to believe that his strength was enough to overcome them all. "Then, let's go find the food we can," Bai Zemin said coldly. His tone of voice lacked emotion. However, there should be some changes from now on. Everyone looked at him in surprise, noticing the change in his eyes, and his indifferent voice seemed to hold a higher weight than in the past. While Bai Zemin was previously indifferent, his current indifference contained several degrees of coldness that was not there before. "What do you mean?" Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrows slightly, also secretly surprised by the abrupt change. Bai Zemin looked at her and slowly explained, "From now on, those who are unwilling to help in any way will only be able to eat enough to not starve. To be honest, I have no time to waste with leeches here. If no one is willing to move to advance and get out of this damn place, then I will start moving on my own with people who really want to get out of this hellhole. But I definitely won't get dragged down by anyone." Lilith, who was visible only to Bai Zemin, stood silently beside him. When she heard his words, her eyes glittered and a silent smile rose on her lips. From a certain point of view, it could be said that this was the first major change in Bai Zemin after the world had changed. He had already saved many people out of kindness, but if they wanted to keep him using that kindness, then he would abandon them without even a second thought to him. His family was everything. As long as he had such an impulse, then he would not be held back by anything. Lilith's only worry was that if Bai Zemin's family did not survive, it was probable that he would not be able to rally a motive to fight for. Therefore, she had to think of countermeasures. No matter what, she couldn't just let him fall in this place. "Wait. Wait a moment. Liang Peng raised his voice and looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Bai Zemin casually looked him up and down before looking him in the eyes and asking coldly. And you are what? My previous words were not a question. What I said is what will happen. Whether you like it or not. You don't have a choice here. Chapter 28 Cowardice Courage. Bai Zemin's words stunned everyone present, regardless of whether they were teachers or students. The people able to participate in this small meeting and express their opinions stared straight ahead with blank expressions. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu frowned and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this situation. Her brain was like a supercomputer, remembering what had just happened, and soon her eyes flashed softly as if she had finally understood everything. Chen He, who always had a calm expression on his face, could not help but gasp in a breath of cold air as he looked at Bai Zemin as if he was an unidentified alien. Until now, although the time they spent together was not much, Chen He had identified Bai Zemin as a person who enjoyed loneliness more than the company of others, and was usually quite calm. Therefore, now that he saw him go crazy and say such arrogant words, he did not know how to react. Moreover, Chen He had seen how terrifying Liang Peng's strength was during the first day of the apocalypse, after the arrival of the soul record to this world. A single blow from his hammer was enough to turn a zombie's body into a pile of meat paste. What arrogance! Brat Liang Peng's eyes opened as wide as those of an enraged bull. His beard quivered and he looked at Bai Zemin as if he was going to jump on him at any moment. Liang Peng had seen Bai Zemin's speed back then when he decapitated zombies. Although he was fast, Liang Peng believed that at such a distance he only needed to stretch out a hand to crush him like an ant. Such was the confidence in his physical strength. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he looked at the man who was like a small giant. His current mood was gloomy to say the least. As if that wasn't enough, his left hand was still hurting. His family might be suffering from hunger or who knows what kind of hardship. Since this person does not understand in a good way and words could not reach him, a bit of pain might make him understand the meaning of the word terror. Bai Zemin took a step forward and was about to make his move when a cold, but beautiful voice stopped him. Okay. Let's do as you say. Everyone looked at Sheng Yuanbing Zhu in surprise and disbelief. Even Bai Zemin himself was surprised that this woman agreed with his words so easily and without argument. Bing Zhu. Are you sure of what you are saying? Chen He looked at his childhood friend in shock. It was no secret to anyone that he had been in love with her for years. Therefore, he knew very well that she was an intelligent woman. However, he did not understand why she had accepted such an idea that was clearly not good at the moment. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu gently shook her head but did not explain anything. Among those present, only she had noticed that Bai Zemin's mood was on the floor, and if it wasn't for her interrupting just in time, it was likely that things would have gotten out of hand. Right now, the last thing they needed were internal battles. While I agree with what you said, I need you to explain better what you have in mind. Otherwise no one will accept such a wild idea like that. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu looked at Bai Zemin indifferently and slowly explained. At this point, everyone's mood is not good. The situation of the unknown world is getting worse and worse. If we suddenly tell them that their meals will be cut off, no one will accept it willingly. Bai Zemin looked at her and took a deep breath to calm down a bit before speaking slowly. Of course. What I want is not for everyone to suddenly have the courage to fight. I know something like that is illogical. Noticing that things had calmed down, the teachers present, Kai Jingyi, and Chen He secretly let out a sigh of relief. As for Liang Peng, he only snorted and remained silent as he listened to what Bai Zemin had to say about it. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu nodded and indicated with her eyes for him to continue explaining his idea. If Bai Zemin had asked everyone to fight in order to eat, then even if the strength of the group fell, she would have no choice but to ask him to left alone. After all, very few people were willing to risk their lives, and the human mentality had not yet completely changed to adapt to the new world. Bai Zemin continued, my idea is simple. After we find food, the students and teachers who are unable to fight will carry it. In addition, when we look for clothes or other useful items, these people will also help. I also think it would be good to get some beds. In short, whatever is logistical support and does not require risking life and death. All those who want to eat their fill should cooperate. After a moment of silence, the handsome Chen He was the first to open his mouth. I agree. That idea is good enough. I agree as well. Shangyu and Bing Zhu finally nodded in perfect accord. In the end, everyone accepted Bai Zemin's suggestion. While some of them might not be satisfied, 3 of the 4 fighters in the group had already made up their minds, so those without fighting ability could only accept their fate. When the new rules were announced, many people complained loudly and some of them even began to curse. However, when Bai Zemin said that those who disagreed and all those who continued to make a fuss should leave the group, all the courage of these people disappeared completely and no one else was willing to complain for fear to be kicked out of the group. What a joke! As weak as they were, being expelled from the group and the protection of those with real power was no different to courting death. Bai Zemin looked at the more than 100 people present and an idea flashed in his mind. It was a bit annoying, but in the long run, it might be his best help in finding his loved ones. With this in mind, he stepped forward and said aloud, I know many of you are afraid of being scratched by those zombies, as most of you here have probably seen the aftermath. However, you don't need to be so scared. Those zombies are even slower than a normal person like you. So imagine how slow they are for people like me and everyone else who have leveled up by absorbing the enemy's soul power. The eyes of several people had a strange glint in them upon hearing this. Indeed, zombies were slow, and if one was careful, even a normal person could kill a zombie. However, it was not easy to overcome the fear, let alone knowing that zombies were not the only danger. But Bai Zemin's next words changed things. I will personally hunt zombies, cut off their legs and arms, even crush their jaws. You just need to have the courage to pick up a weapon and finish them off to gain soul power and level up. People began to murmur and stare at each other as they argued amongst themselves. Clearly, there were many tempted by the offer. After all, without their hands, legs, and without their teeth, the zombies were nothing to fear. None of them were really willing to die, and there were many of them who didn't want to do more embarrassing jobs for fear of fighting. However, at the end of the day, fear was one of the strongest human emotions. After a minute, no one stood up and everyone was silent. While Bai Zemin's words were tempting, no one was willing to risk their lives just like that. Even if the zombies were incapacitated by him, there were still terrifying insects and other horrible beasts that could emerge from anywhere at any time. Asking them to pick up a weapon to fight after living almost 20 years or more in a peaceful society under the protection of rules, laws, and their parents, was no different than asking them to walk naked down the street in broad daylight. It might sound easy, but no one in their right mind was willing to do something like that. However, these people forgot that sense had already disappeared, and that the mentality of the past no longer applied in this new world. Unfortunately, by the time many of them realized this fact, it would be too late to regret it. Yang Peng folded his arms and looked at the scene with a mocking expression. Chen He was casual, unconcerned about what was happening in front of him. Shangyu and Bing Zhu had a strange glint in her eyes and looked at the women present, seemingly thinking about something. Since you are unwilling, then you can continue to be trash for the rest of your lives. Bai Zemin looked at the crowd coldly and snorted. However, just when he was about to turn around and leave, a soft voice took him by surprise. He'll go with you. Bai Zemin looked to the side and saw the pretty, but normally shy and fearful Kai Jingyi looking at him with a serious expression. She gritted her teeth softly and continued, Please let me go with you to kill zombies. Kai Jingyi was a smart woman and knew that although they were currently being protected, if a problem that Shangyu and Bing Zhu, Shen He, Yang Peng, or Bai Zemin could not solve arose, just by having strength of her own, her chances of surviving in this world would be higher. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before she would die for some reason or another. When a rock fell on a silent lake, waves always appeared no matter how small they were. Let me come with you. I want to kill zombies too. A young man around 19 years old, wearing glasses and whose body was thin, stood up and took a step forward. I also want to level up. Let me go with you, please. Another young man in his 20s stood up and looked at Bai Zemin with determination. I'll go with you. A pretty female student with some freckles also stood up while gritting her teeth. Although her body shivered with fear, she still decided to step forward. Only 4 of them, huh? It will do for now. Bai Zemin thought silently, and a smile raised softly on his face as his eyes scanned the 4 people who had the courage to step forward. Sometimes, human beings just needed a little push to dare to do things they normally would have never even thought to do. Chapter 29 Fuzufeng. There are even 2 women here who had the courage to stand up, but you, who call yourselves men, don't have the courage to take a step forward. Bai Zemin looked at the male students and even the male teachers with undisguised disdain. Hearing his words, all the men on the scene who did not dare to step forward blushed so much that it seemed like all the blood in their bodies had rushed up to their heads. However, none of them dared to look him back and, of course, none of them dared to step forward. On the other hand, the 2 male students who had the courage to step forward could not help but straighten their backs a little more. Even the glasses-wearing and slightly skinny student had more courage than men with bulky bodies. Bai Zemin no longer wasted his time with these people. They themselves would soon regret the opportunity they had just missed. Is it all right with you guys if we go out to look for food now? Bai Zemin looked at the other 3 leaders and asked. Fine with me. Shen He nodded and picked up his bow as he looked at the woman beside him. Shangyu and Bing Zhu simply stood up and walked towards the exit without saying anything. As for Liang Pang, he just snorted as he picked up his hammer and followed the other 2 without saying a word, clearly still upset about what had happened earlier. Bai Zemin looked at the 4 people who decided to follow him and slowly said, You 4 follow me. You don't need to carry anything, but you should mentally prepare yourselves for what's coming. The 4 nodded quickly, indicating that they understood. Seeing this, Bai Zemin turned around and walked out with the 4 students behind him. Everyone, please follow closely behind President Changyuan's group and the rest. I hope we all contribute a little bit of each other to improve everyone's lives. Teacher Jia Jiu clapped her hands and tried to raise everyone's spirits. The group led by Bai Zemin, Shen He, Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and Liang Peng walked slowly and with looks full of precaution as they escorted over 20 male and female students. Taking out over 100 people and protecting them all was an incredibly difficult task to accomplish. After all, unknown dangers lurked around every corner, and slow zombies were the least of the worries of people who had been absorbing the enemy's soul power and constantly leveling up. But the danger of high-level mutated animals or evolved insects was much higher and was something that even they dared not take easily. Therefore, to prevent unnecessary losses and to make the job simpler for themselves, the 4 of them had decided to bring a few more than 20 people to carry the food on this occasion. Of course, the pretty and shy freshman, Kai Jingyi, had registered all the people who were willing to go out and work, but did not have the opportunity this time. These people could eat freely and would be mobilized in the near future. As for those who were not willing to work, they could only eat what was necessary to not starve. The world had changed and the old rules no longer applied. Slowly but surely there would be necessary changes that would be implemented over time. This was only the first of many more to come. The 4 evolved people were divided into 4 parts, each protecting one side of the rhombus in which the more than 20 people were enclosed. Yang Bang, whose strength was monstrous, was in charge of the front. When the zombies approached, he would charge forward and needed only a swing of his hammer to turn that zombie into a bloody mess. Although his hunting method scared many students, the reality was that it worked well. Shangyu and Bing Zhu, whose ability to control ice and move it at will was incredibly strong, was in charge of protecting the right of the diamond. Whenever a zombie came too close, an ice spike would appear above its head and pierce its brain silently. Shangyu and Bing Zhu's hunting method was extremely beautiful. Not even a drop of blood fell to the ground, and the ice fragments floating in the air were extremely charming. Not even a single zombie managed to show any signs of breaking through her defenses. Shen He, who was at the back of the group, was probably the most relaxed person at the moment. His right hand was holding an arrow, and his left hand was tightly gripping his bow. When a zombie escaped Liang Peng's range due to his normal speed, Shen He casually shot an arrow, and the walking corpse fell to the ground with a wound on its forehead. Bai Zemin, who was in charge of protecting the left side of the group, silently looked on as a zombie slowly crawled out of a building dragging its feet and approached towards the group. They really are slow. He couldn't help but shook his head softly. After so many upgrades to his agility stat, zombies were like moving turtles from his point of view. However, although to Bai-Zemin they were slow and not much of a challenge, from the point of view of the other survivors they were extremely terrifying creatures. When they saw the zombie's dead eyes and the amount of bloody wounds on its body, as well as its yellowish teeth full of human flesh or any other living thing stuck in between, it didn't matter if it was male or female, they all shuddered in terror. Many of them even began to sob silently. In fact, the sound that could be heard most in the group was the restrained cries of the people. They, who had been living safely for 6 days without having to see such creatures, were again forced to remember that the present world was no longer the world they knew. Who wants to go first? Bai-Zemin looked at Kai Jingyi and the other 3 students as he spoke in a deep voice. I'll hunt them down for you. You just need to give them the final strike and enjoy the benefits. Easy. Don't let me be disappointed. Opportunities like this won't always come. Although the 4 of them gathered the courage to move forward at that time, when facing the zombie face to face it was natural to feel fear. Therefore, after several seconds, none of them spoke. Just as Bai-Zemin's face was beginning to turn ugly, one of the students slowly raised his hand and in a trembling voice asked, let me do it first. It was a bit of a surprise for Bai-Zemin to see that the first person was actually the thin student with glasses. This guy was average in every aspect, and his body was even weaker than that of a normal young adult without evolving through soul power absorption. However, his courage was commendable. What's your name? Bai-Zemin looked at him for a moment and asked. It's Fu Zufeng, the glasses-wearing student quickly announced, his eyes looking at the zombie that was slowly but surely approaching, and, though his weak body quivered in fear, he took a step forward and asked in a low voice, Big brother Bai, I wonder if I can ask you something. Oh, Bai-Zemin narrowed his eyes. He was already doing everything he possibly could. But this person wanted more. However, he didn't immediately burst out and asked slowly, Tell me, what is it about? Fu Zufeng took a deep breath and, while looking at the zombie, said words that surprised Bai-Zemin. I hope you will lend me your sword and let me kill that zombie with my own hands. No help. Just me. Although his voice was quite low, the group was not big, therefore many heard his request. Most looked at him in shock and disbelief. Others looked at him with indifference. And others looked at him with pity as if they were already looking at a dead man. You're as thin as a bamboo pole, but you want to show off. Many of the men who had been mocked by Bai-Zemin's words felt that they could finally vent the bad smell and secretly sneered. Okay, since you have so much resolve and courage, you can do it all by yourself. Bai-Zemin's eyes flashed strangely and without another word, he handed the Xuanyuan sword to Fu Zufeng silently. This incredible Fu Zufeng immediately felt the huge boost of strength rushing through his body after the sword ringed by strange runes touched his hands. He, who was always considered the weakest, at this moment felt that he could break the bones of even the strongest student. Under the surprised and scared gaze of many, Fu Zufeng took a deep breath, and while observing the zombie less than 10 meters away he tightened his grip on the wielding hilt of the sword. Although his strength stat had gone up dramatically thanks to the treasure in his hands, all of his remaining stats were even below average and average at best. Besides, the fact that one scratch was all he needed to receive for his life to be over was something he knew perfectly well. Nevertheless, Fu Zufeng gritted his teeth until his lingual gums bled before stepping forward. Bai-Zemin watched all this with flashing eyes. He was going to give the sword to the 4 students after hunting the zombies. But Fu Zufeng's request was something he did not expect. Chapter 30 Mind Manipulator. Was Fu Zufeng scared? Of course. He was obviously scared. However, he fought against the panic and forcibly suppressed his instincts to retreat. His whole body, every cell seemed to be begging him not to do so and to step back where he knew he would be protected. Fu Zufeng could feel the stares of the other survivors prickling his back. Pity, mockery, disdain, wonder, disbelief, surprise, and many other looks with different meanings. However, he endured. The reason he endured all this in reality, it was a very simple reason, and for many, it might not be anything special. The only thing he wanted was to be able to raise his head at least once in his life. Since he was young, due to his weak constitution and as a consequence of his below-average appearance, he was always ridiculed in different ways. Fu Zufan, who came from a hard-working family, also wanted his parents to be proud of him. Now that the world had changed, he longed to be able to change his life and, if they were still alive, to be able to give his parents a source of security on which they could rely in times of need. Now that a powerful person like Bai Zemin had stretched out a helping hand to him, Fu Zufeng was willing to do anything to hold on to it. As the zombie slowly approached, Fu Zufeng could feel his legs trembling. Still, he too advanced slowly and began to circle around the zombie, studying the creature's movements carefully. Due to Bai Zemin's actions, the whole group had no choice but to stop momentarily, and everyone's attention had been focused on what was happening on the left side of the small human rhombus. And now what Liang Peng asked in frustration as he surveyed the scene. Shen He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Bai Zemin's reckless actions. His move practically forced everyone to stop in a place where they could be attacked at any moment. However, the only person present other than Bai Zemin himself who knew the reason why he was so calm was Shangyuan Bingzu. She, who had practically saved his life 3 days ago, knew that very close to this place was the battlefield where the huge beetle lay dead. All the dangerous creatures nearby had been crushed by the beetle, decapitated by Bai Zemin, or had their brains crushed and frozen by Shangyuan Bingzu herself. Therefore, the only temporary danger was some straggling zombies that definitely did not reach 100. After nearly 2 minutes of circling the zombie, Fu Zufeng finally calmed down a bit and realized that Bai Zemin's words were completely true. These apocalyptic creatures were incredibly slow. Suddenly, Fu Zufeng dashed to the right, causing the zombie to slowly start turning around. However, his previous move was just a feint and he quickly moved to the left, confusing the zombie for a moment. Fu Zufeng raised his sword high in the air and slashed down with all his might, shouting to shake off his fears. Unfortunately, he couldn't concentrate due to his fear, so the sword sliced off one of the zombie's arms instead of falling on its head. However, he was not sad or disappointed. On the contrary, he was delighted, because he had finally realized that as long as he was a little careful, these mindless zombies were not as dangerous as he thought. Taking advantage of the zombie's weakened side due to the loss of a limb, Fu Zufeng silently slipped behind the zombie and with a strong slash without much skill, he easily hacked off the infected creature's head. You have acquired the soul power of normal zombie level 3, stamina 3. You have leveled up to level 2. You have received 2 status points to distribute freely. As the zombie's body fell forward and blood stained the ground, Fu Zufeng was surprised when several green letters flashed in his retina. In the end, the 19-year-old was so shocked that he stood there in a daze. Congratulations on officially entering the path of evolution. Bai Zemin's voice snapped him out of his surprise. He looked at him and asked, I did. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry seeing the guy's dumbfounded face. In a serious voice, he said, if it wasn't you who did it, then who was it? I did it. I did it, haha, I finally killed my first zombie, Fu Zufeng shouted without caring whether he attracted another monster or not. Bai Zemin simply looked at him, but did not stop him. This guy was not only expressing his joy, but he was also shouting to shake off the lingering fear that still remained in him. After all, it wasn't easy to step forward to battle against death when you know that someone else was willing to do it for you. Moreover, none of those present mocked Fu Zufen's childish attitude. On the contrary, they all looked at him with astonishment and disbelief while the looks of ridicule and disdain were long gone. Fu Zufeng suddenly ran forward and picked up a white scroll that had fallen from the zombie. Although he hesitated for a moment after knowing what it was, he gritted his teeth and walked toward Bai Zemin as he said, Big brother Bai, this skill, I give it to you. You give it to me. Bai Zemin picked up the scroll in a daze. He definitely did not expect this move. Stealth First Order active skill level 1 erases your presence to some extent while weakening your body smell and the sound of your heart. It costs 10 mana points to activate and takes 4 stamina points per minute to keep activated. After deactivation, it has a cooldown time of 20 minutes. I give it to you. You use it. Bai Zemin handed the scroll back to him and shook his head. He looked at him with appreciation and said, "Anyway, I never thought of taking what rightfully belonged to you. However, I like grateful people like you. I just hope you can continue to be like that and not get carried away by the emotion of the moment. Don't worry, big brother Bai. Although my family may be poor, my parents taught me values. Favor with favor is repaid. And this favor is so great that I will never forget it." Fu Zufeng clenched the skill scroll tightly and looked at Bai Zemin with eyes brimming with gratitude. Not only had Bai Zemin given him the courage he needed to fight, but he also spoke to him with respect and had even allowed him to keep a supernatural skill like the one in his hands. In this world where the strong devoured and fed on the weak, a skill, as useless as it seemed, was no different than possessing another life-saving source in times of need. Go get some rest for now. Also, I advise you to add your status points to agility and stamina. That way, with your stealth skill, you could become a terrific assassin. Bai Zemin gently patted his shoulder and advised honestly. Without hesitation, Fu Zufeng wished to learn the skill just as Bai Zemin had told him. Then, he silently handed the sword back to him before returning to the crowd with his back straight. Those who had previously glared at him now did not dare to stare at him for more than a second before looking away. Now that his initial fear was gone, as long as Fu Zufeng maintained that courage and as long as he was on good terms with one of the four main leaders of this group, his strength would only increase more and more. No one was foolish enough to look for trouble where there was none against such a person. "You're a mind manipulator," Lilith sneered beside him. However, even though it seemed like she was mocking, her eyes glittered with appreciation as she said, "Inflict fear first, then embarrass him with your previous talk to push them forward. Finally give him power and respect. Kaya little Zemin. Big sister loves you more and more." Bai Zemin smiled slightly before turning around and walking back. Indeed, Lilith was right. What he was doing was manipulation. Right now, Bai Zemin might be much stronger than most. However, even he was not able to fight against thousands of zombies. His stamina would be drained sooner no matter how high it was. Therefore, he urgently needed people able to follow him willingly, people able to become his sword. Lilith was also delighted that Bai Zemin had understood this so soon. After all, even she herself was not invincible, let alone he who had barely taken his first steps in this new world of evolution and death. Besides, Bai Zemin's move also suited what Lilith needed, and was a first step to what she hoped he could one day become. The group of people soon left the corpse of the zombie decapitated by Fu Zufeng, their first of many to come. Other zombies appeared along the way, but all were appropriately dealt with by the main fighters, placating some of the survivors' fear. Soon, however, they saw several buildings collapsed and crushed as if an earthquake had struck the earth during the night, and their gazes were filled with horror and shock. What kind of creature could do such a thing? Survivors were apprehensive about moving forward, and many could not help but stop in fear of what lay ahead. Chapter 31 Soul Stone. Not to mention the powerless survivors, even Chen He and Liang Peng had changes in their expressions when they saw the debris of different sizes scattered everywhere. The entire place looked as if several bombs had blown up the foundations of nearby buildings and demolished them in the process. What happened here? Chen He muttered, dumbfounded. Although his words were uttered unconsciously, everyone heard him clearly due to how awfully quiet the atmosphere was. No need to worry. Bai Zemin broke the silence and continued to move forward. No need to worry. Shen He looked at Bai Zemin's back and wondered if this person had gone crazy. If there was no need to worry about this, then what were they going to worry about? However, another person spoke up just then. Let's continue. It should be fine. Shang Yuan Bingzu gently shook her head and also slowly moved forward. This. Shen He did not know what to say. His childhood friend had also gone crazy since the world changed. Shang Yuan Bingzu's attitude had changed a little compared to his memories. This was something confused for the talented archer. Actually, it wasn't that she had changed. Shang Yuan Bingzu was simply adapting to the new world and learning the new rules for survival. Simple as that. Being forced by the fighters who protected both sides of the diamond, Chen He and Liang Peng had no choice but to move forward. As a consequence, All the survivors were forced to walk whether they wanted to or not. After all, they could not survive alone as they lacked the power to do so. My God! What is that creepy thing? Beetle, how can there be such a big beetle? When the group of more than 20 people arrived at the place where the body of the first order blazing beetle lay inert, it didn't matter if it was Chen He and Liang Peng or if it was a powerless survivor. They all gasped and took a step back, seeing the creature's body that was over 3 meters tall and looked similar to a small flesh building. They were all shocked beyond words. Moreover, when they looked at that mighty horn and its long legs, they all felt as if their hair stood on end just imagining having to face something like that. What other monster could have been able to kill this terrifying beast? Liang Peng couldn't help but slowly reach out and touch the elephant beetle's shell, only to be surprised to realize that it felt like he was touching cold metal. Apparently the monster that fought this elephant beetle cut off a large part of its head. Chen He noticed a large amount of dried blood running down the creature's slashed neck and quickly came to the conclusion. Shangyu and Bing Zhu simply stood silently as she stared at the giant beetle. Only she knew that the cause of all this was probably the man who was even younger than her and the person who had had the least interaction with the rest of the group. I wonder if the big monster that defeated this first order beetle is also a monster in bed, Lilith joked as she listened to the human's conversation. She would never miss a chance to tease him as she loved his reactions. As for the monster that had ended the life of the first order blazing beetle, by Zemin, he almost spits out 2 liters of old blood when he heard the words of the beautiful succubus beside him. This woman really didn't know when to give up. By Zemin secretly gritted his teeth, trying not to imagine wild scenes, ignoring everyone's gaze and not caring about their comments. He walked towards the head of the giant elephant beetle and jumped approximately 3 meters with a loud stomp. Seeing the scene, everyone was amazed and astonished. A 3-meter high jump was something that in the past would be taken as superhuman. But now it was happening before their very eyes. Fu Zifeng clenched his fists tightly as he secretly vowed to become powerful enough to perform such feats. Kai Jingyi and the other 2 students also had resolute looks in their eyes, further reinforcing the idea of becoming stronger. Are you sure it's here? Bai Zemin whispered softly as he approached the giant beetle's forehead. Little Zemin, are you doubting? The older sister Lilith folded her arms, emphasizing her already big attributes even more. Cough. Bai Zemin quickly turned his gaze away as he secretly cursed her. Without further ado and under everyone's confused gaze, Bai Zemin wielded the Xuanyuan sword and using the tit easily pierced the beetle's flesh. He cut several centimeters deep until he reached about half a meter before finally stopping. Bai Zemin stuck his right arm in as he put the sword down for a moment and rummaged around before finally pulling his now blood-filled arm back out. However, his attention was on the dark yellow rock the size of a baby's fist in his hands. The rock was not perfect and had many imperfections in it. However, its glow was extremely enchanting. That's a first-order soulstone fire element. Lilith nodded and slowly explained. I had previously overlooked it as it is not valuable to me. But to the current you, it is. Soul stones are used to evolve skills, boost the power of spells cast from the same element, and can even boost treasures as long as you find a person with the blacksmith class and enough ability. In short, soul stones have many other uses that you will slowly learn about. Bai Zemin's eyes glittered when he heard her words. Such a treasure had almost been overlooked, and fortunately Lilith remembered it, or else he would have no tears to cry later. The more time passed, the more he realized how valuable the help that Lilith was giving him was. While he could learn all of this on his own as time went by, the truth was that it was an extremely big advantage in the beginning. Without saying a word, Bai Zemin took out a plastic bag from his backpack and carefully put away the first order soul stone before putting it back into his backpack. Then, he took out an empty bottle and began to draw blood from the beetle. He had not forgotten the requirements to evolve his blood manipulation skill to second order. It was so difficult to defeat the first order blazing beetle, and his life was close to ending on so many occasions that Bai Zemin couldn't even imagine defeating 9 other similar or more powerful creatures. Worse yet, he also needed to defeat a second order monster. One step at a time. One step at a time. Bai Zemin sighed as he continued his work. While everyone was dumbfounded, Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful eyes glittered, and without saying a word to anyone, she walked away from the group. Bingzu, where are you going, Chen? He called out to her, but was completely ignored. A few seconds later, and just when Bai Zemin had finished filling several bottles of blood just in case, Shangyuan Bingzu came back walking like an ice goddess. That woman is smart, Lilith praised as she looked at the silver-haired woman. She went back to look for the body of the mutated dog that was frozen to death 3 days ago to obtain its soul stone. What? Those creatures have two? Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. Not all of them. Lilith shook her head and slowly explained. Even evolved creatures don't necessarily form a soul stone. Besides, the value of an unranked creature is far less valuable than a soul stone from an officially evolved creature. But still, it's valuable to you. FCK its mother. Looks like I should go find the mantis corpse when I get the opportunity. Bai Zemin sighed, and after washing his hands with some water he climbed down from the giant beetle's body. Bang! Suddenly a bang sound forced Bai Zemin to look in that direction, and when he saw the scene his face became a little strange. Not only he had that strange reaction, Chen He, the rest of the survivors, and even the cold and indifferent Shangyuan Bingzu had strange looks plastered on their faces. Lilith looked at the scene with a touch of amusement as well, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 32 Bai Zemin's Strength. No one knew exactly how it happened, as everyone's attention was completely fixed on the mysterious actions of Bai Zemin and the disappearance and appearance of Shangyuan Bingzu. However, at this moment, the little giant Liangpeng was lying on the ground, sitting on his butt while looking at the giant beetle in surprise. What happened? Shangyuan Bingzu broke the awkward silence and asked with a small frown. Liangpeng didn't answer her and instead jumped off the ground as he shouted loudly, "Damn it, this beetle's shell is so hard that even with my strength and hammer I can't break it." Those survivors who were enduring the urge to laugh when they saw Liangpeng on the ground turned pale when they heard this. Liangpeng had been unconsciously considered as the person with the most physical strength in the whole group, because of his huge hammer and the ease with which he wielded it. However, as one of the strongest in the group, even he could not break through this beetle's defenses. What did it mean not to be able to break through the enemy's defenses? It meant that in the event of a battle, it was only a matter of time before he would have to retreat in defeat or be killed. Then, if a creature on the level of this giant beetle appeared, the Yangpeng might have a chance to flee. However, they were all weak people with average stats. If they were left to their fate, it would only be a matter of time before they died miserably. Many young female students could not help but burst into tears again, realizing how dangerous the world was now and how little life was worth. That big man looks like he graduated from a fool's college. Lilith couldn't help but giggle softly as she played with her hair. Bai Zemin frowned slightly at the growing fear of the survivors. At this rate, all his plans would fly out the window before they were even put into action. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Zemin slowly walked towards Liangpeng and stretched out his right hand as he calmly said, "Can you lend me your hammer for a moment?" "What do you want it for?" Liangpeng looked at him suspiciously. His impression of Bai Zemin was not very good at this point after what happened earlier in the gymnasium. "Just to see if I can break through the beetle's defenses. Don't worry. He'll get it back to you right away." Bai Zemin looked at him seriously and assured him. Yangpeng looked at him as if he was an idiot and was about to say something when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. With a strange smile, he raised his hammer and handed it to Bai Zemin. "Here, thank you." Bai Zemin nodded and stretched his hand forward. When Bai Zemin's hand came into contact with the hammer's handle, Yangpeng scoffed and released his grip. However, the scene of Bai Zemin being sent to the ground by the weight of the hammer did not happen, unlike what Liangpeng was imagining in his mind. Look, Bai Zemin can also hold Liangpeng's big hammer. Not only that, he's doing it with one hand. Some people began to whisper softly amidst the sound of sobbing. Chen He also blinked in surprise at Bai Zemin's physical strength. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes flashed as if she had finally confirmed her earlier theory. Skull-breaking hammer, normal treasure, a hammer over 2 meters long created with a metal called adium. It weighs 300 kilograms and is capable of crushing a medium-sized vehicle with ease if its wielder has enough power to wield it. When equipped, 20 strength. The hammer was bright blue in color, and while it brought the same amount of strength as Bai Zemin's Xuan Yuan sword, it was obvious from reading the description and seeing the difficulties of lifting the hammer that his sword was superior in every aspect. Bai Zemin took a big step forward as he lifted the hammer with his single healthy hand and, after raising his right arm above his head with the hammer pointing towards the sky, his 85 strength points fully burst out as he smashed with all his power downwards. The weight of the hammer together with Bai Zemin's total strength, being equivalent to almost 9 normal people before the evolution, caused a loud bang. As a result of the sudden movement, boom! After a loud boom and a small shockwave, several students could not help but fall to the ground as they lost their balance when the ground beneath their feet shook from the great weight of the weapon and the force with which it was used. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air at the thought of what would happen if that strike landed on them. Wouldn't they be crushed into meat paste? Forget about them. Even a normal house would collapse. Bai Zemin looked at the cracks in the giant elephant beetle's shell and nodded, seemingly satisfied. He turned to look at Liang Pang, who was stunned looking at the cracked shell, and said casually, "It really is tough. It looks like I can't break it. Here, thanks for your hammer." After picking up the hammer, Liang Pang couldn't help but reach over and touch the place where Bai Zemin had just banged. Crack, crack, bang, as if that was all that was necessary. When Liang Pang's hand came in contact with the shell, over 50 centimeters of the shell dropped to the ground, revealing the flesh and bloody cracks inside. This wasn't Bai Zemin supposed to be an evolved agility type. Besides, his strength is even superior to Liang Pang's. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the ground split by the weight of the beetle, the weight of the hammer, and the heavy blow Bai Zemin had just made. Who knows? Even I haven't shown everything yet. Come. An idea occurred to me. Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head slightly before walking towards Bai Zemin and Liang Pang. I guess everyone hides their own secrets. He nodded. He followed Shangyu and Bingzu, and as he looked at her back he couldn't help but think under his breath, although I wish you trusted me enough to not have secrets. Then, Bai Zemin looked at Shangyu and Bingzu and said with a somewhat surprised tone, "You want us to use the beetle meat as food?" Shangyu and Bingzu nodded indifferently and continued. "The energy called mana empowers the living beings in the world. Then, it is likely that the giant beetle's meat also contains some remaining mana. I assume that the probabilities that it is beneficial to the human body are high, and it is also a good source of food." Apart from the 4 main leaders, Kai Jinny was also present, as she had demonstrated good ideas during the early days of the evolutionary apocalypse. Meanwhile, the other survivors were inside the pharmacy looking for and storing as much medicine and medical utilities simple to move in this world where unwanted surprises awaited in every corner. It was unlikely that social order would be established soon, and the laboratories in charge of producing medicine would not be in operation either. Therefore, it was best to get as much as possible now that they had the opportunity to do so. "I think it's a good idea," He agreed without hesitation. Bai Zemin secretly sneered. As Shangyu and Bingzu suitor, it was natural for He to agree with whatever she said. Liang Pang and Kai Jingyi also agreed with her suggestion. Not only could they obtain a source of food, but they could also fortify the body by consuming the monster's meat. After all, the reason for the apocalypse was not a virus. The reason why everything changed was caused by the mana. After some discussion, the 5 people finally came to the conclusion that they should first secure the surroundings and get some tools to take care of the elephant beetle's flesh. In the meantime, the monster's body could only stay here. No one was worried about the meat suddenly going bad because, as an energy booster, the mana was doing a good job. 30 minutes later, the group left the practically collapsed area and continued advancing in a northwesterly direction. Although there was still medicine left in the pharmacy, there were 2 survivors carrying 2 big backpacks each and some plastic bags full of all kinds of medicines. The next point the group was aiming for was a nearby restaurant in search of food, being this place not only the closest, but also the one that was relatively less ringed by buildings in comparison, facilitating the vision of the surroundings, mobility, and preventing them from being trapped in case a large group of zombies appeared without warning. Inside a three-story building that used to hold classes in the past, two people were hiding next to the window looking out at the restaurant 50 meters distant. This building that had previously been used to hold classes had now become a hellhole. Bloodstains were everywhere. Tables and chairs turned carelessly over. Doors broken. The whole place was as if a hurricane had swept through it during the night, and the only two people alive were these two hidden people. 3 days had passed since the last time they had eaten something, and finally, hunger was beginning to overcome their sense of fear. Chapter 33, Arrogant and Vicious Kyo Long Part 1. He Yuhan. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked one of the two surviving students hiding in the building. Zhu Fen. Do we have any other choice? He Yuhan, a tall and fit young man in his 20s, replied helplessly. It's been almost 72 hours since I last tasted a bite, and my stomach roars as if a monster is hiding inside. If we don't take the risk now to get some food, when our energy runs out it will be difficult to even move a single muscle. Zhu Fen's face was filled with helplessness. When had he ever had to go through such suffering? Going hungry was something he had never expected to happen to him. In the past, if he wanted something to eat, a call to a restaurant or a visit to a food center was all he needed to satiate himself. But now all this had disappeared, so abruptly that it was hard to digest it all casually. I knew it. If we had stayed with the group. None of this. Don't say any more. Zhu Fen was muttering some reproachful words when He Yuhan's voice stopped him with a shout that startled him. He Yuhan didn't seem to care if the zombies or some other creature had heard his scream as he looked at his fellow survivor with eyes full of fury as he growled. You want to go back to that place? What for? Do you want to become Kyo Long's bitch, eh? Zhu Fen's face turned purple when he heard this, and his heart filled with regret after remembering everything Kyo Long had done during the 3 days they were in his group. Po! He Yuhan spat on the ground as he cursed. I'd rather starve to death or be eaten by a zombie than stay with that wild dog, surnamed Kyo. It had only been 3 days, but his humanity was already eaten by beasts. Hey! Look over there! Zhu Fen suddenly interrupted his companion, and quickly tugged at his clothes to urge him to look out of the window. With a face full of anger, grief, and helplessness, He Yuhan forced himself to calm down and peeked his head out of the window. However, what he saw shocked him greatly, and he could not suck in a breath of cold air. Who are these people? Are they still human or are they ghosts? The group of more than 20 survivors led by Shangyu and Bingzu, Shenhe, Yang Peng, and Bai Zemin finally arrived at the nearby street where the restaurant they aimed for this time was located. The walk was slow due to the survivors' fear, so it had been another 10 minutes since they left the place where the first order blazing beetle's corpse lay. How will we do it? Bai Zemin asked casually as he looked at the surrounding 200+ zombies. It's impossible to avoid a confrontation against them. Shenhe surveyed the surroundings before pointing. I think the best idea is to let me lure them out slowly. That way we can annihilate them all much easier after splitting them into smaller groups. Because there were few buildings nearby, the zombies were quite scattered if compared to other places, and the odds of being ambushed by a creature were much lower as well. However, the downside was that due to the lack of buildings, when one zombie was alerted, the others would also notice the nearby life force and they would start moving in that direction. I get your idea though. Wouldn't it be easier if we just move forward and crush them all? Yang Peng couldn't help but point out. Chengyu and Bingzu looked at him as if he was an idiot. However, she nodded to express her agreement. Underestimating the zombies is not good. But I also feel that it would be easier to simply charge in and finish them off with a single strike to avoid attracting too much attention for too long. Anyway, with the strength of our group, a few hundred zombies shouldn't be any problem. Although Shangyu and Bingzu did not agree with Liang Peng's attitude of underestimating the enemy, she also felt that there was no need to give them importance when they did not deserve it. It was precisely for this reason that she accepted the proposal of the man with the hammer. Then let's get it over with. Bai Zemin didn't even wait for the others and charged forward like a whirlwind. In less than 3 seconds he had already closed a distance of several meters and found himself in front of the first zombie. His right hand shook gently and the Xuan Yuan sword flashed with sharp light for a split second. In the next instant, the zombie's head flew up and created a beautiful arc in the sky as red blood spurted out like a fountain. However, Bai Zemin had already left that place a long time ago, so he could not even smell the scent of blood, let alone see it. You have acquired level 4 normal zombie soul power. You have acquired level 3 normal zombie soul power. You have acquired level 4 normal zombie soul power. Even after losing his velocity boots during his battle against the First Order Blazing Beetle, Bai Zemin's agility was still far superior to that of a normal person and most evolved people. With 76 agility points and being almost 8 times faster than a normal person, Bai Zemin's current speed had reached a point where he could move at approximately 100 kilometers per hour, unlike most automobiles that needed some time at first to get up to speed. Making use of his 85 strength points to push himself with his legs, Bai Zemin could reach a speed of 15 kilometers per hour in just 1 second. His body flickered through the crowd of zombies at astonishing speeds while small explosions sounded every time one of his legs stomped the ground to propel himself forward. In less than 5 seconds, 10 zombies had fallen to the ground decapitated, and their blood was slowly beginning to accumulate. No matter how many times I see it, that speed is insane. Shenhe couldn't help but force a smile as he looked at the ongoing massacre. Was the help of the 3 of them even necessary here to begin with? Let's go, Shangyu and Bingzu said indifferently as she took a step forward. Her body moved like an ice butterfly and, although her speed was not as high as Bai Zemin's, she was definitely not slow, as even Shenhe and Liang Peng were quickly left behind. With a smooth wave of her hand, 10 small ice bullets appeared out of nowhere, and with another smooth movement gracefully the 10 ice bullets silently pierced the heads of 10 zombies almost at the same time. Although Shangyu and Bingzu might not be as fast or as strong as Bai Zemin since these 2 stats of hers were lower than his, her crowd fighting ability was actually much more efficient. While it was true that Bai Zemin was not using his blood manipulation skill, the reality was that Shangyu and Bingzu's ice bullet penetration ability was much higher. In addition, her control over mono was truly spectacular. Therefore, when she joined the battle she had soon claimed the first place in kill count, with Bai Zemin following closely behind. Shenhe sighed before drawing 3 arrows from the quiver on his back and placing them in his bow. With a simple pull and release of the bowstring, the 3 arrows soared through the skies like dragons and found themselves hitting 3 different targets at exactly the same time. The next instant, another 3 arrows shot out and 3 more zombies fell lifeless with an arrow stuck exactly in the middle of their foreheads. Although his killing speed was not as high in comparison to Shangyu and Bingzu, it was only slightly lower than the speed at which Bai Zemin without using any skills cleared enemies. Shenhe's skill was professional sniper, and as long as he had the necessary weapon, even a fly 2 kilometers away could not escape his shots. Yang Peng snorted and seemed to take the zombie clearing as a competition. With a fierce growl, his body suddenly swelled up and several parts of the clothes he was wearing cracked. Bang! With a mighty stomp that left a crack in the ground beneath his feet, the Yang Peng made use of his monstrous strength to boost himself forward, and with a ferocious blow, a zombie was smashed to pieces as flesh and blood splattered everywhere. With another heavy stomp, his body moved in a straight line towards the next target. The survivors who had quietly stood by Shenhe, who was constantly shooting arrows while Fu Zifeng hurriedly picked them up, looked at the scene unfolding before their eyes with fervor and hope. Being part of a group with 4 such powerful evolved ones and with others rising in the near future, the chances of survival were undoubtedly much higher, and the lifestyle they could lead would undoubtedly be a lot better than those without power. Of course, with the new rules in place today, they all knew that they had to work hard to get a better living, but as long as they didn't have to fight a zombie or any other creature, it was okay for them to do any job. That was precisely why these survivors had the courage to go out to carry the food. Chapter 34, Arrogant and Vicious Kill Long Part 2. After about 5 minutes, all the zombies, even the farthest one in sight, had been completely annihilated by the group of 4. Bai Zemin looked on indifferently as the blood of over 200 zombies had accumulated to form a large pool of blood. Although his expression was casual, several thoughts flickered in his mind as he looked at his own status window. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but Bai Zemin had consumed 5 stamina points. While it was true that 5 points were not much compared to his 180 total points, The reality was that this small scuffle against the zombies had made Bai Zemin realize even more that even if he was strong, he had not reached the point of being able to take on an army of inexhaustible creatures that knew neither the meaning of the word fear nor the meaning of the word pain. A few hundred zombies was fine, but if there were several thousand of them, then even Bai Zemin himself would have no choice but to retreat before his stamina was completely consumed, or else he would end up becoming zombie food. Liang Peng was panting slightly. Obviously his stamina stats were not particularly high, and he had probably consumed even more than Bai Zemin, whose body had evolved steadily and more evenly. Shen He was picking up some arrows while rubbing his fingers softly, seemingly numb. Moreover, his chest was rising and falling smoothly even if he hadn't had to run all over the place. The optimal concentration he had to exert to shoot 3 arrows at the same time with total accuracy was not a simple thing, and the pressure was immense for him. As for Shangyu and Bingzu, she was as indifferent as ever, and it was simply impossible to know what was going through her mind. Soon, the group of survivors entered the restaurant and began to inspect what they could and could not take. As they passed by the blood-filled corpses, the smell of iron assaulted their nostrils, and many of them had to be supported by others in order to move forward, as their legs had softened to the point where they could fall to the ground at any moment. "What do we do?" Zhu Fen whispered quietly as he looked out the window of the small building. He Yuhan was silent for more than a minute before finally saying somewhat hesitantly, "I think we should try to contact them. What if they also end up being just like Qiu Long and abuse of their power?" Zhu Fen didn't seem very willing. Although he had previously asked what to do, he actually hoped not to have to leave this place. Fear, and the things he had seen over the past week had turned Zhu Fan into a frightened person who would rather starve to death than take the slightest risk. He Yuhan also hesitated a little when he heard this. However, he shook his head and said resolutely, "No, I don't think they are the same as that bitch surnamed Qiu." The president of the student association Shengyu and Bingzu was with them, and she is known for her impartiality. Besides, as a woman, she definitely won't allow such atrocious acts like Qiu Long committed to happen before her. Zhu Fen could not help but nod. He had also recognized Shengyu and Bingzu among the survivors. She was an extremely strong and capable fighter with the ability to create ice at will and control it as if it was something she had been doing all her life. Considering that Shangyu and Bingzu was known to be extremely righteous in her decisions in the past, Zhu Fen believed that she would not turn into a beast with human skin so soon. Besides, if we don't go with them, we'll die like starving dogs here. Worse yet, a zombie might appear at night and eat us without us noticing. He Yuhan shook his head and slowly stood up, fighting the dizziness that struck him as a result of not having eaten anything for 3 whole days. Seeing him walk towards the door, Zhu Fen gritted his teeth before standing up and following closely behind. The group of more than 20 survivors found plenty of food in the restaurant. The only unfortunate thing was that most of the food was not durable, as canned food was not particularly popular here. Even so, over 30 kg of rice, noodles, flour, and other miscellaneous items were found that did not need any particular care except to be kept away from moisture. This type of food could last a long time without too much specific care, which was a good thing. Apart from plain food, they also found white meat and red meat, but because the gymnasium's refrigerator was not particularly large, they could only take a few kilos before they had to leave the rest there, since defrosted meat would not last long before going bad anyway. After filling approximately 60 backpacks with all kinds of food and drink, the group that had found enough food to feed 100 people for at least another 2 weeks was about to leave when 2 people came into view. Other survivors. Chen He was surprised and moved forward. However, before he could go too far, Shengyu and Bingzu stopped him and gestured for him to stay in his place. She looked at the 2 people cautiously and asked, "My name is Shengyu and Bingzu. May I know who you are?" "Sh Shangyuan President." "My name is He Yuhan, a 3rd-year student." He Yuhan could not help but stammer nervously before introducing himself. However, the other young man did not introduce himself and instead stared dazedly at Shangyu and Bingzu with wide eyes. What a beautiful woman! Zhu Fen had never had the opportunity to see Sheng Yuanbing Zhu up close, and this was the first time such an opportunity had come his way. However, when he saw how beautiful she was, he could not help but be stupefied to the point where his brain seemed to have stopped working. Her cold face was like that of an ice angel, and the curves of her body were so lovely that even her dress could not fully cover them. Zhu Fen felt all the lack of energy he felt before disappear just by seeing her. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows slightly, and a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Although she was already used to such looks, such impudence to stare at her undisguisedly was still unbearable. "Hey! Didn't anyone teach you politeness?" A cold voice snapped Zhu Fen out of his daze, and he was startled when he saw Chen He staring at him with icy coldness. Bai Zemin secretly raised an eyebrow. To think that this handsome and kind guy was actually capable of speaking in that tone and giving that kind of look. Interesting, he thought. "I'm sorry." Zhu Fen blushed fiercely and quickly apologized before introducing himself. The atmosphere became extremely awkward after what happened earlier and after the introduction of the two newcomers. Everyone fell silent. So, Bai Zemin broke the silence as he looked at the two men around his own age and questioned, "What do you guys want? Join our group?" He Yuhen's eyes lit up and he nodded hurriedly. "That's right, we would like to join your group, although we can't fight. Doing jobs like carrying food should be easy." He Yuhen was a smart guy. Previously he had seen how the survivors worked with the food while the 4 fighters and 3 other people did nothing. Therefore, he had come to the conclusion that this was a group with certain tactical rules. "That's good." Bai Zemin nodded with a small smile. "As long as you are not leeches. You guys are welcome. Even if they are leeches, we can't just let them die casually," Shang Yuanbing Zhu pointed out. Bai Zemin looked at her briefly before saying lightly, "Well, you'll have to give them some of your food in that case. Personally, I am not anyone's father here. This group was formed to survive and live better, not to drag burdens." "Aren't your words a bit rude?" Chen He couldn't help but frown. To him, Sheng Yuanbing Zhu was the most important person in the world, even more than his family. Therefore, he always cared about everything related to her. He. Bai Zemin chuckled before looking at him with a touch of sympathy, as he said, "Let me see how far you go with your kind-hearted mentality. When your kindness and hesitation become an obstacle, your life will not be the only thing in danger." Saying that, Bai Zemin's gaze momentarily paused on the silver-haired woman before turning his attention away from this pair of strange friends. Shang Yuanbing Zhu looked at Chen He and then looked at Bai Zemin, who looked casual. She sighed in her heart. While it was true that Bai Zemin's words were not pleasant to listen to, and Chen He was helping her, the reality was that in this new world Bai Zemin's words were far more logical. Moreover, while Chen He's personality was almost perfect, this was in the world before the soul record came to this planet in this new era. Such a personality would only attract troubles. It was just that for her it was not simple to abandon people. She was raised in a very powerful government family, and Shang Yuanbing Zhu felt it was her responsibility to protect others when in fact it was not. Chapter 35 Arrogant and Vicious Kia Along Part 3 Last. While He Yuhan and Zhu Fen looked at the people who were apparently the leaders, upon more careful observation they realized that the union of this group was not particularly good. In fact, He Yuhan had subtly noticed that except for Shang Yuanbing Zhu and Chen He, both famous people on campus, the guy with the sword whose name was unknown to them, and the leader of the team in charge of maintaining guard Liang Peng were not particularly close to any person present. Bai Zemin did not bother too much with useless introductions. While these people claimed to be able to do some jobs without danger, what he lacked most now were fighters. As for the matter of Chen He didn't even think about it for a second before forgetting that. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu saw that Chen He's expression had turned a little ugly. As for Bai Zemin's expression, he was so indifferent that he seemed to be competing with her, not wanting the group to have more problems than they already had. She looked at the two foreigners and asked suspiciously, "You two, would you mind telling me how you were able to survive for a whole week? Not only are you not evolved people who absorbed soul power from the soul record, neither are there any particularly safe places here to casually rest for 6 days without food. Bai Zemin's ears twitched softly upon hearing this, and he focused his attention on the two people again. If it wasn't for Shangyu and Bingzu's sharp mind, he really wouldn't have cared about something as small as that, but now he really was curious. Besides, he was still hoping to get information about the person who had conspired against him 3 days ago. While Bai Zemin was recovering from his most severe wounds, Lilith had told him that a man who did not belong to the group he was part of had lured many zombies to surround him after he finished his battle to the death against the First Order Blazing Beetle. Back then, if not for Shangyu and Bingzu's timely appearance, Bai Zemin might have actually died in that place. It was precisely for this reason that his attitude towards her had become slightly more tolerant, as he knew he was in debt. Bai Zemin was always a person who remembered favors, but he also remembered enmities. In the past, a person close to him betrayed him in the cruelest way. As revenge, when Bai Zemin recovered from his depression, he secretly sneaked into that person's bedroom and broke his legs as well as his arms with a metal pipe during the night. How could he forget about someone who intended to turn him into zombie food? Although Bai Zemin did not expect to find such a person from the mouths of these people, pleasant surprises still happened even in hell. He Yuhan's eyes flashed with anger, reproach, sadness, and many complex emotions when he heard Shangyu and Bingzu's question. In a low voice, he began to narrate the events that he and Zhu Fen had witnessed the first few days that the world changed. Before everything became chaotic, He Yuhan was escorting his girlfriend back to the women's dormitory after they had been together most of the day when the storm broke out without warning. Not long after, He Yuhan felt as if he had been punched in the stomach, forcing him to stop his steps in his tracks as he knelt on the ground. The pain only lasted a few seconds. However, when he looked to his side, he was shocked and startled to realize that his pretty girlfriend was standing under the rain in a daze. He Yuhan tried to call out to her, but when he saw her dying white eyes he was so frightened that he couldn't help but turn away. It was then that chaos erupted. Being the closest building, He Yuhan ran to the female dormitory and locked himself in a room before sealing the entrance with anything useful. A day later, the door was broken down by a good-looking strong-muscled man named Qiao Long. Qiao Long was a person who had trained hard in some kind of martial arts since childhood, so he somehow managed to kill several zombies, absorb soul power, and evolve. However, his lucky break came when he encountered two high-level mutated dogs seriously injured after fighting each other. Taking the opportunity, Qiao Long killed both mutated dogs and directly evolved to level 15. However, Qiao Long was actually a cruel snake who hid his fangs behind his facade of a handsome man. After gaining power, he understood and accepted very quickly that the world and the rules of the past were no longer valid. The only valid rule in this new world was that all rules were written by whoever had the strongest fist. Having understood the whole situation, Qiao Long showed outstanding adaptability. However, he also unleashed all his darkest desires without caring about anything but enjoying the new life. Within his group, Qiao Long had forced everyone to call him king. As king, Qiao Long naturally had his own harem, which was composed of a total of 8 beautiful female students and 2 beautiful female teachers. Among these 10 women, only 4 of them were happy as they could eat the best food and have the backing of someone strong, but the other 6 were unwilling. Unfortunately, these women were weak and Qiao Long simply forced himself on them. Qiao Long not only forced the women to serve him, but also ate the best food and enjoyed the best treatment available within the group of survivors he had rescued. This had naturally aroused the discontent of many people, for which a group consisting of 5 hot-blooded students stood up to confront him. Too bad. These warm-blooded students were just normal people. How could 5 normal human beings even compare to Qiao Long, who was not only versed in martial arts, but had even absorbed a vast amount of soul power higher than his own? Qiao Long broke the legs of the 5 male students and threw them into a group of zombies while laughing loudly as he watched them crawl with their hands, and the slow zombies chased after them at similar speeds. In the end, due to the zombies' infinite stamina, the 5 students were eaten alive when they exhausted all their strength. After this event, no one dared to oppose Qiao Long anymore, and he has been living a life of debauchery and uncontrolled while the rest were living the life of cats and dogs. After finishing narrating the story, He Yuhan explained that the reason why he and Zhu Fen managed to flee was because 3 days ago Qiu Long had returned frightened for some reason, and vented all his fear having physical relations with several of his imperial concubines. Making use of this opportunity, they both fled during the night. When a group of survivors heard about Qiu Long's actions, most of them could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The women shuddered in terror at the thought of leading a life worse than death, and their eyes were filled with pain at the suffering those people were experiencing. He Yuhan's words also served to make everyone realize how fortunate they were. After all, while the group had its own problems, at least everyone was relatively decent, and the 4 strongest leaders kept their sanity seemingly intact. Even the lecherous Liang Pang had not forced anyone to do anything obscene. Suddenly the temperature of the place seemed to drop several degrees all at once, and the survivors could not help but recoil as they looked at the beautiful and usually indifferent Shangyu and Bingzu with surprise and trepidation. Even Bai Zemin, Shenhe, and Liang Pang had to move several steps away as they looked at her with different reactions. A part of the ground under her feet had frozen completely while her eyes seemed to burn with fire as she looked at He Yuhan. Very slowly, she uttered word by word, "You, lead me to the place where Qiu Long is." Her voice was as cold as millennial ice that had been cut off from all warmth and seemed to have forgotten all about emotions. Chapter 36 Bone-chilling Coldness. In a building north of the university campus. 4th floor. This place was previously used as an important meeting room by the teachers and directors of the university. Therefore, the decoration was quite elegant. The glass windows were almost 2 meters high, which provided a beautiful view from the 4th floor to the outside. However, while the view was beautiful, the danger was also high because in this new world, such a place without any protection was definitely not a good place to stay too long. A young man of about 21 or 22 whose face was quite handsome and whose body was very fit was sitting in a leather chair while drinking a glass of whiskey. While students was not hard allowed to drink alcohol on the university grounds regardless of their age. The teachers had their own stocks, so it was not easy for him to find several bottles. On the young man's lap was a beautiful female student about the same age as him. This young woman smiled every time the young man said something, and was clearly trying to curry favor with him in any way possible. This young man was Qiu Long. That little dog Su Min sure is arrogant. Qiu Long spat as he clung tightly to the woman's slender waist in his embrace. Does he think that just because he's a teacher he can give me orders? Let's see if now that I've broken his legs he'll learn to be more careful next time. The girl in his embrace shuddered imperceptibly at his words. With a flattering smile, she kissed him and praised, "King Qiu, why bother with little flies? Who doesn't know that your power is the only reason we are still alive? Ha ha ha, my little Xiao is still the best." Qiu Long laughed approvingly before giving the beauty a deep kiss. He loved the feeling of dominating the life and death of others. Even the women he had slept with had to call him king, or else they would have to suffer his anger. The girl's name was Xiao, and she was a 4th-year student. She was one of the few women who was willing to give herself to Qiu Long of her own free will. She just wanted to survive and lead a better life. Moreover, although she was scared of Qiu Long and his wild acts, Xiao had also become accustomed to giving orders and looking down on others with arrogance. After only 6 days of apocalypse. Bang! The office door was opened with a bang, and one of Qiu Long's cronies walked in with a pale face as he urgently shouted, "King! Those 2 little bitches Zhu Fen and He Yuhan are back." Qiu Long was about to curse the student for interrupting his moment of happiness. However, when he heard his words, his eyes flashed viciously. "Those 2 puny ants finally couldn't stand the hunger. Just wait until I get my hands on them, and let me watch them run away again." Qiu Long gently pushed the woman he was about to have a good time with, and stood up as he walked to the exit. The student buddy was surprised, and quickly followed him as he hurriedly said, "King, those 2 puny ants are not alone. There is a group of survivors of about 20 or 30 people, and among them is the number 1 beauty of our university." Qiu Long's footsteps stopped abruptly, and he looked at the student with red eyes. "Is that right?" The student naturally understood the meaning behind that question. After so many days of seeing Qiu Long's arrogant and confident attitude, This student knew that he was not afraid of crowds. It's really her. I saw her with my own eyes. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu was together with that pretty face Chen He and 2 other guys I don't know. A huge smile appeared on Qiaolong's face, and he walked out taking long strides, as he daydreamed about delighting with the body of the arrogant woman that countless men were dreaming about. Even teachers were secretly looking at the beauty Shang Yu and Bing Zhu. As for Chen He and the other 2 strangers, Qiaolong ignored them completely. Chen He came from a powerful family. This was something that everyone knew well, and it was also for this reason that no one dared to touch Shang Yu and Bing Zhu, thinking that he was her safeguard. However, few knew that she never trusted the protection of anyone but herself. But what good did it do to have a powerful family now? Weren't they all in the same situation? Qiaolong was confident that as long as he did not meet that monster who killed the beetle, there was no one capable of defeating him in this university. However, that guy should be dead or at least seriously injured right now, Qiaolong thought as he headed for the exit of the building. That night 3 days ago, Qiaolong was terrified when he saw the giant elephant beetle. His whole being was screaming to run away and not to appear before that creature. However, to Qiaolong's surprise and horror, one person actually dared to face that beetle and actually emerged victorious. Qiaolong did not even dare to think about what would happen if that person appeared before him one day as his enemy. Therefore, taking the opportunity of the fact that this person was injured after defeating the elephant beetle, Qiaolong attracted a large number of zombies to surround such a person. In fact, Qiaolong was so scared at that time that he did not even dare to approach, and left after attracting more than 100 infected undead. But Qiaolong did not believe that that unknown person would have survived, and even if he survived, his injuries should be critical considering that fierce battle in the middle of the storm. Bai Zemin and the rest of the survivors advanced under He Yuhan's guidance. Although He Yuhan was scared, and did not want to see Qiaolong again for the rest of his life if possible, under the death stare Shang Yu and Bing Zhu was giving him, he did not dare to say no, and could only lead the way obediently. Bing Zhu, why don't you calm down a moment? Chen He walked beside his best friend, and at the same time the only woman he had ever loved, trying to appease her with a soft voice. Unfortunately, all his efforts failed miserably. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu's gaze was fixed on the road before her, and every time a zombie dared to appear in her vision, it was miserably slaughtered even before it could growl twice. Bai Zemin was quite surprised. Although in the past he was indifferent to everyone and did not pay attention to anyone in particular, the reality was that it was impossible not to know Shang Yu and Bing Zhu unless one was not a student or teacher of this university. However, that cold and indifferent Shang Yu and Bing Zhu from the rumors and whom he had known for a week seemed to have disappeared at this moment. While she was still cold, that elegant coldness had disappeared and been replaced by deadly coldness that no one would be willing to get too close to. Chapter 37, Having Power, but being held back by her own allies. Sensing Shang Yu and Bing Zhu's extremely bad mood, none of the survivors dared to say a word and continued carrying the heavy backpacks and bags full of food and drink. It's here. Hesitantly, He Yuhan pointed to a 4-story building 1 street away, and everyone stopped after hearing his words. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu nodded indifferently and slowly walked forward with Chen He following close behind. The Yangpeng also followed a little behind. After all, as a member of this group, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu was an important asset, and Liang Peng was not willing to see her die, as it would mean his own life would be harder from then on. As for Bai Zemin, he mingled among the survivors, and in a low voice that no one could hear, he whispered, "Hey, Lilith, is this the guy who tried to kill me 3 days ago?" "Indeed, he's the one who attracted that crowd of zombies." Lilith nodded with a casual smile as she floated several meters above the ground. With eyes full of curiosity, she looked at Bai Zemin and asked, "What will you do?" "Just wait and see," Bai Zemin replied indifferently. However, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness imperceptible to the naked eye. "You dare to try to kill me using the zombies? I will show you the consequences of having failed then." "Oh, it's really you?" Shang Yu and Bing Zhu Qiaolong exclaimed ecstatically as he opened his arms wide. His eyes glittered with naked desire as he gazed at the curves of the beautiful woman before him. Shang Yuan Bingzu was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life. Only such a woman was truly worthy of being his queen. You are Qiao Long, the leader of this group who calls himself King. Shang Yuan Bingzu's voice was bone-chilling as she looked at him coldly. That's right, Qiao Long did not contradict and confirmed as he nodded. He inspected first Chen He and then Liang Peng before saying, I see that you are also good fighters. How about joining this king? I can promise you the best treatment and the best looking women. Above all and only below one. Me? Chen He looked at him as if he was an idiot. This person surely lost his brain just like the zombies. Liang Peng seemed tempted by the offer when he heard the word women, but finally sighed as he muttered what a pity over and over again. Shang Yuan Bingzu was clearly not in the mood to listen any nonsense. She waved her right hand gently, and 2 ice pikes appeared floating above her head before shooting out towards Qiao Long's arm. She clearly intended to disable him immediately. Since you want agree to be mine for good, then I'll make you my personal bitch when I get my hands on you. Qiao Long snorted in response. He was already expecting things not to go his way, so he was secretly on his guard. Break! Qiao Long shouted and punched a fist forward. Bang! Qiao Long's punch seemed to be strong enough to make the air in front of him bang noisily, as if an air cannon had formed after that blow. Shang Yuan Bingzu's 2 ice pikes were shattered by the strong pressure. With a stomp, Qiao Long's body shot forward at full speed while staring at Shang Yuan Bingzu, and having identified her as a ranged fighter, Shang Yuan Bingzu's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of her hand, 10 ice pikes appeared above her head and shot towards the enemy. Seeing the 10 ice pikes approaching at full speed, Qiao Long's face changed slightly and he was forced to jump to the side. He had barely rolled on the ground and dodged 3 pikes when the other 7 changed course and continued to pursue him. In response, Qiao Long clenched both fists and launched a flurry of punches forward. Bang! 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 In a moment, the 7 ice pikes were crushed into tiny pieces of ice that fell powerlessly on the ground. In retaliation, Qiao Long clenched both fists and fiercely punched forward while glaring at Chen He and Liang Peng. The air blasted noisily, and 2 air cannons shot out toward the 2 men who apparently had no intention of participating. The 2 men were stupefied. Neither of them expected that this person would suddenly attack them when he was fighting another person. Shang Yuan Bingzu's face finally had a slight change upon seeing this. Without delay, she waved both hands and 2 thin walls of ice appeared in front of the 2 men. Bang! Bang! The 2 thin walls of ice were crushed by the force of the air cannon, but they managed to stop the sneak attack successfully. Unfortunately, Shang Yuan Bingzu had spent a lot of mana to create those 2 ice walls after all. Her ice maker skill was a first-order skill and she did not have perfect control over it. Haha! Qiao Long laughed and charged forward as he took the opportunity of lack of attacks. Damn bastard! Chen He blushed in embarrassment and couldn't help but curse. If it wasn't for Shang Yuan Bingzu, he might have been seriously injured or even killed by the previous attack. But worst of all was that because of him she had to face incoming troubles. With swift and expert movements, Chen He pulled out 3 arrows from the quiver on his back, and with fiery anger shot the 3 arrows towards Qiao Long. Are you still trying to be soft, you trash? Qiao Long looked at Chen He and sneered. With a strong punch, the 3 arrows aimed at his limbs were easily torn apart. Shang Yuan Bingzu crafted 20 ice bullets and shot them all forward at the same time. She no longer seemed to care about her enemy's life, as many attacks targeted areas like the head and heart. Qiao Long also noticed the change in the pattern of enemy attacks and immediately realized that, to his frustration, he was actually weaker than her. With no other choice, he was forced to change his strategy. While Shang Yuan Bingzu thought that Qiao Long would continue charging towards her, he suddenly turned his body and charged towards Chen He, who was still shocked by the ease with which his attack was crushed. Chen He! Watch out! Shang Yuan Bingzu couldn't help but exclaim as she built up a wall of ice in front of him. Ha ha ha! You fall, little beauty! Qiao Long laughed out loud like a lunatic whose plan succeeded. A whirlwind of wind appeared under his feet and his speed soared to new heights. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Qiao Long dashed toward Shang Yuan Bingzu once again. However, She had no time to create more attacks this time since she was still dazed by what had just happened. Powerless, she could only watch as his hand stretched forward in an attempt to catch her. "How dare you! You damn brat!" An enraged roar sounded from the side, followed by a loud pressure. Qiaolong's face turned pale when he saw a huge hammer just a meter away from his head. If that blow reached him, forget about being seriously injured, his head would undoubtedly explode into several hundred pieces. Chapter 38, Killing Without Remorse, Part 1. Surprisingly, instead of backing away, Qiaolong gritted his teeth and punched his fist forward. Boom! A powerful air cannon collided with the huge hammer, stopping the attack and giving Qiaolong time to retreat and change direction. At the same time, the Yangpang's timely interruption ended up buying Shang Yu and Bing Zhu the necessary time. Among the crowd of survivors, Bai Zemin looked at everything coolly. What a surprise! Lilith's voice sounded beside him. To think that human actually has a skill as strong as your blood manipulation. No, his skill is weaker. Bai Zemin shook his head softly and replied in a whisper. Good. It's true that in advanced stages your skill is stronger. But how do you know? Lilith looked at him with a raised eyebrow, waiting for his answer. Instinct. Bai Zemin smiled slightly. Bah. Lilith rolled her eyes. Qiaolong was really strong, although not as much as Shangyu and Bingzu. He was powerful. His skill had already been discovered by Bai Zemin and was indeed very strong. However, it was strong in the initial stages. Bai Zemin knew that his blood manipulation skill was going to become extremely horrifying in the future. On the other hand, Qiaolong's skill would only become more and more insignificant in comparison. Why don't you go and finish him off? Lilith was getting a little bored and apparently wanted to see some blood. Although I know I am strong. In my battle against the blazing beetle, the reason I survived and emerged victorious was because of my intelligence and not my strength, as I was clearly weaker. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and a strange glint flashed deep inside it. Now, we are all in the same group, but in the future, it won't necessarily be like that. Lilith's eyes widened and she looked at him with noticeable surprise as she asked in amazement. Are you studying the strength and weaknesses of each of them? Bai Zemin smiled faintly but did not reply. Instead, he focused on the movements of Shangyu and Bingzu, Shenhe, and Liang Pang. Know what you are capable of doing. Learn about your enemy. Plan, and you will emerge invincible in every battle. This was a proverb that Bai Zemin had been fond of since he was young. Although he and they were currently allies, Bai Zemin had already suffered an assassination attempt from a person he did not even know. Bai Zemin had no desire to be stabbed in the back ever again in his life. Once in the past was enough. Better safe than sorry, he whispered to himself. As she looked at Bai Zemin acting as if he was a computer, Lilith couldn't help but feel even a bit of pity in the midst of her happiness. She was happy that he fought that way since his survival would be much smoother and the probability of him dying would be much lower. However, she also felt pity as he was changing too fast. Compared to that young man she had seen for the first time, that young man who had been scared when he saw his first zombie and even screamed when he saw the level 5 Big B, the current he was a lot more cold and cold-hearted. What skill did he acquire? Lilith was going crazy trying to find out, but she couldn't get to the answer she was looking for. It was simply impossible for him to change so much in just 6 days. Therefore, he must have acquired a powerful passive skill but with side effects as a consequence. As Lilith looked at him with complicated emotions, while Bai Zemin analyzed the movements of each evolved, the battle continued. Shangyu and Bingzu was clearly stronger, but Qiaolong was extremely cunning and used Shenhe's safety to force her to stop her ice attacks and erect defensive walls, which was causing her to expend a large amount of mana. Qiaolong naturally knew that the two of them were friends since they were young. After all, Shangyu and Bingzu and Shenhe were both well-known characters before the apocalypse. Therefore, he used this against them. Shenhe was strong, but his forte was in ranged attacks. However, every time he wanted to move away, Qiaolong would appear before him at higher speeds than him, so he was completely and utterly suppressed. As for Liang Pang, although he possessed the power to threaten Qiaolong's life, his agility was simply too low to catch up with him. Therefore, Liang Peng stood beside Shangyu and Bing Zhu without allowing Qiaolong a chance to get close. Bai Zemin, what are you doing? You still don't plan to move? Shangyu and Bing Zhu finally couldn't help but get frustrated and shouted out loud while looking back. She really intended to kill Qiaolong, but he was like a slippery cockroach running around. As if that wasn't enough, she had exhausted almost all of her mana protecting Chen He, and her mood had turned extremely ugly at this moment. Qiaolong's face changed when he heard Shangyu and Bing Zhu's words, and he hurriedly retreated while making use of 2 air cannons under his feet. Currently he was already in huge trouble. If another revolve appeared, then it was likely that he would have no choice but to retreat. Sure. I just thought you wanted to do it by yourself. Bai Zemin walked out with casual steps, as he looked at Qiaolong with a smile that wasn't a smile. It's you. When Qiaolong saw him, his pupils contracted to the size of a needle and he couldn't help but gasp. In fact, he was shocked to the point where he couldn't help but yell out. Although it was dark that night and Qiaolong had not been able to make out Bai Zemin's appearance, the black coat and the sword in his hand were something Qiaolong would never forget no matter what. I'm glad you remember me. Bai Zemin nodded with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. Since Qiaolong wasn't playing dumb, it was easier for him to not have to beat around the bush. You know this scumbag? Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at Bai Zemin cautiously and walked away from him. Bai Zemin looked at her and instead of answering, he asked, that stormy night 3 days ago, the reason those zombies surrounded me was because of him. Do you think I know him or not? At first, she was surprised. However, she soon let out a small sigh of relief. Since Qiaolong had planned to kill him, that meant they were not friends. If Bai Zemin and Qiaolong were friends and joined forces, then things would be difficult. Bang! Qiaolong's face turned pale and without even a moment's hesitation, he turned around to flee. The ground under his feet cracked slightly due to the air cannons, and he sped away. The people in Qiaolong's group were shocked to the point of not being able to believe what they were seeing. He, who was arrogant as hell and called himself king, was actually running away like a cowardly chicken. But how could Bai Zemin allow him to come and go at will? Where do you think you are going? Suddenly, Qiaolong's footsteps stopped abruptly. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and knelt on the ground while clutching his stomach, growling lowly. Bai Zemin approached step by step and without haste. At this point, he didn't mind showing off a bit of his main skill. Anyway, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to identify it with such little testing. Arriving next to Qiaolong, Bai Zemin squatted down and with his healthy hand grabbed him by the hair, forcing his head up and to look directly into his eyes. Ugh! Qiaolong couldn't help but grimace in pain. However, when he looked into Bai Zemin's eyes, he was so startled that for a moment he forgot the pain he was feeling. Shangyu and Bing Zhu's eyes were cold by nature, and it was as if all her life she had had that frozen gaze with no sign of emotion. But the coldness emanating from Bai Zemin's gaze was brimming with a cruelty that seemed to come from every fiber of his being. A little bird told me that you like to play with zombies. Sounds interesting. Chapter 39, Killing Without Remorse Part 2 Last. A little bird told me that you like to play with zombies. Sounds interesting. Hearing the words that Bai Zemin had just spoken, the crowd of people inside the building who were silently observing the battle and the survivors who were guided by He Yuhen could not help but gasp. What did Bai Zemin mean? By play with zombies? Of course they all understood. How could they not understand the intention behind those words after all? While the group of survivors led by Qiaolong had seen him throw live people to the zombies, the group led by Bai Zemin and the others had heard the story of the events less than an hour ago. Shen He's face turned a little ugly when he heard this. Even now he couldn't just casually go and kill a person. Being raised in a family with a military background, Shen He always believed and still now did believe that criminals should face the law. This person is crazy. He's joking. Isn't he? Chen He asked, dumbfounded. Who knows? Shangyu and Bing Zhu replied absently and without much interest. Currently, her thoughts were on something else. What happened just now? Why did Qiaolong, who was acting all-powerful just a moment ago, suddenly become as weak as an insect, and coughed up a mouthful of blood? Shangyu and Bing Zhu was trying to find answers to these questions while looking at Bai Zemin with eyes filled with doubt. Bing Zhu, Are you okay with this? Your family won't accept it either if they find out. Considering how many witnesses there are here, Chen Yi hesitated for a moment before pointing. From his point of view, while it was true that the world had changed, it was impossible that the army could not defeat the zombies considering how slow they were. It was only a matter of time before everything regained a certain level of normalcy, and even if the world could no longer return to the way it was only natural to Chen He that the laws would be enforced. Shengyu and Bing Zhu looked at him a little exasperated. She knew that Chen He was saying those words to stop Bai Zemin out of kindness. But that kindness in this world without rules was somewhat annoying. Then you want me to kill him? She asked casually, as if killing a person was not difficult at all. With my family backing me up. Even if I kill him in front of so many people it should be fine. What? That's not what I meant, and you know it. Chen He couldn't help but look at her as if she was crazy. Anyway, that scum will die in one way or another. Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head before looking at Qiulong with disgust and hatred. Such a scum of a man. That's why they shouldn't exist to begin with. Chen He was slightly dumbfounded as he heard her final words. In the end, he could only sigh as his eyes flashed with complex emotions. On the other hand, while the survivors were looking at him with terror and while Chen He and Shangyu and Bingzu had different thoughts about the current situation, Bai Zemin was dragging Qiulong on the ground as if he was a broken rag. Let me go. UFC King bastard! Qiulong roared furiously and tried to activate his skill to free himself. However, Qiulong felt all his internal organs clench. It was as if they were about to break into pieces. In the end, he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood for the second time. What's going on? Qiulong was scared. The pain was so great that it was about to become unbearable. You can't activate your air manipulation skill, right? Bai Zemin questioned indifferently as he continued to drag Qiulong on the ground. Bai Zemin's hand was like a pair of unbreakable iron pincers that clung tightly to Qiulong's head, unwilling to let go. What? How do you know the name of my skill? Qiulong looked at him as if he was looking at a ghost in broad daylight. About that. Bai Zemin replied unhurriedly as he stopped and smiled slightly at the group of 10 zombies slowly approaching. Due to the sound of the previous battle, some creatures were attracted, so Bai Zemin hadn't even walked 30 meters before a group of zombies came into view. While you were fighting before, I noticed that you were trying to hide your skill by using your fists. Bai Zemin explained as he released his grip on Qiulong. Qiulong wanted to take the opportunity to run away, but before he could react, Bai Zemin had already struck with his right leg. Arg, you damn bastard, I'll kill you, I swear to God I'll kill you! Qiulong cried out in pain as he felt the bones in his leg breaking into pieces. His eyes widened as he glared at Bai Zemin as a bloodthirsty demon. Bai Zemin did not even react to his threat and kicked his other leg again with all his strength. The bones of Qiulong's other leg were also crushed into countless pieces, and his sharp cry of pain echoed everywhere. As I was telling you before. Bai Zemin looked at him with a smile and explained. Although you were hiding your skill well, you made a very big mistake when you boosted your speed. That's when I realized that your skill was similar to mine. Bai Zemin ignored the look of hatred, fear, and surprise on Qiulong's face. Instead, he looked at Lilith with a smile and said casually, you see, even if there is air in the entire atmosphere, and this trash skill is stronger than my blood manipulation at the beginning, what good is it if he can't activate it? Lilith looked at him as if he was a monster. Not only was Bai Zemin many times stronger than his actual level, but he did not get carried away by that strength and instead analyzed each situation carefully in detail before stepping forward. This was extremely alarming, because the higher existences were precisely superior beings to the lower existences. Everyone disdained them and gave them no importance. However, Lilith opened her eyes again as she looked at the glint of indifference in Bai Zemin's gaze. Bai Zemin, what skill did you obtain back then? She finally couldn't help but ask. That's a secret for now, he replied as he looked at the zombies approaching step by step. You do realize that your behavior isn't normal, right? Lilith frowned a bit worriedly. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the first time you're going to kill a person, but your hand didn't even flinch for a second and your gaze doesn't even have a wave in it. Do you think that the past you would act like this? Bai Zemin was a bit surprised when he heard this, and frowned as he realized that Lilith was a bit right. Indeed, he did not feel that he was doing anything wrong, nor did he feel fear for what he was about to do. Was this the effect of the stone heart skill? Bai Zemin analyzed the situation. However, he shook his head gently and replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. This person wanted to kill me and separate me from my loved ones. Therefore, I will kill him. Is it wrong?" "No, it's not that it's wrong." Lilith didn't know what to answer. Was it wrong? Of course it wasn't wrong, and she was happy that he understood that. However, her happiness couldn't help but be dampened by the realization that at this point he was beginning to look more like a machine calculating advantages and disadvantages than a human being. From this point of view, the current Bai Zemin was not much different from the higher existences. Kao Long screamed in terror when he felt the zombies' closeness and their growls. He tried to activate his air manipulation skill, but all his tries were crushed by the sickening pain he felt every time Bai Zemin activated his blood manipulation skill. "As long as it is for my sake and the sake of my loved ones. Even if I have to kill hundreds of people, I can kill without remorse," Bai Zemin said indifferently and slowly walked away while muttering to himself, as if to reinforce the thought even more. Chapter 40 Differences Similarities Part 1. Don't come close to me, you damn creatures. Kao Long crawled backwards with his hands as he activated his air manipulation skill, demonstrating that the use of his fists earlier was only to hide the true nature of his skill. Just as Bai Zemin had said before. Bang, bang, bang. 3 air cannons blew off the heads of 3 zombies, and the ground soon became a bloody mess. Immediately afterwards, 3 other oversized air cannons exploded the heads of 3 other nearby zombies. However, to Kao Long's horror, when he wanted to create another 3 air cannons, he realized that he had no more mana left. In their previous battle, Shangyu and Bingzu had not been the only one who had consumed a lot of mana. Kao Long was the same. Due to the sharp and dangerous attacks that she was making with the intention of killing him, Kao Long was forced to push his skill to the maximum possible, and unfortunately to him, Shangyu and Bingzu's ice maker skill was his perfect counter, as she could create walls of ice to defend against his cannons, and ice bullets or ice pikes to keep him away from her. Kao Long's air manipulation skill allowed him to control the air near him, but unlike Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill, Kao Long could not control the air inside people. Each skill had its pros and cons. However, both were very powerful. The mana consumption of powerful skills is also much higher than normal. Bai Zemin's voice getting farther and farther away reached Kao Long's ears. Under his terrified and panicked gaze, a zombie reached forward and grabbed his head before taking a sharp bite on his face. "Ourg, it hurts so much." Another zombie knelt down beside him and bit onto his arm, tearing off a large chunk of flesh in the process. "Help me, I'm sorry for what I did before." A third zombie latched onto his other arm and began to eat his hand, tearing off 2 fingers with a single bite. "I'm willing to be your dog, I'll work like a mule to death for you." Kao Long's desperate screams echoed everywhere, causing his voice to bounce between the nearby buildings, creating a great high-pitched echo that shook the eardrums of all those who heard it. Under the care of 4 zombies, Kao Long was bitten all over to the point where his body had become a mess of blood and flesh. His screams of pain and agony stopped when one of the zombies bit his throat. The survivors shuddered in fear as they witnessed such a horrific scene with their own eyes. Something that should only happen in movies, novels, or fantasy books was actually happening before them without any censorship and leaving nothing to the imagination. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously directed at Bai Zemin, who was about 20 meters away. However, none of them dared to look at him for more than a few seconds before hurriedly looking away, as if they were afraid that he would suddenly throw them into the zombies. Even the teachers inside the building where the group rescued by Kao Long was in the past were looking at Bai Zemin with surprise and trepidation. Who would have thought that this young man could actually be so cruel? But the most surprising thing was that his expression was so indifferent, as if what he had just done was none of his business. However, there were some people who looked at Kao Long's death with endless hatred. And when their gazes fell on Bai Zemin's back, that hatred turned to gratitude. These people were the women who had suffered from Kao Long's tyranny. After being abused and objectified for almost a week, these women were willing to do anything to get revenge. Too bad. They were too weak to do anything about it. But Bai Zemin's appearance was similar to the sun rising after such a long time of darkness. How ironic. This guy, who could have been one of the strongest powers of the mankind in the future to fight against the different races, actually ended up dying at the hands of another human less than a week after acquiring his powers. Lilith commented with a casual smile as she watched Qiao Long being slowly devoured. She was obviously already used to such sights. In fact, Qiao Long was destined to be someone great, and with his skill air manipulation as his mainstay. As long as he didn't encounter monsters of a higher order, surviving shouldn't be much of a problem for him. That bright destiny vanished that thunderstorm night 3 days ago when he tried to kill me. Bai Zemin finished as he took a step forward. Swoosh! 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 Making 4 slashes at lightning speed. 4 heads flew through the air right before falling to the ground and rolling a couple of times before finally stopping. Ignoring the approaching zombies, Bai Zemin crouched down next to Qiao Long's shattered corpse and couldn't help but frown slightly at the incredibly gruesome and disgusting sight. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he began to rummage through the body before finally finding some interesting things. Hurricane Necklace rare grade treasure contains great wind-like elemental power inside. Once a day it can release a hurricane in a straight line and send nearby targets flying. When equipped, Magic 10. Draftbane dagger normal grade treasure an easy to conceal and easy to carry dagger created with a metal called harbonite. It is harder than steel and lighter than cork. When equipped, Strength 5. Although there were only 2 treasures in Qiao Long's body, they were 2 new items for Bai Zemin. By defeating human powerhouses, it was not only possible to acquire soul power and experience just like with monsters, but also to obtain all the items that the loser had gathered and accumulated. Of course, while it was true that the higher the level of the enemy, and the greater the number of treasures they possessed turned a person into a walking treasure trove, the reality was that defeating such beings was also proportionally difficult. Moreover, although the current Bai Zemin had no qualms about killing people, he did not consider himself a mad machine who killed people just to gather a couple of treasures. As long as someone did not obstruct his path, Bai Zemin would not consider that person his enemy and therefore would not attack them either. However, just because Bai Zemin thought that way did not mean that everyone thought that way. There would definitely be people who would hunt humans to take their belongings. Bai Zemin's face suddenly changed, but he soon relaxed. Swoosh! An ice bullet shot out from the distance and accurately hit the head of Qiao Long's corpse. Surprisingly, after penetrating the brain, the ice bullet released a terrifying amount of frost that froze practically the entire head in and turned it into an ice cube. Even though that scum's life was over after being devoured by those zombies, he could still become one of them. A light voice sounded a few meters away. Raising his head slightly, Bai Zemin saw Shangyu and Bingzu approaching. Behind her, Chen He and Liang Peng were looking at him with different emotions, but both shared one thing: a touch of fear and wariness. Clearly what Bai Zemin had just done had shocked the 2 men too much, and his figure had been etched in their minds as someone dangerous. Chapter 41 Differences Similarities Part 2 Last. In fact, one of the main reasons why both Chen He and Liang Peng were furious with Qiao Long other than his inhumane mistreatment was because he had thrown several people alive to the zombies. To commit such a cruel act only 6 days after the world changed, one needed to be extremely vicious and have a heart with no feelings for anyone in particular. So what about what Bai Zemin had just done? They had personally seen him throw Qiao Long invalid to be eaten alive by the zombies. They heard his screams of terror and heart-wrenching pain every time a zombie scratched or bit him. However, even when they were all shuddering in fear in the back, Bai Zemin had always been watching everything with indifference. From Chen He and Liang Peng's point of view, only a cruel person who had probably already killed in the past could kill another living being without compassion and without flinching. Of course, there could be other reasons as well, but it was always easier to think of the worst in people. This was a human quality after all. While it was impossible for Bai Zemin to know the thoughts of the 2 men in front of him, considering that their eyes were somewhat erratic, just like the look that 90 of the survivors were giving him at the moment. Bai Zemin could judge and get an idea of what they were feeling. However, what surprised him remarkably was that the gaze in Shang Yuanbing Zhu's eyes had not changed as she looked at him. There wasn't even a hint of fear in those bright blue eyes. In contrast, there was even less disgust in her gaze. Bai Zemin stood up and dusted off his knees before looking at her and asking with a raised eyebrow, "You're not scared of me?" Scared of what? Shang Yuanbing Zhu looked at him dubiously before looking at Qiao Long's lifeless corpse and asking rhetorically, "I should be afraid of you for killing this scum. It's not like you killed an innocent person and just. You took out the trash. Is there something wrong with it?" Bai Zemin was really shocked by her words. However, soon he shook his head softly before chuckling lightly and walking away. Unfortunately, before the thought "this woman is interesting" appeared in his mind, Shang Yuanbing Zhu's voice stopped him. "Wait a second." With a dubious look, he turned around and looked at her, waiting to hear what she had to say. However, all Shang Yuanbing Zhu did was stretch a hand forward and stared at him. Bai Zemin looked at her without imperfection's white hand and then looked into her eyes as he asked with a slight frown, "What's wrong?" For the first time in his life, Bai Zemin saw Shang Yuanbing Zhu smile when he asked that question. Her smile was beautiful to the point where it seemed to have the ability to freeze the entire world, as no one would be willing to miss the chance to see it. In fact, all of Shang Yuanbing Zhu's overall beauty had easily increased by 100 just by smiling. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin did not have much time to appreciate such a beautiful sight, as the following words pronounced by Shang Yuanbing Zhu completely destroyed it. "Don't you think you owe me a treasure for better or worse? The reason you were able to take care of this Qiao Long trash was because I exhausted most of his mana. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy, and with his skill he could have run away." Bai Zemin's face soured when he heard her words, and that beautiful smile suddenly seemed to have transformed into the smile of a cunning little fox. Indeed, what Shang Yuanbing Zhu had just said was true. If it wasn't because she drained most of Qiao Long's mana and entertained him, Bai Zemin might never have discovered the true nature of his skill, and if Qiao Long made any unforeseen attacks or wanted to flee, it was very likely that Bai Zemin would not be able to stop him after all. Although Bai Zemin's agility was high, with his air manipulation skill Qiao Long could exploit astonishing speeds for a short period of time. Besides, Bai Zemin might also have been forced to expose more than he wanted to. Of course, if Qiao Long dared to approach Bai Zemin, no matter how good his martial arts were, in front of Bai Zemin, who was basically a special forces soldier after learning a roll of skills, he could easily crush him. To Shang Yuanbing Zhu's surprise, Bai Zemin also smiled back at her. He stretched his hand forward and said kindly, "Sure. Here you go." Shang Yuanbing Zhu took the dagger with a frown and looked at Bai Zemin bitterly. The dagger was a good item, but what she wanted was the necklace. Even without knowing what it was, everyone knew that the accessories were especially valuable. Without waiting for an answer, Bai Zemin went into the building under everyone's scared gaze. Every time he passed next to a survivor, that survivor would flinch and turn their eyes to the ground in fear. Tisk! Shang Yuanbing Zhu clicked her tongue, but still kept the dagger to herself. As she was preparing to enter the building and organize the remaining survivors as well as the supplies that were controlled by Qiao Long before, she noticed that Chen He was looking at her in a state of shock. "Chen He, are you okay?" she asked with a frown. "I'm fine." Chen He forced a smile and nodded slightly. "Is that so?" Shang Yuanbing Zhu realized that something was wrong, but her mood was not the best, so she simply nodded and walked into the building without giving the matter too much thought. Although Qiao Long had died and she had acquired a treasure for her efforts, the reality was that Chen He's lack of courage had bothered her a little. She knew that if he had not hesitated and really given it his all, Qiao Long might not have casually toyed with them. However, Chen He did not have the courage to shoot to kill, which gave Qiao Long the opportunity to capture her, and, if not for Liang Pang, she might have been in trouble. It was also for this reason that Chen He did not tell her what he was thinking and simply followed her with a gloomy face. After all, how could he not know about his mistakes? However, What was bothering the talented archer more than his own personality was that the woman he loved since he was a child actually smiled at another man. To other people, this might not be a big deal. But Chen he knew that Shang Yu and Bingzu's smiles were more valuable and scarcer than diamonds. The fact that she smiled, even if it was a smile with hidden intentions, was a big surprise to him. Gradually, Chen he began to realize the differences and similarities Shang Yu and Bingzu had with each core member of the group, and, to his dismay, after recalling past events, Chen he realized that Shang Yu and Bingzu and Bai Zemin, regardless of how much they disliked or doubted about each other, were the most alike from a certain point of view. Chapter 42 Request. The 20 or so survivors that Bai Zemin and the other 3 leaders had brought out of the gymnasium to help with the food issue joined a group that was previously led by the dead Qiulong, because Qiulong had rescued the girls who were in the female dormitory when the chaos fully erupted. Most of the group members were women. The total number of survivors was approximately 160 people, of which approximately 70 were women. Currently, Bai Zemin was sitting at a table on the 4th floor together with several people such as Shang Yu and Bingzu, Shen He, Yang Pang, Kai Jingyi, and others discussing some important matters about what to do next. After all, no one really wanted to stay in this university forever. Each of them had their own goals, but most of them hoped to reunite with their families. Most of the survivors feared Bai Zemin after seeing what he did. Therefore, no one dared to try to disrespect him, and in fact, his words were beginning to become slightly heavier than those of Shang Yu and Bingzu, Shen He, and Liang Pang. Excuse me? As they were discussing going back to the restaurant for more imperishable food now that the number of people had increased, a somewhat trembling voice came from the door and interrupted the meeting. Shen He saw that the person was a young woman who was scared, so he smiled kindly and said in a soft voice, "You don't need to be afraid. None of us here are like Qiulong. What is your name?" At the door, a rather pretty little young girl cringed in fear as everyone turned in her direction. Fortunately, Shen He's appearance and voice actually helped calm her nerves a bit as the girl nodded and spoke hesitantly. My name is Ming Shui. This, if possible. Could you please go to the female dormitory? There are people in there and they are probably starving right now. Isn't Qiulong supposed to have already cleared that area? Shang Yu and Bingzu asked, her gaze full of surprise. If what this girl said was true, then those people would probably be experiencing a lot of hunger right now. After all, it had already been 6 days since the world changed. And considering that no one kept too much food in the dormitories, they should have exhausted everything at least 4 days ago. Ming Shui shook her head and quickly explained, "No, actually, Qiulong was only able to reach the 3rd floor before he was forced to retreat. Before we left, it was only by accident that I caught a glimpse of a strange zombie whose skin was blue with glowing green eyes." Hearing the girl's explanation, Bai Zemin's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but think in the First Order blazing beetle. If this zombie was also an officially evolved creature, then it would be really troublesome to fight it, and honestly Bai Zemin was not 100% confident in defeating it. Shang Yu and Bingzu had especially sharp eyes, and noticing the change in his expression, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Bai Zemin, do you think that strange zombie is also a monster on the same level as that beetle you killed back then?" Hearing Shang Yu and Bingzu's question, Yang Peng and Chen He's disbelieving gaze fell on Bai Zemin immediately. Wait a moment! Liang Peng slammed the table and jumped to his feet as he looked at Shang Yu and Bingzu with wide eyes. "You're saying that giant scary beetle from earlier was defeated and killed by Bai Zemin?" Yang Peng could not believe it. He himself had felt the overwhelming power emanating from the body of the dead giant elephant beetle. Then he couldn't even imagine how dreadful it was alive. However, Bai Zemin had defeated it alone. Liang Peng was incredulous. "Bingzu, are you sure about that?" Shen He also hesitated before asking. "I mean, you saw him defeating the beetle yourself." Shen He's words were clear. Are you sure he killed it and didn't lie from a certain point of view? Shen He's doubts were just as valid as those of Liang Peng. However, Shang Yu and Bingzu did not have time to answer since the current situation was simply too bad, and she hoped that Bai Zemin would shake his head at her earlier question. Unfortunately for her, Wishes were not always granted and even less so in a chaotic world. After some hesitation, Zemin nodded and said in a deep voice, "I'm at least 80 sure that zombie is a first-order creature." First-order Shangyuan Bingzu quickly asked, noticing new words. Then, Zemin began to slowly explain the name of the beetle that appeared in his retina when he defeated it and its level. Then he used some interesting theories to express his thoughts regarding evolution in a way that did not reveal too much or raise doubts from others. The atmosphere turned extremely heavy, and everyone's face became extremely ugly after listening to Zemin's explanation and hearing how horrifying the strength of the first-order blazing beetle was. Everyone's gaze toward Zemin had changed again, adding another layer of fear and respect. After all, if everything he had just said was real, then his current stats were probably far higher than his actual level. Seeing everyone's expression and taking advantage of the silence, Zemin said in a serious voice, "I'll be honest. I have no intention of going to risk my life to save people I don't know and who probably won't even thank me properly. How can you be so selfish? There could be dozens or even hundreds of women in that place for the first time." Shangyuan Bingzu raised her voice upon hearing Zemin's words. "What about me?" Zemin looked at her indifferently and slowly replied, "To be honest, my only goal currently other than surviving is to find my family." During his battle against the first-order blazing beetle, the reason why Zemin managed to win and survive was because of various reasons. The beetle was slower than him, its mobility was limited, its attack pattern predictable, and so on. However, fighting a first-order evolved zombie was something completely different compared to fighting against an insect. If the first-order evolved zombie could match Zemin's speed, then Zemin's life could be at real risk, since a small carelessness or mistake would cause the zombie to manage to scratch him. Unlike Zemin, who needed to finish off the enemy's brain to win, the zombie only needed a light hit to cause its enemy's death. Since Zemin had no reason to move, he would not do so no matter how selfish it was. Suddenly Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes glittered, and just as her improved perception towards Zemin was vanishing, an idea flickered in her mind. With narrowed eyes, she questioned, "Didn't you say before that you owed me a favor and would do your best to save my life once as payback, then come with me? Or what? Are you so low man that your word and your promises are empty?" Chapter 43 A Hard Life. Shangyuan Bingzu's words cooled the atmosphere even more than it already was, and the eyes of the few present, including the newcomer Mingshishi, unconsciously turned in Zemin's direction, waiting for his response. Shangyuan Bingzu's gaze was fixed in Zemin's eyes. She wanted to wait and see what kind of answer he would give after she said those words. However, she figured that considering how indifferent Zemin had been so far, he would refuse. After all, who would risk their own life for a mere worthless word that was mentioned in the past, let alone considering that he was a man? Honestly, Shangyuan Bingzu was already mentally prepared to hear his negative response. However, Zemin surprisingly nodded calmly and slowly said, "Good. Since you put it that way, then I'll help you rescue those people. At the very least, I promise to do my best." Zemin's father was a severe man who rarely expressed his emotions and did not get so involved in Zemin's education because he knew that his thoughts were outdated. However, there was only one thing he always reminded Zemin since he was a little kid: a man's word is more valuable than gold itself. If you can't even keep your own promises, then you are not worthy of being called a man. Zemin might have countless flaws, but he always kept his word and respected his parents, who sacrificed everything to raise him and give him the best life possible. Poor, yes, but never a coward or a liar. Shangyuan Bingzu clearly did not expect this response from Zemin, partly due to her disdain and hate for men. Therefore, when she saw him nodding his head and saying such words without even hesitating for more than a few seconds, she was surprised and for a moment did not know what to say. She looked at him as if she were looking at an alien and asked with some disbelief, "What did you say?" Zemin ignored her question and stood up as he said, "We should plan some things first. My left hand is currently practically broken as a result of my battle against the first-order blazing beetle 3 days ago, and I will need some time to fully recover." Saying that, Bai Zemin moved his left arm in various angles and everyone quickly noticed that. Indeed, the hand that was covered by a strange glove was moving erratically as if it were jelly. Why not wait until you recover then? Chen He looked at him with some concern and proposed. If you fight without being at your peak you are likely to die. After all, that zombie might be just as strong or even stronger than the blazing beetle you faced before. But if we wait too long those girls in the female dorm might actually end up starving to death. Yang Peng pointed out the problem. That's just the way things are. Bai Zemin looked at everyone one by one, studying the reaction of certain people and trying to understand what they were thinking. Chen Yi looked at him with some surprise, jealousy, a hint of fear, and another hint of worry. Liang Peng looked at him with complex eyes. After all, not long ago the two of them had had a verbal confrontation that had almost turned into a confrontation of muscle and, considering what Liang Peng had seen so far from Bai Zemin, it was simply impossible for him to win. Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and the other two students who had decided to follow Bai Zemin earlier were looking at him with concern. After all, Bai Zemin was basically the only source from which they could currently obtain power, especially Fu Zufeng, who also felt extremely grateful to him. As for Shangyu and Bingzu, she was still seemingly stunned by something Bai Zemin did not understand. Then, listen carefully as I will need your help for the odds of success to increase. Otherwise we only have at most a 50 to 60 chance of getting out of that place alive. Bai Zemin began to explain each person's role as well as his idea for dealing with the evolved zombie. In the female dormitory, inside a room on the 4th floor, several items were stacked in front of the door to block it. 4 girls were crowded on a bed, eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Silence reigned throughout the room, as if there was no one living there. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. The 4 girls clearly understood that the zombies could tell where they were by the sounds. Therefore none of them dared to speak too loudly. A girl whose stature was quite small whispered a question in an extremely low voice. Gao Min, I'm hungry. Is there anything left to eat? Gao Min, with a wry smile, said, Lai Na. That last packet of dry cookies left wasn't finished this morning by all of us. Gao Min, are you saying that we are going to die suddenly? Another girl whose face was extremely adorable like that of a baby called Fan Wu said this while looking at Gao Min. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety as hunger began to test her sanity. Gao Min looked at her friend and comforted. Don't worry, Fan Wu. I'm sure someone will come soon to rescue us. But the whole place is plagued by zombies and although one person killed several of them a few days ago and seemed to be extremely strong, in the end he even had to retreat. Lai Na recalled the scene where Qiao Long slaughtered zombies apparently invincible. At that moment, as the 4 girls peeked out of the window and hiding, they thought they were safe. However, even that man with strange powers was forced to flee miserably after going up a couple of floors. The atmosphere became much heavier and even Gao Min could not utter words of comfort this time. To be honest, even she had no hope of getting out of this place alive. The world had already become a mess and here they were, locked up without daring to lift a finger. So why would anyone risk their lives to save them? However, that little hope was the only thing that kept these 4 girls together and sane after not eating properly for almost a week. I don't care who it is. If someone saves my life and gets me out of this hell, I'm willing to be his woman, said suddenly the only one of the 4 friends who had remained silent. Finding the opportunity, Gao Min joked softly. To be our Princess Charming's boyfriend. I wonder who will be so lucky. Bah. The girl from before rolled her eyes and giggled softly. Her name was Wu Yijun. She had long black hair, a charming oval face, a beautiful pair of bright eyes, and her body was impressive. The bosom area was especially well fleshed out. Wu Yijun was actually the second most beautiful woman in the entire university, right after Shangyu and Bingzu. Therefore, the number of men who courted her daily before the apocalypse were countless, and probably many of them would be willing to take the risk if they knew what she had just said. After the room was silent for several minutes, Wu Yijun asked somewhat worriedly, You all think Bingzu is safe? She is definitely fine. Gao Min didn't even hesitate this time and responded with certainty. Although she had only met Shangyuan Bingzu in the university, they had become quite close, and she knew that Shangyuan Bingzu was not a woman who gave up easily. You're right. Wu Yijin sighed. She and Shangyuan Bingzu had been friends for many years, so it was clear to her that although her friend could be arrogant at times and her indifferent attitude could be a bit annoying to most, due to her family's strict upbringing and because of past problems, Shangyuan Bingzu would definitely not sit around and wait for death. Unlike the four of them, since Shangyuan Bingzu's life had already been hard and sad enough in the past, this new world would not be able to break her. This was what Wu Yujin firmly believed. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something crashing in the distance rang out amidst the silence. Chapter 44 Empowering. The four girls approached to the window carefully. Their eyes were filled with fear, but at the same time there was a small glimmer of hope in the midst of that terror. Hope to be rescued and released from this building that had now become a prison. A prison that kept them safe but at the same time was slowly killing them. Look! It's a person. Gaumin couldn't help but exclaim in delight as she tried to keep her voice under control. Could it be that help finally arrived? Lin Na observed as the zombies in the surrounding area began to move due to the sudden sound. These creatures that had been surrounding the place silently and without moving were the reason why none of the girls had tried to escape through the window even with the hunger they felt. However, the sudden noise that broke the silence successfully lured them in. Wu Yijin and Fan Wu also looked at the scene with shining eyes, longing to be rescued from hell once and for all. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Yang Peng, and Chen He were standing on top of a four-story building as they watched the zombies moving in their direction with trembling footsteps. That kid sure got braver now. Yang Peng couldn't help but point out as he looked ahead in slight surprise. Several meters away, on the ground, Fu Zufeng was destroying the windows of the nearby buildings by hitting them with whatever he found in the middle of the road. In his hand, the Xuanyuan sword was responsible for decapitating any zombies that came too close, and the full coat that Bai Zemin lent him temporarily had practically eliminated 70 of the risk of being infected by the creatures, with stats at least 2 to 3 times higher thanks to the gear equipped. Fu Zufeng no longer feared the zombies, and after killing a few dozen of them he had already absorbed enough soul power to become a level 6 evolver. Fu Zufeng also decided to follow Bai Zemin's advice, and assigned his acquired status points to agility and stamina every time he leveled up. With each time he felt his power increase, his gratitude to Bai Zemin only grew, and at the same time, he began to realize how big the difference in power was between himself and others. More than 2 hours had passed since Bai Zemin and the others had finished discussing the matter of rescuing the people locked in the female dormitory. During the meeting, a plan was formulated which consisted of 4 parts. The first part of the plan was to lure all the zombies or any other creature in the vicinity by making noise. That way they could avoid having to face other enemies and practically cut off the chances of being surrounded at the same time. It would also open a path in case it was necessary to retreat. Kai Jingyi, it's your turn. Fu Zufeng approached the pretty Kai Jingyi and took off the full coat and handed her the Xuanyuan sword. Kai Jingyi nodded and took a deep breath before stepping forward and slowly approaching as she looked fearfully at the group of zombies whose limbs had been hacked off by Fu Zufeng earlier. More than 20 zombies lay on the ground writhing in their own blood that kept pouring out of the wounds as they constantly growled in her direction. Although their expressions were extremely atrocious and the smell of blood extremely repulsive, Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth and raised the sword high before fiercely slashing downwards. You have acquired the soul power of normal zombie level 4. Stamina 4. You have leveled up to level 2. You acquire 2 status points to distribute freely, due to the spectacular edge possessed by the Xuanyuan sword. A rare grade treasure with the ability to pierce through the defenses of almost any level 40 monster or enemy. The zombie's head split off as easily as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter. Kai Jingyi was clearly surprised as she did not expect to end the zombie's life so easily. Precisely for this reason she had used so much strength in her previous cut, and if it wasn't for the sickening sensation of cutting flesh that traveled from the blade of the sword to her hand, she might have even cut a part of the ground. Still scared, but at the same time feeling a bit braver and curious, She carefully walked towards another zombie and seeing that there was really no danger she cut again. Suddenly a mutated dog appeared in a corner, and attracted by the sound and smell of blood charged forward while looking at Kai Jingyi with eyes filled with murderous intent. Kai Jingyi's face turned white as a sheet and her brain seemed to stop working as all she could do was watch in fright as the mutated dog approached. The current situation was very different from the incapacitated zombies. Besides, with Kai Jingyi's average person speed she could never escape from the mutated dog that was at least 3 to 4 times faster than a normal person. Swoosh! 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 3 high-pitched hisses sounded from the distance, and the next thing that the scared Kai Jingyi saw was how the mutated dog fell down to the ground without even a growl of pain. An arrow had pierced the beast's head. Another arrow had pierced its neck, and another arrow was firmly buried in its stomach. Red blood began to pour out of the hole slowly, forming a small puddle around the now lifeless body. Kai Jingyi looked at the mutated dog that had been killed in a split second before turning around to look at the building across the street and quickly remembered that she was really alone. Breathing a sigh of relief and smiling in thanks, she began to kill the rest of the zombies and level up. Each time she leveled up she added a point in agility and a point in stamina, just like Fu Zifeng, since in the beginning these two stats were the most important for survival. With enough agility one could evade attacks and flee as well as give the possibility to fight. But stamina was needed to withstand the exhaustion, or otherwise nothing would make sense. Shen He sighed softly and lowered his bow. Currently, Shen He's bow was not a treasure, it was just a normal bow just like his arrows. Therefore, to pierce through the mutated dog's fur he needed to imbue some mana into the tips of the arrows using some magic power. However, because he was not yet good enough at controlling this new power energy, the consumption was quite high in the long run. We should start with the third part of the plan soon, Bai Zemin said and jumped out of the building without waiting for a reply. The second part of the plan was precisely to take advantage of the opportunity to empower those people with the courage to fight. And currently there was little time left to finish. Therefore, it was time to implement the last 2 parts that represented the real beginning of the real battle. Chapter 45 Kang Lan Lesser Healing. Fu Zifeng Bai Zemin shouted loudly, without worrying about attracting other creatures or more zombies. In fact, that was the idea. Fu Zifeng approached him quickly and with a look filled with adoration and gratitude asked, "Big brother Bai, do you need anything?" "That's enough for now. Have Kai Jingyi, John De, and Kang Lan return to rest," Bai Zemin ordered in a deep voice. John De was the other man who had decided to follow Bai Zemin. His body was in good condition due to being part of the university's substitute basketball team in the past. As for Kang Lan, she was the girl with glasses who also stood up, being the last of the only 4 who dared to accept Bai Zemin's tempting, but dangerous offer. In the past she was very studious and generally did not distinguish herself in anything. However, beneath her quiet appearance was a very brave and tenacious woman. When the 4 of them returned, Kang Lan handed the Xuanyuan sword and the full coat to Bai Zemin. She had been the last of the 4 to kill zombies. "What levels are each of you?" Bai Zemin asked as he received the skill rolls they had obtained after hunting their first zombies. In order to have the people under his command more under control, he had requested that before using a skill they should be shown it to him. This was an idea he had come up with after what had happened with Fu Zifeng. "My level is 5. I distributed equitably my points in agility and stamina," Kai Jingyi announced while staring at him. "Level 5. My choice was strength and agility," John De responded in a serious voice before remaining silent. "My level is also 5 but..." Kang Lan seemed to want to say something but hesitated. However, in the end, she slowly explained, "I haven't distributed my status points yet. I have 10 free." Oh, Bai Zemin looked at her a little confused and slowly asked, "Why is that so? If you look at the skill I got you'll understand." Kang Lan pointed to the scroll she had handed to Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin said nothing and nodded silently before he began to inspect the skill scrolls. Agility boost unclassified passive skill level 3. After learning this skill increases agility by 20 points permanently. Power boost unclassified skill level 3. To activate this skill you need to consume 3 mana points. After activation, it increases strength by 35 points for 5 minutes. after the effect is finished. The skill has a cooldown time of 20 minutes. Lesser healing first order skill level 1. To activate this skill, 10 mana points must be consumed and the user must possess at least 5 magic points. It can heal minor wounds and its constant use can accelerate the healing of bone fractures. Magical power influences the healing. It can be used twice a day and after that it goes into cooldown for 12 hours. Agility boost had been acquired by Kai Jingyi. Power boost had been acquired by Zhangde. And lesser healing had been acquired by Kang Lan. For the first two skills, Bai Zemin's reaction was quite casual. However, upon seeing the skill obtained by Kang Lan he could not help but be surprised. Even when Fu Zufeng had incapacitated the zombies, Kang Lan actually obtained such a good skill. This was something Bai Zemin did not expect. According to what Lilith had told him a few days ago, even if they hunted stronger monsters they would get the same as they would get in case of killing a zombie, since the soul record seemed to be able to distinguish when a person received outside help and when they did something on their own. It was for this reason that Bai Zemin did not bother looking for more powerful monsters. Little did he expect that Kang Lan would obtain a skill of such quality, although she wasn't useful in combat by any means. With this skill, as long as someone protected her she could take care of healing from behind. Of course, for such a thing to be possible Kang Lan needed to have a lot of mana, and the more magic the better. Although there was still a long way to go, Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at the girl with glasses as if she was some kind of treasure. Perhaps sensing the change in his gaze, Kang Lan couldn't help but squirm a little as she blushed slightly. Kang Lan, what are your current stats? Bai Zemin asked after thinking for a moment. This. Kang Lan's eyes moved as she looked at the personal status window that only she could see and carefully said, Strength 4, Agility 5, Stamina 8, Mana 20, Magic 35. That's what it says here. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up and Lilith's voice sounded beside him. Oh, this girl has a decent amount of magic power. In fact, while she was not that impressive when compared to Bai Zemin and while the rest of her stats were average at best, Kang Lan possessed at least twice as much mana as a normal person would obtain after the advent of Soul Record, and her magical power was also at the level of a human genius. I see. Bai Zemin outwardly remained calm without letting the surprise he felt show on his face and slowly said, Allocate all your points in mana and magic. You decide the distribution. Alright. Kang Lan nodded immediately before allocating the 10 points to both stats. She also understood Bai Zemin's intention and was secretly delighted. While it was true that her battle power would be extremely low compared to Kai Jingyi and the rest, if she managed to get her hands on an active magic skill then her power would also skyrocket through the roof, becoming a fish that jumped through the dragon gate. Besides, as long as Bai Zemin was there, Kang Lan knew that her safety and well-being would definitely be guaranteed. As for if Bai Zemin died then Kang Lan would have no hope of surviving against an enemy capable of defeating him, therefore she also did not worry about problems about which she had no solution. Each of you learn your respective skill. Bai Zemin handed back the skill scrolls before looking at Kang Lan and commanded, Kang Lan, use your skill on my left hand. The scroll in her hands turned into countless white light particles that entered her body. Deep within her soul, a transparent colored rune with strange white lines formed. Kang Lan stretched both hands forward, and as if she had done it all her life, she activated the skill. A faint pale white light flashed in her hands and enveloped Bai Zemin's broken hand. Kang Lan's face turned a little pale after the abrupt loss of half of her mana reserves. However, seeing Bai Zemin still staring at her, she gritted her teeth and activated her skill once again, thus expending all her mana in a matter of seconds. Bai Zemin felt the changes immediately, as he could clearly feel his broken wrist being repaired, and the sound of bones clinking together once again was extremely clear, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Chapter 46 Preparations are ready. Part 1. Bai Zemin felt a great amount of pain coming from inside his wrist. The pain was such that he was forced to grit his teeth to prevent a grunt from escaping his mouth. However, that excruciating pain soon began to turn into itching. Extremely uncomfortable itching. Fortunately, that feeling was also short-lived, probably thanks to Kang Lan's skill. Kang Lan's face turned completely pale, and her previously red lips began to lose their color as if she was suddenly suffering from some kind of illness. She staggered slightly at the sudden dizziness that hit her mercilessly. Fortunately, Bai Zemin had already expected something like this to happen due to the fact that he himself had experienced the same feeling during his battle against the First Order Blazing Beetle after spending all of his mana abruptly. Good job, Kang Lan. Bai Zemin smiled slightly at her and nodded as he gently supported her while keeping her from falling. No, it's nothing. She forced a smile. Although she was exhausted and felt somewhat nauseated as a consequence of using all her mana in such a short time, she actually felt extremely satisfied since receiving such praise from Bai Zemin, who was usually indifferent and casual with others, meant that he really appreciated her previous act no matter how small it was. He looked at Kai Jingyi and said in a deep voice, Kai Jingyi, support Kang Lan and help her rest. Kai Jingyi nodded and quickly stepped forward to support her, and they both retreated inside the building. After freeing himself, Bai Zemin looked at Fu Zufeng and Zhongde in front of him and began to give a series of simple orders and instructions about what they were to do next. Meanwhile, Yang Peng, Shen He, and Shang Yu and Bing Zhu were preparing to start and implement the third part of the plan to defeat the zombie. Although they weren't 100% sure if it was a first-order evolved creature or not, in this new world where death was only half a step away, it was best to prepare as best as possible to even fight the weakest enemy. This should be enough. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu retracted both hands as she panted softly. Her chest was rising and falling steadily as a small bead of sweat slowly slipped down from her beautiful face that now looked sickly white instead of perfect white as before. In front of her was an ice stake about half a meter long. Along the length of the ice stake were ice spikes about 5 centimeters long that pointed outward. It was a weapon with great piercing power, capable of entering the target's body with ease, and, because of the spikes along the body in the opposite direction, it would be extremely difficult for anyone who was pierced by it to break free easily. Are you okay, Chen? He asked as he patted her back. You don't need to worry. I'm fine. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu shook her head gently and took a step forward to pick up the ice stake to take a better look at it. Although the stake was extremely thin as a stick and looked extremely fragile, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu was confident in her creation. After all, she had consumed 90 of her mana, which was why she was so mentally exhausted. Not only had Shang Yu and Bing Zhu concentrated practically all her mana into this small half-meter ice stake, but she had also packed every bit of her magical power into it and had focused every cell of her brain into her creation. To say that this ice stake was the strongest and most enduring weapon she had created so far with her ice skill was by no means an exaggeration. To test her theory and to check the strength of the object, she asked Liang Peng to hit the ice stake with his hammer while using all his strength. If this thing breaks, don't blame me later. Liang Peng couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at the small stake. If it can't resist at least that much, then the plan we came up with earlier will never work in the first place. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu replied coldly. Liang Peng shrugged his shoulders and raised the hammer high. With loud roar, he struck downward with all his might as he made use of the weapon's weight to the perfection. Bang! With a mighty bang, the ground shuddered as if it would collapse at any moment, and several cracks appeared extending over a meter long. However, to Chen He's surprise and Liang Peng's disbelief, the ice stake under the hammer that had taken the brunt of the impact actually didn't even splinter, since it still released that bone-chilling coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything. Impressive, Chen He praised honestly. That earlier strike should have been able to knock down an entire wall, but the ice stake that Shang Yu and Bing Zhu crafted withstood it like it was nothing. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu also nodded, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. I see you guys are done here. Bai Zemin returned, directly jumping to the upper floor and entering through the window. Although such a thing was impossible in the past, with his current stats such a thing was no longer a big deal. All done here, Chen He replied as he looked at him curiously and asked. The things on your side. Finished. Finished. Bai Zemin responded and sat in a corner while checking his left hand. Before, Bai Zemin estimated that he would need at least 1 more week for his fractured wrist to fully recover. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he now only needed approximately 5 days to fully recover. The reason for this was, naturally, the lesser healing skill used by Kang Lan on him. Of course, Kang Lan's lesser healing skill alone was not the reason for Bai Zemin's quick recovery. The other important reason was his overwhelmingly high health stat which, compared to a normal person, was speeding up his healing process almost tenfold. With 90 health points and Kang Lan's skill along with his high magic power compared to a normal person, the speed at which Bai Zemin was recovering was simply astonishing. Bai Zemin estimated that, with treatment twice a day for 3 days, his broken bones would be reattached and repaired. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought about how incredibly great the difference in power was between the past him and the present him. Bai Zemin couldn't wait to see what the future held for him. Of course, first he needed to survive the next battle in which a scratch meant death. Only then was it possible to think about a possible future. However, if he couldn't survive even that much, then it meant that somewhere along the way, sooner or later, he would end up falling. While Bai Zemin checked his physical condition, Shangyu and Bingzu had sat down in another corner to recover the consumed mana. After all, she was an essential fighter in the upcoming battle. Moreover, occasionally, she looked in his direction with complicated eyes. There was hate, but there was also gratitude, there was approval, but there was also rejection. Complex and opposing emotions were constantly mixed together. Chapter 47 Preparations are ready. Part 2 Last. Shangyu and Bingzu was a wary person by nature. Moreover, such wariness was especially high against men as throughout her life she had received different looks and treatment from men based on her appearance. However, the fact that Bai Zemin kept his word even when he clearly had little to gain and might even end up dying on this mission had caught her off guard. At the same time, it made her realize that maybe, just maybe, not all people or even all men would look or act the same way towards her. Of course, such a thought was still in its infantile stages and was just that, a fleeting thought. As to whether that thought would turn into something more, such as confidence, it was too early to say. After staying inside the building for 3 whole hours, Shangyu and Bingzu's mana had recovered enough to influence the battle to come. During these 3 hours none of the 4 especially did anything, with only Chen He and Shangyu and Bingzu chatting occasionally, and Liang Peng's sudden interruption by saying something not too meaningful and inconsequential. As for Bai Zemin, he just sat quietly in a corner while looking at a small picture with a longing look that no one could see except Lilith, who was silently sitting beside him. There were 4 people standing in the picture, with an adult couple behind a little boy and girl of barely 8 or 9 years old. In the background was the beautiful green view where the trees spread out in the distance like an endless sea. This picture was a family photograph of Bai Zemin's parents, his little sister, and himself. At that time he had just had his birthday and his mother decided to go with the whole family to visit the Great Wall of China and other beautiful places with history. This was a treasured memory that Bai Zemin always took everywhere with him since due to the distance between the university and his home he could not see his family often. Now, in this crazy world where trust and betrayal went hand in hand even more than in the past, Bai Zemin could only gather warmth from past memories that previously had not been so important to him as he considered it something normal. Family, Lilith asked even though she already knew the answer. After all, this was the first time in 6 days that she had seen such an expression on his usually stone-hard face. Bai Zemin nodded in response. Although he and Lilith did not talk a lot, Bai Zemin knew that she was there for him and, strange as it was, deep in his soul he trusted that she would not betray him. Although he and she were usually silent, Bai Zemin felt very comfortable since he had never been a person of many words even before the arrival of the soul record to this world. The silence that usually surrounded them was in no way uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was extremely relaxing. My mana recovered almost completely. Shangyu and Bingzu's icy voice brought Bai Zemin out of his thoughts. When he lifted his face, his longing gaze could no longer be seen anywhere, and that face that practically let nothing be seen on him ruled once again. If you are ready, we can start now. Shangyu and Bingzu stared at him with an expression just like his and pointed. Then let's start now. There's no point in wasting more time, and further delays might make things more difficult than they already are. Bai Zemin stood up and let out a small sigh inaudibly. Shang Yuanbing Zhu and the other two nodded to express that they thought the same way he did and also stood up. Bai Zemin seemed to want something, but after a moment's hesitation he decided to simply shook his head and walks towards the window without another word. Before he could leave, Chen He's voice rang at his back. "Hey, Bai Zemin." Bai Zemin turned around and looked at him with questioning eyes. "Be careful. If you think the zombie is too hard, just run. We can try another day." Chen He nodded and looked at him with a serious expression. After a slight surprise, Bai Zemin nodded and said in a clear voice, "I'm relying on you for the next part." Chen He gave him a thumbs up as if telling him to leave it to him. Seeing this, Bai Zemin no longer dawdled and jumped out the window, before turning into a gale of wind charging towards the building a few streets away, the female dormitory. When Bai Zemin left, Liang Peng looked at Chen He with raised eyebrows and laughed. "I thought you didn't like that guy very much. Aren't you two rivals in love or something, haha?" Chen He frowned and looked at him with some anger as he slowly said, "The reason why I don't like him too much is because of his previous cruel act. He's not my rival in love. Besides, just because I don't like Bai Zemin too much because of his cruelty doesn't mean I hate him. Isn't it natural to wish him good luck? At the end of the day he's still our ally." Tisk. What a boring guy. Yang Peng, who expected Chen He to blush in embarrassment after having his feelings exposed, in the end ended up shrugging his shoulders and clicking his tongue when he saw that the handsome archer's reaction was normal and calm. Shang Yuanbing Zhu looked at him coldly and said in an icy voice, "If you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you prepare yourself as well?" Liang Peng snorted and walked towards the exit with his big hammer on his shoulder. With such a weight he didn't dare jump out of the window, where he might end up breaking both his legs trying to show off. After Liang Peng disappeared, Shang Yuanbing Zhu picked up what appeared to be a string and tied it to the tip of the ice stake before freezing it and joining the string and the stake together. This string was actually carbon fiber and was taken from gym exercise machines. It was especially resistant to weight and extremely durable under pressure, as well as being a very good flexible material capable of withstanding sudden pulls. It was usually used in the creation of boats, cars, airplane parts, bicycle hoops, etc. Although the quality depended, the carbon fiber cable Shang Yuanbing Zhu was using was very strong and flexible. Seeing that the two of them were alone, Shen He decided to break the silence Bing Zhu about what Liang Peng said earlier about rivals in focus. Shang Yuanbing Zhu interrupted him before he could continue, and while looking out the window reminded him, "Your help is crucial here. You can't afford to lose focus no matter what." Chapter 48 Unusual Situation. Seeing Shang Yuanbing Zhu interrupting him without letting him continue, Shen He smiled bitterly and shook his head before sighing and getting to work. Obviously, she knew what he was going to say. However, Shang Yuanbing Zhu not only had no interest in anything romantic, but even though she trusted Chen He enough to call him a friend, he was just that, a friend. At the end of the day, his friendship was what Shang Yuanbing Zhu cherished. But if he was looking for more than that, at this moment he would only get hurt if he listened to her answer. As for the future, that no one knew. It was just that, considering how many years Shang Yuanbing Zhu and Chen He had spent together, but even then he failed to get into her heart. It would be difficult for such a friendship to turn into something more than friendship. In the female dormitory. "Great. This time we are saved," Lai Na exclaimed as she used both hands to muffle the sound of her voice overflowing with excitement and joy. "We will be saved." Gao Min and Fan Wu hugged each other as they sobbed, emotionally moved to the point of tears. Even the generally positive Gao Min was beginning to lose all hope after so many days without a proper meal and locked up in a place that was like a prison to them. "Girls, look!" Wu Yijun quickly noticed a young man charging toward the female dormitory. However, when she wanted to point him out for her friends to see, he had already disappeared with lightning speed. Fast. Wu Yijun was surprised and secretly glad. The more powerful this person proved to be, the better news for the girls, as the hopes of being rescued would increase exponentially as well. Trapped in the girls' dormitory, seeing no chance of survival where if they didn't die of starvation or thirst, they would die of being eaten by a zombie. With such a cruel and devastating reality, if it hadn't been for the girls cheering each other on, they all would have gone crazy right now. A couple of days ago, when they saw Qiulong show seemingly invincible power, they believed that help had finally arrived. However, even he who was as strong as a superhuman was forced to retreat miserably by some unknown entity. The girls really couldn't take it anymore. At the same time as they were celebrating to lift their moods, the zombies outside the door headed towards the girls' dormitory and began to violently attack the door. The 4 girls shut their mouths without daring to make another sound, not even daring to move, standing together in silence, staring at the door in fear in their eyes. The door represented a prison that contained them trapped here, but at the same time it also represented their escape and survival. If the door fell, they all knew there would be no chance of survival. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud bang coming from somewhere in the building, and the zombies pounding on the dormitory door stopped. The girls sighed in relief as they felt the beasts growl and move away with shaky steps in the opposite direction. The 4 girls looked at each other with fear and a touch of hope as they sat on a bed all together facing the door. Now, all they could do was wait. Bang! Bai Zemin appeared before the firmly closed front door of the female dormitory and kicked it open. The bang of the metal door opening wide resounded everywhere and the echo traveled among the nearby buildings. Because the zombies in the vicinity had already been eliminated earlier by Fu Zufeng and the rest, no creature appeared. However, Bai Zemin was not satisfied and frowned tightly. Why doesn't this zombie come out? Bai Zemin thought silently. Until now, as long as there was a certain amount of noise, the zombies would definitely advance in that direction. However, even after making such a commotion, the strange zombie that this Ming Shui girl had seen before leaving here did not show itself. Bai Zemin's wariness increased another notch as he walked towards the inside of the building with slow and cautious steps. Although Ming Shui had said that Qiulong had cleared the first 2 floors before having to retreat on the 3rd floor, Bai Zemin did not trust anything but what he saw with his own eyes at the moment. The smell of rancid blood and rotting flesh embraced Bai Zemin's nostrils as soon as he had taken a step inside. Zombie corpses and people lay everywhere, creating a catastrophic scene scary enough to scare the most macho man in the world. However, after experiencing and seeing with his own eyes so many people dying, Bai Zemin felt that he could bear at least that much. Therefore, after stopping for a moment, he continued to move forward slowly. The lower floor was devoid of any sign of life, only corpses and death was what could be seen in that area. Upon reaching the 2nd floor after carefully climbing the stairs, what greeted Bai Zemin was exactly the same sight he had seen on the 5th floor, and if it wasn't for the different clothing on each body or the position they were in after dropping dead, he might have thought that he was still on the previous floor. It was upon reaching the 3rd floor that Bai Zemin finally saw signs of movement. More than 50 zombies were slowly advancing down the corridor in the direction of the stairs. All of these zombies were women who had been infected after being scratched or bitten, or who simply became mindless creatures after the arrival of the soul record and the mana movement. While 50 zombies were no challenge at all for someone like Bai Zemin, when you put those 50 zombies in an enclosed space where there was hardly any room left to move properly, things were different, and the difficulty was multiplied by countless times. Fortunately for him, thanks to his rare grade treasure full coat, things were not as complicated as they seemed to be. Moreover, unlike zombies and unintelligent animals, humans could think of countermeasures to adapt to whatever situation they had to face. Chapter 49, A Virgin Succubus. After a moment's thought and considering that there was a creature capable of threatening his life, Bai Zemin decided to play it safe instead of trying to show off before Lilith. He retreated towards the stairs until he reached the 2nd floor and waited for the zombies there. His back was almost touching one of the walls, and the left side of his body was against the corner where the staircase wall and the wall of the lower floor met. This way, he could prevent being attacked from behind. He could avoid receiving attacks with his damaged hand, and at the same time he would be able to react with his right hand immediately in case someone tried to attack him from the only possible angle there was. The first zombie soon reached the stairs and began to descend. However, as expected, They fell on their faces as they rolled down to where Zemin was waiting for them. Because the zombies could not control their own bodies properly and because they only knew how to advance in a straight line, the steps of the stairs became their doom. Zemin swung his sword relentlessly up and down again and again. The zombies' heads rolled on the floor constantly, and blood had begun to accumulate after the escalating slaughter, forming a small red pool under his own feet. But it wasn't just Zemin who was killing zombies. Zombies coming from behind were often stomping other zombies to death, and many other zombies were falling head over heels, breaking their necks after hitting the floor hard. 2 minutes later, all 50 zombies had been completely obliterated by Zemin. Not a single zombie could even react after falling before their heads rolled on the ground. You've gotten a little better with the sword. Lilith smiled slightly as she looked down at his crotch and said in a playful voice, I wonder if you're also so good with that sword down there. The corner of Zemin's mouth constricted a couple of times. However, instead of remaining silent as usual, this time he decided to ask a question that had been bothering him for several days now. Lilith, since you're a succubus, you've probably slept with many men throughout your life. No, you. Lilith opened her eyes, slightly surprised by the rather daring question. However, she felt no shame and responded in a flat voice, you humans have an imagination that is too wild. What do you mean? Zemin asked as he climbed the stairs again. He decided to talk with Lilith to calm the nerves he felt and to lure the creature that was hiding. In fact, Lilith's jokes often relaxed Zemin's heavy mood, and she was undoubtedly one of the reasons why he was still able to stay completely sane, even though I'm a succubus. That doesn't mean I have to sleep with a man to gain power. Lilith followed him a few steps behind and rolled her eyes as she slowly said, Isn't it obvious? Just like you. To evolve further and become more powerful, I need to defeat powerful enemies and absorb massive amounts of soul power. Zemin couldn't help but look back with slight surprise on his face and asked the stupidest question of his entire life, But aren't you a succubus? For the love of the devil, are you dumb? Lilith couldn't help but smack him upside the head and say in a serious voice, While among us succubi there are some who are promiscuous, I'm not like that. Do you think that just because I joke with you I have slept with many men, hard as it may be to believe? In my entire life I have never allowed a man to even see my naked body, let alone sleep with one. Zemin's footsteps stalled and he stared at her with eyes filled with disbelief. Virgin, what's wrong with that? Lilith looked at him with a seductive smile and said in a whisper, Could it be that you want to take my purity now? Kia little Zemin, you were such a bad guy. Zemin's breathing became somewhat ragged upon hearing the demon's whisper, and he quickly shook his head, regretting asking that. Lilith also stopped joking, knowing that Zemin's life was on the line here, and started to explain some things slowly. What you humans imagine and the stories you create are not exactly correct. For example, we succubi are beautiful by nature, and our sex appeal incredibly high. But that's just it. Our charm is higher. Well, although I am probably one of the most beautiful women in existence, and even among the higher existences, I have yet to meet a woman capable of exceeding me. Feel honored, little Zemin. Whoa, your humility is truly incredible. Zemin joked as he decapitated a group of 3 zombies that came out of a room whose door had been kicked down. Hey, I'm serious. Lilith began to act like a little girl who had been bullied. Her innocent act was extremely cute and attractive, creating a beautiful contrast to her seductive body. Yes. Zemin casually nodded as he continued slaughtering zombies. Whatever you say, Your Majesty, beautiful queen. Tisk. Lilith knew that Zemin didn't believe her, so she simply clicked her tongue and her eyes glittered with a hint of hesitation. However, in the end, she shook her head softly and decided not to do what she was thinking, or things might get out of hand. On the other hand, Zemin had already finished off over 1,300 zombies that were scattered all over the 3rd floor. The female dormitory was huge, as was the male dormitory. After all, the university was extremely large and the number of students simply too many to count. While it was true that not everyone stayed on campus, at least 40 did. The men's dormitory and the female dormitory were large buildings, only 4 or 5 stories high, but stretching for several yards around. You have acquired the soul power of normal zombie level 5. You have leveled up to level 21. You have acquired 2 status points to distribute freely. Phew! Good timing. Bai Zemin was starting to feel a bit exhausted. However, after killing the 500th zombie, the sweet message telling him that he had leveled up appeared in his retina, relieving that exhaustion immediately. After about 10 minutes, Bai Zemin had finally cleared the way to the stairs leading to the 4th floor. According to the story told by Ming Shui Shui, Kao Long had been repulsed by a strange zombie upon reaching the 3rd floor and, so far, almost everything matched, as Bai Zemin could not see corpses destroyed by the air cannons of Kao Long's skill. But, where was that zombie then? Bai Zemin's answer came soon enough, because as soon as he stepped on the top step of the staircase that led to the 4th floor of the building, a horrifying pressure enveloped his body, as if it wanted to devour him in one piece. This pressure was so strong that Bai Zemin had only felt something similar once in his life so far. Chapter 50: Adrenaline and Blood Manipulation. The pressure Bai Zemin felt when his feet reached the 4th floor of the building was very great, and although he did not know how it felt to have a waterfall of water hitting him from several meters high, he estimated that surely it should feel similar to what he was feeling at that moment. However, the corner of Bai Zemin's mouth turned up into a small smile instead of twitching. I really have become stronger, haha. Bai Zemin laughed out loud and took a step forward as he tightened his grip on the hilt of the Xuanyuan sword. Right, the current Bai Zemin was no longer the same Bai Zemin of the past. The current him was no longer the same level 15 Bai Zemin who could only run and planned to barely have a slim chance of victory against the First Order Blazing Beetle. He was currently a powerful level 21 evolver who had absorbed massive amounts of pure soul power, including the soul power of a First Order monster. Bai Zemin stopped hesitating when he realized that while he might be unable to win in one-on-one, he wouldn't necessarily lose either. It would all depend on what kind of skill the evolved zombie possessed. With a steady gaze, Bai Zemin activated his First Order blood manipulation skill and cast it on himself. Of course, his intention was not to hurt himself. His aim was different from all the previous times. What was adrenaline? Adrenaline was a hormone and could also be considered a substance. The substance possessed the ability to constrict the blood vessels, dilate the airways, and increase the heart rate. But when did this substance show itself? The body begins to secrete adrenaline when it feels threatened or in danger, and this substance travels through the blood as a means to reach every part of the body. In addition, adrenaline had great benefits, some of them being the improvement of reflexes, increased reaction speed, and many other effects. So, what would happen if Bai Zemin increased his own blood flow and made the adrenaline start traveling at faster speeds? Would it enhance those characteristics even more? You're crazy. Lilith's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Bai Zemin as if he was an unknown beast. Honestly, Bai Zemin was not the only existence capable of manipulating blood to some extent. Lilith knew someone who was even more powerful than her who possessed a similar natural skill. However, that other existence had clearly never thought of using such a skill in a self-destructive manner on himself when he was still weak. The reason using one's own skill on one's own body was extremely dangerous unless such a skill was a blessing or benefit of some sort. However, Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill was a skill intended for attack and not to be used on himself, even less so when he did not even possess initial mastery over his own skill. Although it was risky, Bai Zemin's situation was already dangerous to begin with. Besides, in this world, if one did not take risks in the early stages when everything was simpler, then one could only expect death in the later stages. Bai Zemin had understood all this very well, and that was precisely why he decided to gamble. And his gamble along with his high magical power proved to be right. He could feel his heart rate increasing after activating his blood manipulation skill, and the blood throughout his body began to move twice as fast as normal. Bai Zemin did not dare to force it any further than this. His pupils dilated, improving his overall vision of his surroundings. Due to the faster circulation of adrenaline, blood glucose increased, and Bai Zemin could feel how his body seemed to have more energy than in the past. Doing this was extremely dangerous, and consumed mana constantly, as Bai Zemin had to keep his blood manipulation skill constantly activated. However, At this point, as long as the battle ended as quickly as possible, it was a good thing. Zeman stomped the ground beneath his feet and shot forward at full speed, flashing between the unfamiliar corridors in search of the strange zombie. Due to his high speed and how small the corridors were in comparison, from a certain point of view it seemed as if he was blinking short distances constantly. The fourth floor was practically undisturbed, unlike the first two floors, which were littered with corpses and blood. There was also no sign of zombies or any other strange creature, so Zeman correctly assumed that all the zombies on the fourth floor had probably gone down to the third floor and joined the zombies there, explaining why there were so many of them. Another strange thing was that no door had been broken down yet, and while there were many open, most were firmly closed, so the odds were high that there were still people alive inside, since if they were zombies they probably would have fought to destroy the door the first day the world changed in search of food. Zeman took out several bottles of blood from his backpack, and due to the adrenaline coursing through his veins he almost didn't feel the pain when he opened the bottles with his still half-broken hand. Then he began to spread blood on the ground. For every corridor he went through, Zeman spread a 2-liter bottle of blood on the ground. Finally, after more than 20 bottles of blood, and leaving himself with only 10 in reserve for emergencies, and leaving aside the first order blazing beetle blood needed to evolve his blood manipulation, Zeman stopped dead in his tracks and waited patiently there. Although he could not sense where the horrendous pressure was coming from exactly, he could sense that the creature was rapidly approaching him. Suddenly Zeman felt a gale of wind charging towards him, and without hesitation, he jumped to the side while slashing with his sword diagonally. Clang! The sound of 2 clashing metals echoed throughout the corridor, traveling through practically the entire fourth floor as proof of how powerful the clash between the two was. Chapter 51 1 vs 1 Dangerous hand-to-hand battle. Feeling the sudden rush of air approaching his back at breakneck speeds, Zeman did not even hesitate for a moment as his body reacted before his brain did, doing a 180-degree turn and raising his sword high. Zeman's 85 strength points completely burst out as he slashed downward ferociously as if he wanted to split his enemy into 2 pieces. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal resounded loudly, and Zeman felt his right arm go very slightly numb. However, his strength stat was not low at this point, so he was not forced to retreat. You finally came out, you damn zombie. A smile rose on Zeman's face as he looked at his expected enemy. Indeed, Ming Shui's description was lacking but accurate. The beast was undoubtedly a zombie. However, unlike normal zombies or any other zombie Zeman had encountered so far, this zombie had completely deep blue skin. The zombie's eyes were wide open, and unlike the rest of the zombies, the greenish glow in its eyes showed that its sight was there, unlike normal zombies that could not see anything. But the most striking thing was that its body seemed to be extremely agile, and instead of 2 arms it had 2 strange, sharp-looking sword-like blades as limbs. Scram! Zeman shouted, as he pressed the full weight of his body forward while applying all his strength on the sword that had collided with one of the zombie's blades. Surprisingly, the zombie was forced back several steps. This showed that its strength was undoubtedly inferior to Zeman's. Grrr! A strange grunt came out of the zombie's mouth, and suddenly its body leaned forward, disappearing from the place where it was standing a moment ago. Fast! This zombie was incredibly fast. Zeman's pupils dilated even more, and while gritting his teeth he immediately slashed towards its right side with all his might. Clang! Bang! After a powerful metallic clang, the zombie that was fast, but obviously did not possess particularly high strength, was sent flying and slammed hard into the opposing wall. However, Zeman couldn't help but be a little scared. If it wasn't for his earlier experiment making use of his blood manipulation skill to somewhat control and increase the adrenaline outflow, then his normal reflexes would not have been enough for him to be able to react in time to the earlier attack. This meant that he would have been dead by now. Dead after just 1 trade. That's how terrifying the creatures that had officially taken a step on the path of evolution were, even more so this zombie that only needed 1 cut to turn Zeman into one of its comrades. Zeman seized the opportunity when the evolved zombie was sent flying and activated his skill blood manipulation. The blood he had spread in this corridor suddenly turned into 10 blood chains, and under his control they flew towards the evolved zombie. The evolved zombie's greenish eyes glowed coldly, and it jumped up before it began to move in strange patterns. Due to its speed, the creature managed to evade 6 blood chains, but 4 of them managed to surround it to the point where no matter where it tried to escape it would be impossible. However, what happened next was something Zeman did not expect. Swoosh! A strange magical energy surged out from the evolved zombie's body, and a semi-transparent colored barrier whose shape was similar to that of an egg surrounded the infected's body. The 4 blood chains slammed against the energy barrier, creating metallic sounds before falling to the ground. What Zeman's eyes widened in shock. However, the evolved zombie suddenly disappeared from its position without giving him time to think too much about what had just happened. Damn it! Zeman quickly turned around and raised his sword in a defensive stance to defend against the unexpected attack. Clang! This time, because he had been taken by surprise, Zeman was forced back approximately 5 meters as his feet dragged on the carpet that adorned the floor. Swoosh! The evolved zombie advanced and slashed twice using both blade-like arms. Clang! Clang! Zeman was forced into defensive mode as he tried to process what had just happened. Wasn't the acquired skill of this evolved zombie the 2 blades on its body? Zeman was dumbfounded, and again realized the reason why Lilith had told him before that he had been one of the few beings in the history of the universe capable of successfully defeating and slaying an enemy of a higher order. Such creatures were simply too horrifying. If the evolved creatures of the first order were already this powerful, then how strong were the ones of the second order? Even worse, how strong was Lilith and all those 6th order existences like her? Only now did Zeman understand the reason why people like Lilith differentiated people like him and her into different categories: lower existences and higher existences. The difference between the 2 of them was simply colossal. Since you have that strange skill, then I will cut off your head with my sword. Zeman gritted his teeth and slashed forward with all his strength. The evolved zombie was sent flying and rolled across the ground several meters before leaping to its feet. However, before it could even take a step forward and burst out with its ghostly speed, Zeman had already appeared before it and was attacking again, forcing the evolved zombie to raise both of its blade-like arms to parry the blow. Bang! Again. The evolved zombie was sent flying, and this time, its body hit the wall 20 meters away, making a powerful bang and cracking the wall in the process. Swoosh! Zeman, who had started dashing immediately after sending the evolved zombie flying, appeared in front of the creature at lightning speed and slashed diagonally again with the intention of cutting off its head. I don't believe I can't kill you. His eyes flashed with infinite coldness as he looked at the beastly eyes of the zombie in front of him. Chapter 52 Death Dance. Bang! Zeman had swung the Xuanyuan sword with such power that the evolved zombie was forced to kneel on one knee while crossing both limbs in an X shape to parry the blow. Even the ground had cracked slightly due to the powerful impact. But that was all that happened. Crack! A very small sound that would normally go unnoticed rang out in the middle of the silent corridor where 2 beings were struggling to survive and evolve into something superior. The evolved zombie's greenish eyes twitched softly, and a strange growl escaped from its mouth as it looked at the tiny crack that had appeared on both blades. The Xuanyuan sword was not a normal rare-grade treasure. It was a rare-grade treasure that was at the peak, with its ability to pierce through almost any defense below level 40 and even being able to pierce through an armored vehicle. Even the 2 blades of the evolved zombie could not withstand being hit with such power by such a weapon. Damn zombie! Zeman spat, and taking advantage of the superior position turned his body and kicked the evolved zombie in the ribs, sending it flying over 20 meters. The evolved zombie rolled across the floor until it hit the wall of the opposite corridor. If it were any other level 21 living being facing this zombie, that person would undoubtedly die immediately or end up being infected. However, Zeman had been constantly fighting against existences stronger than him, and upon defeating them his stats received a certain power boost, so his actual strength was much more than that of any other level 21. In addition, the current Zeman was under a strange effect in which his reflexes and reaction speed had increased, at least 2 or 3 times more than normal due to the rapid circulation of adrenaline through his skilled blood manipulation. If only one of these factors were not present, Bai Zemin would have already been defeated because although his strength stat was at least twice higher, his agility was inferior, so he would not even have time to react before being killed. Clang! Bang! The metallic sound and explosions echoed throughout the corridors as the evolved zombie tried to use its superior agility to overwhelm Bai Zemin. However, the creature failed to overcome his reflexes and reaction speed, so it was always sent flying after meeting his sword. Why isn't this zombie using that strange skill it used earlier to parry my attacks? Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he collided with the evolved zombie. The evolved zombie's blades had small cracks that slowly but surely began to spread wider and wider with each collision. However, the beast was not using that strange barrier that had stopped the blood chains. Could it be that it could no longer use it? Such an idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately activated his blood manipulation skill again without worrying about lack of blood, as his previous preparations by spreading blood over most of the corridors had made everything simpler for him. Swoosh! After spending more than 30 mana points, 6 huge blood spears floated in the air and shot at full speed towards the evolved zombie that was struggling to stand up after being sent flying. However, that strange barrier appeared again, causing Bai Zemin to frown. Before discovering the weakness of that skill, he was unwilling to waste any more mana. In the end, Bai Zemin once again entangled with the evolved zombie in a fierce dance to the death where a single mistake could cost anyone their death, slowly forcing the creature to retreat to one of the marked rooms where the final phase of the plan would come into play. In one of the rooms on the 4th floor, clang clang clang, bang 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 bang. The sound of metal clanging against metal followed by bangs could be heard inside the room. 4 friends were sitting in the corner of the room, moving as far away from the door as possible while looking with fearful eyes in that direction. It's been almost 5 minutes, but the sound of fighting still persists. Lai now whispered quietly like the buzzing of a mosquito. The group of friends had been waiting in hope for the arrival of a person with enough strength to save them from this hell they were locked in. However, while the person who had entered the building had gotten farther than the man who had snuck in several days ago, it seemed that this new person had also encountered an obstacle powerful enough to hold him back for so long. It seems we can only pray, Gaomin replied in a whisper as she joined both hands together and began muttering prayers. The moment all hope disappeared, and one could only hope for a supernatural miracle. Even the least believing person would start praying to some kind of almighty God in search of salvation. If this person is also forced to leave, I don't think I can endure another day. Fan Wu could not stop her tears from sliding down her beautiful face. She had already reached the breaking point and was probably the worst of the 4 friends. Wu Yijun frowned tightly and a hint of worry glittered in her eyes. She had been the only one of the 4 girls who had glimpsed for a second the person who had charged into the building. Even such a fast person was forced to stop, Wu Yijun thought inwardly, horrified. If even a person capable of crossing several tens of meters in a few blinks of an eye had been forced to fight for so long without being able to defeat the other side, then this could only mean that the enemy was incredibly powerful. Only now did Wu Yijun realize how lucky they had been to continue alive so far, and, for the first time in 6 days, she was silently grateful to be locked up in this place she had previously called hell. Bang! As the group of 4 friends prayed for the safety and victory of whoever was fighting whatever was out there, the door of the room was suddenly sent flying alongside a body the height of a human being. Ah, the door collapsed. Monster. It's a zombie. Oh my god. It's over. The girls screamed in terror and drew energy from where they didn't know they had it to stand up and run to the other corner, as they looked at the blue-skinned zombie getting to its feet with staggering steps. Grrr. The evolved zombie opened its mouth and looked at them with eyes filled with murderous intent before taking a step forward. Seeing the greenish eyes of the zombie staring at them with a bloodshot gaze, the faces of the 4 girls paled with fear. Swoosh! A shadow flashed before the eyes of the 4 girls before a powerful metallic bang made their ears buzz. When the shadow was forced to stop by the 2 strange blade-like arms of the strange blue-skin creature, they finally caught a glimpse of the possible savior of their lives. Chapter 53: 2 Sides of a Coin. Bang! The floor cracked, and the window panes were crushed by the shockwave caused by the collision between the Xuanyuan sword and the two sharp blades of the evolved zombie. Finally seeing the man who had dared to enter the female dormitory, and who had killed who knew how many dangerous creatures to reach this place. The group of 4 friends was a bit surprised by the fact that he was actually a person 2 or 3 years younger than themselves. However, the biggest surprise was when they saw that this young man actually had the strength to fight on equal footing against a monster so strange and horrifying as that zombie with blue skin and greenish eyes. No, in fact, from the expression on his face he seemed to have the upper hand. Remembering that terrifying speed at which he crossed the gate and that horrifying strength that was powerful enough to slightly crack the ground without even touching it, Wu Yijun and her friends could not help but be amazed. Of course, what the 4 girls felt the most was hope to survive. Hope to finally be released from this prison that was heaven but at the same time was hell for them. But in fact, Bai Zemin had the upper hand in this battle, almost to the point of overwhelming his enemy. Isn't this thing a bit weak while clashing swords against the evolved zombie? Bai Zemin couldn't help but whisper such words under his breath. He hadn't paid attention to the 4 friends in a corner, as although he currently had the advantage, one slip-up would be the end for him. It's not that that creature is weak. In fact, that zombie is very strong. Lilith replied lazily. The problem here is you. After defeating the First Order Blazing Beetle you got a great boost of power. Besides, among the evolved existences there are also differences in power and type as well as a combat style. Bai Zemin nodded before kicking the evolved zombie and making it almost fall out of the window. He had finally reached his target. Now he just had to wait a moment there. Of course, such a thing was not easy since the evolved zombie was constantly moving, and with its agility was giving Bai Zemin a headache. Besides, Bai Zemin, Lilith's voice sounded again. Your current condition. You are likely to suffer the consequences for manipulating the way your own body works. Bai Zemin was about to ask what she meant by those words when suddenly his expression changed, and he growled slightly. A small trickle of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, leaving him dumbfounded. What is this all about? The evolved zombie hadn't even been able to hit him once. How was he suddenly bleeding furthermore? His veins suddenly began to feel extremely hot as if instead of blood, burning lava was running inside it. I told you. Lilith frowned and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. You're currently close to creating an active skill thanks to your natural knowledge of human physiology and your blood manipulation skill. But apparently you're still missing something. You should stop manipulating the adrenaline rushing through your veins by controlling your blood or the pain will only get worse and you could get seriously hurt. While adrenaline was mostly beneficial, this was so when it was flowing at normal speeds and the body could respond to such stimulation. Bai Zemin's body had been enhanced many times over after absorbing so much soul power. Therefore, the normal speed at which his adrenaline naturally moved was also many times faster than a normal person. However, by manipulating his own blood, Bai Zemin had forced that speed to double. Bai Zemin did not respond, but his eyes glittered and a hint of resolve appeared in them. If he stopped controlling his adrenaline now that he could through blood flow, then that adrenaline would soon disappear since the initial fright he felt had disappeared after beating up the evolved zombie. If the substance that enhanced his reflexes and reaction speed disappeared, Bai Zemin had no confidence in being able to stop the evolved zombie's attacks. The speed of the evolved zombie was simply too high for the current Bai Zemin, and if he could not defend himself from its attacks then his superior strength was useless. Besides he had another motive. Bai Zemin secretly sighed inwardly as he looked sideways at Lilith. Everything had consequences, and he was willing to suffer some of them to achieve his goals. Sometimes, life was like that, losses and gains being two sides of the same coin. Meanwhile, in a building a few dozen meters away from the female dormitory, Chen He and Shang Yu and Bing Zhu were standing near a large broken window on the top floor of the building. Chen He was holding his bow with his left hand and had put on a pair of rubber gloves on his right hand to hold the icy stake that Shang Yu and Bing Zhu had crafted. Even though she was controlling the temperature, it was possible to see that his hand was shivering slightly due to the coldness. The carbon fiber cable attached to the ice stake was falling out of the window, and a few meters away on the ground Liang Peng could be seen holding the other end of the cable with both hands. The three of them were staring at the fourth-floor windows of the female dormitory, as although Bai Zemin had said he would lure the zombie to one of those windows, it was impossible to tell which one it would be. Over there. Shangyu and Bing Zhu suddenly noticed something strange and raised her pristine hand to indicate the location to Chen He. Got it. Chen He nodded, and quickly put the ice stake on his bow as he took a professional shooting stance that he had grown accustomed to and had perfected over the years. Shangyu and Bing Zhu glanced at him for a moment before stepping forward and leaping out the window to prepare to fight. While she could attack from afar, the more distant her target was, the longer she would need to control her ice creations in the air. And due to the fact that she had no telekinesis, she needed to expend astronomical amounts of mana. Therefore, she had no choice but to get as close as possible. Chen He's gaze wandered from the target for a moment and looked at Shangyu and Bing Zhu, who seemed to be floating in the air and hovering like an immortal ice fairy. In the end, he shook his head and quickly focused. Don't move, he muttered as he narrowed his eyes. In his line of sight several meters away, Chen He could make out the back of the strange blue-skinned zombie just as Ming Shui had described. He could also see Bai Zemin's body flashing constantly, entangled in what appeared to be a tenacious fight where swords were constantly clashing. I got you, Chen He whispered again for no one in particular, and his eyes flashed coldly before releasing his grip on the bowstring. The ice stake had turned into an arrow that traveled at astonishingly high speeds, and in a matter of a second or two it had already hit its target. Chapter 54 Realization. Swoosh! The piercing sound of the howling wind reached Bai Zemin's ears. From the first moment the ice stake had left the bowstring's bow. Immediately, and without delay, he pressed the blades of the evolved zombie down with all his might instead of sending it flying like the previous times. This time his aim was to do his best to keep it firmly in place without allowing it to move. The ice stake that had been used as an arrow hit the back of the evolved zombie hard, and easily went all the way through its body until the tip protruded into the chest area. Roar! A strange roar similar to that of a wounded lion erupted from the evolved zombie's mouth as its green eyes widened, and it began to struggle frantically in an attempt to free itself from the strange object that had pierced its body. Unfortunately for the beast, the ice stake created by Shangyu and Bing Zhu had been shaped in such a way as to make it easy to pierce through flesh, but extremely difficult to get out due to the small sharp spikes protruding in the opposite direction. Realizing that it might be in real danger of death, the evolved zombie began to struggle frantically, trying to flee. The smell of rotting flesh and dried blood assaulted Bai Zemin's nostrils. Obviously, the evolved zombie had been delighting in other creatures and other humans slowly over the past few days. However, although the smell was foul, he gritted his teeth and stopped breathing to firmly hold the zombie in the window area without letting it escape. Shangyu and Bing Zhu's ice skill is extremely powerful and amazing, but Chen He's marksmanship is really great considering he was only using a normal bow to shoot this ice stake. Bai Zemin silently thought. Yang Peng, pull the cable with all your strength, Bai Zemin shouted out loud. The girls in the dormitory were shocked, but they soon realized that this young man was not alone, as from the floor a deep voice echoed everywhere. I'm on it. Immediately afterwards, along with a war roar coming from outside the building, the evolved zombie suddenly howled in pain. The ice stake firmly stuck into its flesh, stabbed with far stronger thrust, and tore the inside of the creature's body as the carbon fiber cable was fiercely pulled taut. Due to the great strength used by Liang Peng, the evolved zombie flew out of the fourth-floor window and began to plummet towards the ground. You girls stay away from the door and wait here. Without looking back, Bai Zemin said those words, and jumped out of the window while using one foot to propel himself forward. The group of four friends looked at each other and quickly began to move the beds toward the door to act as obstacles that could buy time in dangerous moments. Drawing strength from where they didn't know they had it after so many days without good food. Outside the building, Yang Peng screamed at the top of his lungs as the muscles in his body expanded to twice their normal size. Go to hell. Seeing the blue-skinned zombie falling towards him, Liang Peng raised his huge hammer and swung it behind his body before swinging it with all his strength forward. The surrounding air seemed to blast due to the amount of strength used, and because the evolved zombie was squirming in pain in the middle of the air and unable to control its body, it had no chance to dodge. Bang! The infected was hit hard, and its body, that was falling in a curved line, was sent flying in a straight line as if it was a meteorite. Bang! The zombie's body hit the wall of the nearby building hard, and a pile of rubble collapsed onto it. Phew! It wasn't so much in the end. Was it? Liang Peng looked at Shengyuan Bingzu, who was several meters away, and relaxed. The strength he had used along with the powerful blow of his hammer was enough to bring down an entire house. Yang Peng did not believe that a creature whose body was so thin as a stick could survive after being hit by such a blow. Retarded didn't die yet, Bai Zemin shouted after falling to the ground, and immediately broke into a sprint at full speed. Swoosh! Suddenly the dust cloud opened up completely and the rubble was cut into countless pieces at lightning speed. Before Liang Peng could react, the evolved zombie charged forward and raised its blade as it fiercely slashed downward. Liang Peng's face turned white like a cartoon ghost. Seeing those bloodshot eyes staring at him with murderous intent brimming over, Liang Peng's last thought was that his life was over. In fact, it should have been. Fortunately for him, Shengyuan Bingzu did not believe that a creature similar in level to the giant elephant beetle would die so easily, even if her reasoning told her that it was impossible to survive such a powerful attack. Ice wall. Shengyuan Bingzu's hurried voice rang out, and less than a second later a meter-thick wall of ice appeared before Liang Peng, separating him from the evolved zombie just before it managed to deal the killing blow. A tearing sound echoed through all the nearby buildings, as the blade of the evolved zombie sliced through the thick wall of ice as if it was made of soft, thin cotton. Ice bullets. Shengyuan Bingzu couldn't help but let her expression change when she saw how easily her defensive wall was knocked down, and quickly gritted her teeth, spending a quarter of her current mana to create 20 small ice bullets and launch them forward. The ice bullets looked like real bullets as they moved at speeds difficult to track with the naked eye. However, to Shengyuan Bingzu's disbelief, the evolved zombie's greenish eyes glowed, and the bullets were deflected by the same strange energy barrier that had stopped Bai Zemin's blood chains and blood spears. The sound of the ice bullets hitting the strange barrier was similar to that of small metal spheres hitting a steel plate, and a second later all the ice bullets had melted into the ground. Swoosh! 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 The wind howled, and the evolved zombie quickly turned its body, before starting to cut with its only intact blade, as one of them had been destroyed by Bai Zemin's constant attacks, and Liang Peng's powerful final blow with his hammer. In less than a second, the creature had managed to make 3 different cuts, showing that even if it was wounded, its speed was still as scary and horrifying as ever. Clang! 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 After 3 metallic sounds, 3 arrows fell to the ground at close distance from the evolved zombie. The evolved zombie looked towards the distant building, and its eyes glowed ominously as it glared at Chen He, who was stunned to see the power demonstrated by the zombie in front of him. In fact, it was not only Chen He. Shengyuan Bingzu and Liang Peng were shocked and frightened after realizing the reason why Bai Zemin had previously refused to fight this creature. Was this the power of a first-order creature? The blueskin zombie's power was too strong. In just 2 seconds, it had shown enough power to prove to them that no one could really stop it. Chapter 55. The battle is over and the debt is settled. Shengyuan Bingzu, Yang Peng, and Chen He's confrontation against the blueskin zombie had been brief. Only 2 or 3 seconds in total. However, those 2 or 3 seconds were enough for each of them to realize how strong the enemy in front of them was. In fact, only Liang Peng had managed to successfully hit the strange zombie once, and the only reason he had managed to do so was because the zombie was in the air, unable to defend itself, and suffering great amounts of pain. It had only been a few seconds, but during that short and scarce time, the life of one of the strongest evolved fighters of the group was close to perishing. Too strong and too terrifying, that was the general thought of the 3 of them. Swoosh! The blueskin zombie saw Bai Zemin running towards it and quickly took off running. Clearly, the infected creature seemed to know that confronting him would put it in danger, so it tried to take the opportunity to run away. Does this damn creature already have a basic level of intelligence? Zeman felt his scalp stand up at the thought of such a fast zombie lurking in the nights waiting for the opportunity to attack. Stop it, we can't let it slip away from us. Zeman gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit. Although he still had status points free and could add them to agility at any time. Unless extremely necessary, he wasn't willing to waste them so casually. The evolved zombie that was trying to flee was running in the direction where Shangyuan Bingzu was. So when it arrived in front of her and saw her blocking the way, the creature howled strangely and slashed downward with its blade. Shenhe's face turned pale at the sight of the zombie's intentions, and his legs felt weak as he realized that he not only had no time to react, but also could do nothing more than watch as the life of his loved one was at risk. Even Zeman, who was the fastest of the group, did not have the ability to close such a large distance in such a short time, as he would need at least a second or two more. But what everyone saw was not Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful body being cut into two halves. Clang! After a sound of metal clanging against metal, everyone saw the ice beauty raising a small curved dagger to the level of her head. The blade of the evolved zombie was large, but Shangyuan Bingzu had actually used such a small bladed weapon to parry its attack. Moreover, from her grip on the dagger and the cold expression on her face, even a fool could tell that it wasn't luck, and she was definitely a trained person skilled in close combat. Perfect. Shangyuan Bingzu hold at their Zeman couldn't help but praise loudly. In the next instant, he reached for the zombie's back and quickly raised his sword high before performing an oblique slash. The evolved zombie tried to turn around to stop Zeman's attack, but Shangyuan Bingzu did not allow it to do what it wanted. She leaned her body forward and used all her strength to oblige the zombie to stand in place. Thanks to the zombie's strength not being especially high, she was not forced to retreat and seemed to be able to stand her ground in a close battle. Slash. At the last instant, and just before losing its head, the evolved zombie tilted its body at a strange angle, causing Zeman's slash to miss. However, the creature was by no means unscathed. Yowl! A high-pitched howl escaped uncontrollably from the evolved zombie's mouth. Its left arm had been completely hacked off along with a portion of its ribs. Blood had begun to gush out like an endless fountain, and from the distorted expression, it was obvious that unlike normal zombies that did not fear pain or death, this zombie could feel great amounts of pain. Shangyuan Bingzu took the opportunity when the evolved zombie was writhing in pain, and with her free hand, she used all her mana to make an ice sword. Her face turned as white as a sheet and she felt her world spinning around her. Even so, she bit her lips, making them bleed, and stabbed forward. The ice sword created with all her mana pierced the evolved zombie's body with ease. The creature's stomach split open before it began to freeze from the inside out, hindering its movements immensely. The beast roared ferociously, trying to break free, but that was its last fight. Zeman used the momentum of his previous attack to make a full turn and made a horizontal slash. This time, thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu's support, the evolved zombie had neither the ability nor the luck to avoid the attack. The zombie's head shot up into the sky before falling to the ground with a thud and rolling 2 or 3 times. Soon after, the body of the now headless evolved zombie fell to the side and dark-colored blood began to spurt out uncontrollably, staining the ground completely in just a few seconds. 4 orbs of energy came out of the zombie's body, and each orb entered each person's body. Shenhe and Liang Pan's were similar. Shangyuan Bingzu's was about 2 or 3 times brighter, and Zeman's was several times brighter than theirs. Shenhe finally sighed in relief, and his heart that seemed to be about to burst out of his mouth managed to settle down. Yang Peng was still frozen, apparently unable to react. This was also natural considering that the entire battle had lasted less than 5 seconds, and his life was a hair's breadth away from being over if not for the timely intervention of his party members. Shangyuan Bingzu still seemed to be in combat mode as she was still clinging tightly to the dagger in her hands. This dagger was precisely the normal grade treasure that Zeman had given her earlier. Her generous chest rose and fell as she looked forward with her eyes wide open, and her sickly pale face made her look extremely pitiful. On the other hand, Zeman finally managed to relax his tense muscles and secretly let out a sigh of relief. While it was true that throughout the fight he was superior, The reality was that his life had always been on the line since the slightest of mistakes for him meant ultimate death. Cough. After deactivating his blood manipulation skill and ceasing to manipulate his own bloodstream, Bai Zemin covered his mouth with one hand and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood into his palm. Hey. Shangyu and Bing Zhu finally seemed to wake up and realize that victory was theirs. However, seeing the drops of blood escaping down the seam of his fingers, she couldn't help her eyes from widening a little. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth in an effort to endure the pain of his blood vessels shaking non-stop, and looked at Shangyu and Bing Zhu with calm eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and with his dark eyes fixed into her blue eyes he calmly said, "Now you and I are equal. I don't owe you anything anymore." Chapter 56 Differences between the past and the present. Sorry. I didn't hear you. Shangyu and Bing Zhu furrowed her eyebrows slightly and leaned forward a little closer. She wasn't pretending that she hadn't heard anything. The problem was that she really hadn't heard because Bai Zemin had spoken in a tone of voice that was too low due to the pain that he was feeling, and because Shangyu and Bing Zhu herself was experiencing mental exhaustion as a result of losing all her mana all at once. It so happened that there was a blip in what one wanted to express and what the other was going to hear. Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment before shaking his head and calmly sighing. It's nothing. There was no need for him to say anything anyway. She probably already knew that too considering how smart she was. By the way, are you okay? Shangyu and Bing Zhu did not continue with the previous matter and instead looked at the blood dripping from his hand and pointed. No need to worry. It's no big deal. Bai Zemin waved his hand and dealt with it as if it was nothing. In fact, except for the pain that he felt coming from his blood vessels. As long as he was careful and didn't force his blood flow for a day or two he should be fine. I see. Shangyu and Bing Zhu nodded and didn't ask any more questions either. Hey, both of you. Chen He walked up at that moment and looked at the two of them. Are you both okay? Bai Zemin looked at him and seeing how his eyes lingered on Shangyu and Bing Zhu couldn't help but chuckle. This person is quite obvious. Although Chen He was asking the two of them, he was doing it out of politeness and the fact that they were all a team. But Bai Zemin could see that the handsome expert archer's real concern was the icy beauty dressed in white. Except for exhausting my mana, there is no problem with me at all. Shangyu and Bing Zhu shook her head softly and couldn't help but look at the red blood on Bai Zemin's hand again with a frown. I am alright too. Bai Zemin gave the same reply and turned his attention away from them to look at Liang Pang. Hey, big boy. Are you alright? Yang Pang, who was standing silently as if frozen, seemed to wake up at Bai Zemin's words. He looked at everyone before looking at Shangyu and Bing Zhu with a complex look. In the end, the hammer man sighed and left without saying anything. Apparently, the previous battle had been a big surprise to him. Even more so considering how close he had come to dying and how helpless he had been in front of the evolved zombie. The place remained silent as if each of the three were immersed in their own thoughts. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of awkwardness, Chen He looked at Bai Zemin, who was casually standing there as if deliberating something and asked, Bai Zemin, the giant beetle from before, did you really defeat it single-handedly? Yeah. Although it was harder back then, that beetle was stronger and the me from back then was weaker. Bai Zemin replied lightly without paying too much attention to him. He leaned against the wall and began to read the messages with green letters in his retina that no one but him could see. Hearing his casual words, knowing that the giant elephant beetle was even more hideous than the decapitated zombie on the ground, and remembering Bai Zemin's deplorable condition 3 days ago, Chen He couldn't help but sigh as his eyes glittered with a hint of bitterness and jealousy. Chen He had always been praised since he was young as an outstanding talent. It didn't matter if it was grades, sports, attitude, personality, appearance, status. Chen He basically had it all. Before the soul record reached planet Earth, Chen He did not even know that there was a person named Bai Zemin in this world. But this was also natural. After all, the person named Bai Zemin was nothing special. A third-year student who barely got the necessary grades to enter this university. From a middle-class family, an employee of an automobile workshop that also functioned as a blacksmith shop, and whose appearance was just average. Bai Zemin also had no one close to him, while Chen He was always surrounded by all kinds of people like stars surrounding the moon. The difference between the two was abysmal, as great as the distance between heaven and earth. But what about now after the soul record came to this world? Chen He realized that except for his appearance and his background that he still didn't know whether it continued in existence or not. Bai Zemin was overwhelmingly superior. This was something he already knew, but unconsciously ignored or did not want to accept. However, after today's fight against Qiao Long and after the final battle against the evolved zombie, Chen He finally accepted the reality. This world really had changed and the past was just that. Past. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at her childhood friend, who looked bitter and sad but at the same time, a touch relieved. Unsure of what he was thinking. In the end, she just said the first thing that came to her mind. Chen He, that was a good shot. He looked at her for several seconds, appreciating every inch of her face as if to burn every detail into his memory. Finally, he smiled and nodded. It was. With nothing more to say, Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at Bai Zemin and frowned as she saw that he still seemed to ignore the surroundings completely. In fact, he seemed to have forgotten about the existence of the two of them as he currently seemed to be talking in a low voice to himself. Had this person gone crazy? Shangyu and Bing Zhu couldn't help but let the thought flash through her mind before forcibly shaking it off. In the end, she looked at the orbs beside the zombie corpse before turning her gaze towards him again. Bai Zemin, are you really okay? Bai Zemin blinked and looked at the two people blankly. He naturally hadn't gone crazy. It was just that he was currently having a small talk with Lilith about what to do next, and was so secretly excited that he ended up forgetting about Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and Chen He's existence. In fact, he had even forgotten about something very important as well. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at him for a moment and at his confused face. She couldn't help but shook her head. In the end, she pointed to the ground and said in an indifferent voice, "What shall we do with these things? I mean the distribution." Bai Zemin looked at the spot pointed out by Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and seeing the glowing orbs lying on the ground almost felt like shouting out loud. A red orb equivalent to a normal grade treasure, a orange orb equivalent to a rare grade treasure, and a yellow orb equivalent to a magic grade treasure. 3 orbs that contain treasures. Chapter 57 Mutant Plant Part 1. Because Li Yangpang had left a bit dejected and apparently with a lot of things to think about. There were only 3 people left present, exactly the same amount of orbs that the evolved zombie had dropped this time. This had made things easier as it would otherwise be difficult to start distributing the loot. Although it was likely that Li Yangpang would give up his share in order to feel less indebted, it was also not certain that such a thing would happen. After all, the human heart was unpredictable. Besides, Bai Zemin did not know whether Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Chen He knew about the existence of the orbs and how they were distributed according to their colors. Wouldn't it be good to take advantage of that as much as possible then? However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as Bai Zemin knew that it was not easy to deceive the 2 people in front of him. Chen He and Shangyu and Bing Zhu were 2 extremely smart people. Especially her, who was not only smart but also cunning as a fox. Indeed, as he looked at her he saw that she was also staring at him. "I like the color yellow," Bai Zemin said out of nowhere. Chen He and Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at each other strangely before she turned to look at him and said with a smile, "I love yellow too." Bai Zemin was already immune to her cunning little fox smile. Instead, he gave her a friendly smile and continued, "Well, too bad. Considering that my contribution is the highest, I guess I'll be shameless and take the yellow orb. Want to play games of cunning with me? You're still too immature." Bai Zemin secretly sneered. Indeed, Shangyu and Bing Zhu's smile disappeared in the blink of an eye and she looked at him with the same indifferent look as always while secretly clicking her tongue and muttering something that probably only she could understand. With nothing more to say, Bai Zemin stepped forward and picked up the yellow orb with delight. This was his second yellow orb and thus his second magic grade treasure. How could he not be secretly excited after picking up the orb? Bai Zemin looked at Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Chen He and slowly explained, "Red orb contains a normal grade treasure and orange orb a rare grade treasure. Although I think it's quite obvious, but the normal treasure is inferior to the rare treasure. Still, both are good stuff. You two decide who gets what." Hearing Bai Zemin's explanation and after remaining silent for a moment, Chen He looked at Shangyu and Bing Zhu and waved his hands as he said, Bing Zhu, you take the rare treasure. I couldn't do much during the battle, and except for shooting the ice stake that you created, my contribution is even inferior to Liang Pang. At least he managed to break one of that creature's blades. Shangyu and Bing Zhu did not stand on ceremony and nodded without saying a word. At a certain point, she and Bai Zemin had the same main goal: to survive. In order to survive and not fall and then be devoured by some strange creature, she needed power, and treasures were undoubtedly a good way to acquire such power. Even if it was external strength, the treasures could help them defeat more powerful enemies, which would allow her to absorb a greater amount of pure soul power. Without saying a word, each of them kept their respective loot of victory to look at and study later. Let's start inspecting the female dormitory. Bai Zemin frowned and said with some confusion, I think there's something weird in there. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at him strangely, but said nothing and nodded indifferently before starting to walk towards the nearby building. The survivors were left in a nearby building under the protection of Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang De. Although none of the three had treasure-level weapons, any iron pipe or wooden stick was enough to deal with the zombies, considering that they all possessed a skill and a stat at least 2 or 3 times higher than that of a normal person. A careful search was conducted in the female dormitory, and the ones in charge were Bai Zemin, Chen He, Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and Liang Pang, who had already recovered a bit from his negative thoughts. The lower and second floors were devoid of any signs of life. Both floors had been cleared by the zombies or Qiulong in the past. On the third floor, approximately 30 female students were found who were still alive. However, the biggest surprise was that on the fourth floor there were over 100 female students alive. Although all of them were weak, and some of them seemed to have become a bit mentally ill with all that was occurring, at least they were still alive and had a chance to lead as good a life as possible, unlike those who had been eaten alive. In a room on the fourth floor, Bing Zhu, Gaomin jumped into Shangyu and Bing Zhu's arms and began to sob like a little girl, releasing all her grievances with her parents after being bullied by someone bigger. Gaomin had been practically the pillar of her group since Lai Na and Fan Wu needed constant mental support in order to overcome the mental pressure and hunger that threatened to drive them crazy. After all, it was not easy to go through such an abrupt change overnight. On the other hand, Wu Yijun was generally quiet and silent, so it was difficult to know what she was thinking or if she was well. Therefore, Gaomin could only take on the role of the pillar by herself unless she wanted to see her friends dying in front of her eyes. It's okay. Everything will be fine now. Shangyu and Bing Zhu gently stroked the girl's back in her arms and let out an inaudible sigh. It wasn't just Gaomin. Shangyu and Bing Zhu was also assaulted by Lai Na and Fan Wu, so she had to take some time to calm her friends down. Although they had only met 3 or 4 years ago, they had become very close to each other, and Shangyu and Bing Zhu was really happy that they were safe. Yijun, it's good to see that you're okay. Chen He looked at the stand-up beauty and sighed. If anything happened to you, your father and grandfather would go crazy later. All thanks to you guys who arrived on time. Wu Yijun smiled slightly and nodded. Even though she was not in her best condition due to not being able to eat properly for almost a week, her clothes were clean and the smell of her body was sweet as roses thanks to the shower in the dormitory. Every day, the girls showered very carefully, and without making too much noise every time they stepped into the hot tub to avoid attracting zombies. So, they were comfortable in that sense at least. At first, they were reluctant out of fear. But hunger, confinement, and the discomfort of not being able to take a hot shower were making everything more difficult for them. So, after 2 or 3 days of deliverance, the 4 decided that if they were going to die, at least they might as well release one of their sorrows. Chapter 58, Mutant Plant Part 2. Shen He, Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and Wu Yijun were the 3 friends who had known each other since childhood due to their family ties. The 3 were about the same age, with Wu Yijun being the youngest of the group by 1 year. The reason why Chen He had previously said that if anything happened to Wu Yijun, her father and grandfather would go crazy when they found out, was because, in fact, her status was not at all normal, even surpassing Chen He's military family status by a large margin. She was actually the granddaughter of the current Prime Minister of China Wu Jianhong, being known as one of the 8 most powerful men in the whole country. Her father Wu Keqian was the current mayor of the Changping district of Beijing City, which consisted of a total of 10 localities. Wu Yijin's Wu family was not only one of the most terrifying and politically powerful families in all of China, but in recent years had also begun to expand into the military field, since one of Wu Yijin's uncles had quickly risen through the ranks of the army. Basically, Wu Yijin's status was that of a little princess in the past, and it was precisely because of her powerful backing that no one had dared to lay a finger on her, although there were countless outstanding young men drooling to court her, and all those who had dared to try had disappeared without alerting anyone. If she, the most beloved granddaughter of the second most powerful man in all of China, suffered any backlash, if the army managed to overcome this tribulation and the central government remained standing, the whole country would probably be shaken by the wrath of the Wu family. Even launching nuclear warheads on the zombies was not impossible. Bai Zemin had stood outside the room for several minutes, observing the group's friendly reunion from a corner. The tears of pain and relief, as well as the muffled sobbing of the 3 girls surrounding Shangyu and Bingzu. He looked at all of this with a complicated expression before shook his head softly and turned around to leave quietly. As he walked silently down the corridor, a silence where even his footsteps could not be heard, the beautiful woman walking beside him tilted her head and asked curiously, "Could it be that you are jealous?" Bai Zemin looked at her with raised eyebrows and asked in return, "Could it be that you've gone completely mad? Beautiful queen, don't be shy. Just admit it," Lilith said in a playful voice before suddenly jumping on him as she said cheerfully, "This beautiful big sister will spoil you a lot. Come here. You let go of me, you perverted succubus. If you want my life energy, you'll have to fight a lot harder than this." He began to push, trying to break free. "I told you it's not like that." Fortunately, no one was present, or else they might see the amusing scene of a young man struggling against seeming nothingness, as if he had gone completely insane. After calming down the Gaomin trio and allowing them to eat something light to open their stomachs, Shangyu and Bingzu approached Wu Yijin, who was drinking boxed milk along with a bread bun, and gave her a rare genuine smile. "I'm glad you're safe and healthy, Yijin." Wu Yijin reciprocated the genuine smile and looked at her with a relieved, but somewhat complex look as she said, "Although I knew you would definitely be fine since it's you, I didn't expect you to become this strong." Earlier, after slightly ensuring the entrance to the room, Wu Yijin could not help but approach the window, so she had witnessed with her own eyes the short, but dangerous battle of the group of 4 against the strange blue-skin zombie. She had seen how Shangyu and Bingzu created and controlled ice as if she was a goddess, so she couldn't help but feel a touch of envy of her. After all, while Shangyu and Bingzu had obtained the ability and power to defend herself, Wu Yijin herself could only hide in this small room in order to survive. Shangyu and Bingzu seemed to know what her good friend's thoughts were, but she shook her head and sighed lightly as she explained in a somewhat sad voice, which was in stark contrast to her usually cold and immovable tone. "No. Actually, I was just lucky." At that time, Xiao Bai turned into a strange creature, but before it could move it seemed to be frozen. "I take the opportunity and stabbed it with a knife." Xiao Bai was actually the little white rabbit that Shangyu and Bingzu's mother had given her, and she really loved it very much. Xiao Bai was a rather old rabbit that had been with her for over 5 years, but the mana had affected it as its body was mutated, and, seizing the moment as she noticed something was wrong, she killed it, thus gaining her ice maker skill. "I see. Sorry about that." Wu Yijin finally understood and looked at her with a tinge of sympathy. As her best friend and childhood acquaintance, Wu Yijin knew how important Xiao Bai was to her and the significance of that rabbit in her heart. The fact that Shangyu and Bingzu had the courage and resolve to end its life without hesitation was something that not many people would be able to do. By the way, trying to change Shangyu and Bingzu's somewhat subdued mood and wanting to ask this for quite some time now, Wu Yijin looked at the surroundings and asked in confusion, "The guy with the sword and black coat from before is not with you?" He left with the man with the beard and that big hammer. Hearing her question, Gao Min, Lai Na, and Fan Wu looked at Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He, waiting for a response. Because Bai Zemin had stayed outside the room in a corner, the four girls had not seen him, so they had thought he was doing another task. While it was true that they were happy to see their friends, especially Wu Yijin since they had been friends since childhood, and while it was true that they were surprised to see that Chen He and Shangyu and Bing Zhu seemed to have become more powerful people, the person who had left the biggest impression on the minds of the four girls had been the one who had sneaked into the dormitory and killed his way here. This was especially true for Wu Yijin. She had seen how Bai Zemin was the only person capable of fighting in the upper hand against that blue-skinned zombie, so her impression of him was the greatest. Therefore, not seeing him here, she couldn't help but wonder. Considering his strength, he definitely had to be one of the leaders. But where was he then? Now that you mention it. Shen He blinked and looked at the surroundings dumbfounded as he said, "Wasn't he just behind us a few minutes ago? How did he suddenly disappear?" Shangyu and Bingzu was also speechless. After looking around the surroundings and not finding him anywhere, she couldn't help but grit her teeth as she complained in a low voice, "This person. He really is like an uncontrollable horse. Didn't we all agree to move together before?" Chapter 59 Mutant Plant Part 3 Last. Oh, Wu Yijin looked somewhat surprised and asked curiously, "It seems that you guys aren't a very close group." "Well, it's not that we don't get along badly either," Shen He replied with a forced smile. "It's just that he's a bit special. He usually stays alone in a corner and doesn't seem particularly willing to talk to anyone. Therefore, it's hard to get close to him. Even with our Princess Bingzu there, that guy can stay away," Wu Yijin joked as she looked at Shangyu and Bingzu. They were both beautiful women in their own right. It was just that the beauty of both of them was different. If Shangyu and Bingzu was a beautiful ice goddess who seemed pure and remote, then Wu Yijin was more of a beautiful ardent goddess with a more playful and gentle attitude. Shangyu and Bingzu had been ranked as the number one beauty in the entire university, while Wu Yijin had been ranked second. However, this was because Shangyu and Bingzu had more suitors and admirers, but Wu Yijin was also courted by countless men who thought she was more beautiful. Shen He looked at Shangyu and Bingzu for a moment before hesitantly responding. Actually, he doesn't seem to look at Bingzu in any particular way. Maybe he has a girlfriend, or maybe he's just not attracted to her after all. Before the whole world changed, he was an unknown person to us, so we don't know much about him. Who knows? Wu Yijin smiled mysteriously and did not pursue the matter further. "We'd better go find that guy." Shangyu and Bingzu sighed exhaustedly before turning around and walking towards the exit without waiting for an answer. She still remembered that Bai Zemin had said that he suspected that there might be something strange in this building. This was precisely the reason why they had all agreed to move together before he suddenly disappeared. Chen He and the group of four friends quickly walked after her, and so the group of six began to inspect the fourth floor, room by room. On the other hand, in one of the rooms on the fourth floor, the person who Shangyu and Bingzu's group was looking for was currently looking at the scene in front of him with a curious look. Earlier, the reason why Bai Zemin had suspected that there was something wrong with the blue-skinned evolved zombies' behavior was because the creature's behavior was too different from the rest of the zombies he had encountered so far. Normal zombies had no vision, only instinct, sound and smell to find prey to devour. Whenever a living being appeared within their detection range, the zombies would definitely advance towards that place regardless of whether the other party was strong or weak, and with the only thought of eating their flesh and drinking their blood. However, the blue-skin zombie had contradicted all of this almost completely. Phase 1 of the plan was not only to make noise to attract normal zombies and other creatures from the surrounding area, it was also to lure the evolved zombie out of the building and attack it together. However, the evolved zombie did not come out no matter how many glass windows they broke. In fact, even when Bai Zemin entered the female dormitory after kicking the front door loudly, the blue-skin creature had not yet moved from the place where it was, and only when Bai Zemin reached the fourth floor did it move. Considering the speed of the evolved zombie, if Kaio Long wanted to run away, then it would be difficult if he was chased by it. However, the evolved zombie had not hunted him down after expelling him, and simply stayed inside the building. Moreover, The zombie also seemed to want to return to the building, before fleeing when it faced the attack of Bai Zemin and the rest after being forcibly dragged out by the eye stake binding created by Shangyu and Bingzu. But Bai Zemin did not expect something like this. "What is this supposed to be?" he asked in confusion with a frown as looked at the plant in front of his eyes in detail. This was a small plant. Small enough to be carried in his pants pocket as it barely reached the height of a palm. Its leaves were a natural green color, but the strange thing was that there were tiny light green and red orbs hanging from some of the leaves. The green orbs were small, only the size of half a fingernail at most, and there were barely 5 of them. On the other hand, the red orbs were a bit bigger, about the size of a full fingernail, and they were also scarcer as there were only 2 of them. "That's a mutant plant." Lith approached him and touched the plant with the tip of her perfect finger as she patiently explained. After the arrival of the soul record on different worlds and with the mana movement or the appearance of said power source, different organisms will be pushed into evolution. This is something you already know. Isn't it? You had explained it to me before. Yes. Bai Zemin nodded and stared into her eyes, seemingly lost in that red wine glowing like rubies. Lilith continued. Good. However, there are different forms of evolution and not all organisms are able to withstand the pressure of mana entering their bodies. Let me explain it this way. Those zombies that are rampant in the streets are organisms that did not manage to adapt and overcome the mana that entered their bodies and the union of different viruses. These viruses, in order not to be killed by mana, united to form a new infectious virus. As for how something like that happened, I don't know, since each world is precisely a different world of possibilities, and as I mentioned before, it is not known exactly what is the functioning or the reason of this existence called soul record. In fact, it is not known whether there is a purpose to begin with or not. Bai Zemin lowered his head in contemplation and stood silently for a couple of minutes to digest and comprehend the new information before raising his head again to look her in the eye and nod gently. Seeing him nod, Lilith finally got to the point for which this conversation had begun. With plants, something similar happens. Some plants manage to adapt to the mana and can become terrifying monsters. And other plants, like this little one here, just mutate differently, just like the zombies out there. Some of these plants can bear fruits that are beneficial to the body, and others can bear fruits that can make a living being's body blast into 1,000 pieces after consuming it. I see. Bai Zemin finally understood, and his gaze fell on the small plant, deep in thought. Currently, he was 80% sure that this small, exotic-looking mutant plant was a good treasure. The reason for this thought arose from the fact that the evolved zombie definitely did not want to leave this place because of the existence of this plant, and since zombies had not yet acquired enough intelligence, the creature never thought of uprooting the plant and moving it to another place. Chapter 60 Plans to go out of university. While it was true that the blue-skinned evolved zombie had tried to flee after realizing that if it confronted the entire party of Bai Zemin it would end up dying, this did not necessarily mean that it was an intelligent creature. It was probably just a battle instinct, and that the evolved zombie could sense which wars it could win and which ones it had no hope of victory in. Since the world had become a kind of wild jungle, it was easy to assume that the evolved zombie, as an officially evolved creature, was capable of commanding zombies to some extent, but only in relatively small numbers. This was natural, just as the adult lions were the leaders of the pack and led the smaller or weaker lions. Probably, the evolved zombie did not want other zombies to be on the 4th floor because of the existence of this mutated plant, as it was a treasure to it, and it was probably worried that the plant would be taken away from it. But there was a problem with this little plant, and that was that while Bai Zemin was about 80% sure that it was a good treasure for the body, the other 20% was what was holding him back from eating one of its fruits. 80 versus 20 was a considerably higher amount. However, that 20 was not 0, and if Bai Zemin's guess was wrong, then, just as Lilith had said, it was likely that his body would end up bursting into a blood mist, and that was an idea he was not too pleased to imagine. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to die from eating something he didn't know what it was instead of dying fighting? Of course, it wasn't as if he had any plans to die, but if he really had to die he didn't want a pathetic death like that. Lilith, Don't you have a way of knowing if this mutated plant is good or not? Bai Zemin looked at her and scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Lilith shrugged her shoulders and said in a helpless voice, I am not an all-knowing existence. Bai Zemin, as I told you before, each world means a different world of probabilities, and I can only help you with knowledge shared from other worlds. As for things specific and native from this world, that is something you will have to discover by yourself. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded for a moment before forcing a smile and shook his head softly. Forget it. You'll find a way. Bai Zemin thought as he took out an empty bottle and put in the earth from other plants in the room. Then he carefully removed the roots of the small mutated plant and moved it to its new home. Bai Zemin pierced several holes in the plastic bottle using the sharp point of the treasure glove on his left hand, and then stored the bottle, with the plant inside, into a separate small pocket of his backpack, making sure to leave a small part open to let the air and rays of sunlight penetrate, until he reached a safe place. This was all he could do temporarily. Bai Zemin, didn't we say we would all move together? Just as Bai Zemin had finished putting away the small mutated plant, a cold and indifferent voice containing a hint of reproach sounded from the entrance of the room. Even without turning around, Bai Zemin already knew to whom that cold, but at the same time tranquilizing voice belonged. He slowly stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder before turning around and said with a smile, Well, I saw that you all seemed to know each other, and I didn't want to interrupt your heartwarming meeting. Shangyu and Bing Zhu wanted to say something, but the reality was that it was in fact they were the ones who had dawdled for too long. Seeing her silently admit defeat, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel a little better about himself, and without another word walked towards the exit. Wait a moment please. He wanted to leave as he had something important to do, but apparently more people wanted to hold him back. Bai Zemin turned around with a frown and looked at a girl whom he didn't know who was looking at him gratefully. Do I know you? No. Well, you saved me before. Lai Na walked over and bowed profusely as she thanked him through tears. Thank you really very much for today. Earlier, if it wasn't for you killing all those horrendous zombies and getting that blue-skinned zombie out of the building, I'm afraid I could only starve to death locked in that room. Bai Zemin saw that it wasn't just one girl. There were three more nodding and looking at him with eyes filled with gratitude. After a few seconds, he finally remembered that these girls were the ones in the room whose door was smashed down by him when he sent the evolved zombie flying with a kick. That it's nothing. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and pointed at Shangyu and Bing Zhu while slowly saying, If you want to thank someone, thank the president of the student association over there. I owed her a favor in the past, and she used that favor to request my help, or else it is unlikely that I would have risked fighting that evolved zombie. Bai Zemin did not take credit he thought undeserved, and directly pointed to the real hero here. However, the gaze of the four friends towards him did not change. Although Bai Zemin wondered if that look of gratitude would remain on their faces when they learned that he had thrown a person alive into the zombies to be eaten a few hours ago. That was none of their business anyway, and it wasn't like it hurt him either. Everyone was free to do as they pleased, and even more so in this new world. By the way, Shangyu and Bing Zhu. Bai Zemin turned around to leave before he remembered something and paused for a moment as he said, Tomorrow, you'll start clearing the path in a southerly direction to leave the university. Shangyu and Bing Zhu knew what he meant even without him saying anything else. She remained silent for quite some time, apparently considering a few things before raising her head again to look at him and slowly sighing. Why don't you wait another day or two? Oh, and why? Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow, slightly confused, but not angry, since from what he had seen of her so far, Shangyu and Bing Zhu was a woman who 90% of the time was rational and clear-thinking. Therefore, he was willing to listen to her opinion and ideas. Remember the giant beetle, we still need to take care of that, and while clearing the path to the exit will take some time, at least we need a day or two to find someone willing to taste the meat first. Shangyu and Bing Zhu paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, where Qiao was staying were the keys of the school buses, so we can use them to leave as long as we make our way to the parking lot. But even then we need to make some adjustments to the windows. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing Shangyu and Bing Zhu's reason, as he had heard something that mattered more to him than the beetle's meat at the moment. Chapter 61 Reaching Level 25 Choosing Job Evolution Requirements Part 1. Bai Zemin knew that getting home to meet his family would be a real challenge. If the university grounds alone were already so dangerous, then how dangerous would it be on the streets? One only needed to think for a moment to come to the conclusion that the outside world where animals ran rampant and zombies gathered in numbers would be far more dangerous. However, he still had to make that journey regardless of the consequences and regardless of the difficulties. Now that he had some strength to face creatures of first order and was no longer devoid of means like when he fought against the blazing beetle, Bai Zemin planned to get out of the university as soon as possible. However, now that Shangyu and Bingzu had managed to find the keys to some school buses, everything was simpler and he was willing to wait a couple more days. All right. Bai Zemin nodded naturally with nothing against what she said. However, you'd better remember the rules we imposed on the group, or else you'll have to take out part of your rations. Without waiting for an answer, Bai Zemin turned around and walked towards the exit of the building to join the rest of the survivors. He completely ignored me. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Bai Zemin's back disappearing at the end of the corridor. For better or worse, I'm also one of the main fighters. No, why did you only say that to Bingzu? Gao Min, Lai Na, and Fan Wu looked at him strangely. Isn't that obvious? Wu Yijin chuckled softly and while looking at the now empty corridor said slowly, it's because he knows that if Bingzu agrees to something then you will too. Easy, ist it? Cough cough. He blushed slightly and looked at Wu Yijin with a bitter smile as if telling her why she said it in such a way. Stop playing around and let's get out of here. Shangyu and Bingzu sighed, feeling tired before walking towards the exit as well. She really needed a good night's rest or she might end up collapsing from mental exhaustion. The group of survivors rescued from Qiolong's tyranny, as well as the female students who were rescued from the female dormitory, soon began to move under the leadership of Bai Zemin. Shangyu and Bingzu, Chen He, Yang Peng, Fu Sufeng, Kai Jinni, and Zhang De. As for Kang Lan, because she only possessed a healing skill, at this time she could not do much in combat, so Bai Zemin kept her by his side. Because there were only a few people to protect so many, the group had no choice but to move slowly as Chen He and Fu Zufeng went ahead to clear out any straggling zombies that may have sneaked in. Although they had already cleared the area, there was a possibility that some new infected would appear in the vicinity. Before moving to the gym, the group of over 300 survivors stopped in the same restaurant as before and emptied it completely. With now over 300 people on the move, it was natural to take the opportunity to gather as much food as possible. Even perishable food was taken and carried by the survivors since with the increase in population the food that expired faster than the rest could at least last 2 or 3 days, even without proper care conditions. Liang Peng and Zhang De even carried 2 huge freezers on their shoulders in order to store more food and to make it last longer. Because of this, the already slow speed of the group was further reduced, as Zhang De needed to rest for 20 minutes after his power boost skill went into cooldown time. After all, without this skill Zhang De's strength was insufficient. Even Liang Peng needed to stop to rest occasionally, and the freezers were slowly loaded by other male students in groups of 4 or 5. When they arrived at the gym again there was a lot of work to be done, so even though the sun was about to set a conference was held to discuss important things. We can't go on like this. Bai Zemin frowned and looked at the people in front of him as he leaned against the wall. What do you mean? Jia Zhao asked with some confusion in her voice. What he means is that we need to move from this place. Wu Yujin interjected. Although technically she didn't have any kind of power, she was smart and Shangyu and Bingzu backed her up, so no one said anything about it. Bai Zemin did not look at her and nodded as he looked out. That's right. We are currently more than 500 people here already, but we don't even have beds to sleep in and only the girls were able to get clothes to change into after we cleaned the female dormitory, but we men don't have anything yet. It's not only that. Chen He added, the lighting in the place is poorly distributed and the overall atmosphere is gloomy. I'm afraid that if we stay here too long the others will start to get mentally ill because of all the accumulated stress. The small group of people were silent until Shangyu and Bingzu's voice rang out. Decided then. She looked at Bai Zemin and said in a firm voice, "In 2 days' time, we will start moving slowly south. In the process, we will clear the surrounding buildings and move some mattresses from the female and male dormitory to be able to sleep." No one objected to the idea and everyone nodded to express their consent on the matter. Bai Zemin also nodded, as this move corresponded to what he had planned to do, so it was more than he could expect. After a few things were planned, the small conference ended and everyone left, leaving Bai Zemin alone in the dimly lit room. Well, not so alone. "Lilith, come, look at this." His voice was low, but excited like a small child's, and his casual, indifferent expression was nowhere to be seen. He sat on a table next to the window as he waved to the beautiful woman who had been silently observing the situation at all times. She approached with a genuine smile, as it was something new for her to see him acting this excited, and sat down next to him, bringing a lovely scent of roses along with the swing of her jet black hair. "Let me see, pretty boy." She chuckled and stretched her hand out to him to signal him to take it. He reached out his right hand and took Lilith's hand. This was the first time he had touched her skin directly of his own free will, as the only 2 previous times were beyond his power of decision. Once he had fainted, and today she had jumped on him. Now, Bai Zemin was amazed at how soft her skin was. Even the finest and most expensive silk in the world probably could not compare to the flawless texture of her hand. However, Bai Zemin didn't dwell on that too much and closed his eyes as he focused on his own records acquired so far. The soul power absorbed from every zombie, from every mutated dog, from the one mutated cat he killed, from the blazing beetle. All the soul power records he had acquired flashed in his retina until finally he reached his target and stopped. Chapter 62, Reaching Level 25, Choosing Job Evolution Requirements, Part 2. Here it is. Bai Zemin couldn't help but point, and he might have rubbed his hands together if it wasn't for the fact that he was holding one of Lilith's hands with his right hand. "You have acquired the soul power of First Order Anti-Magic Zombie Level 33. Agility 50. Stamina 47. Health 32. Mana 24. Strength 11. You have leveled up and reached level 22. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up and reached level 25. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You cannot reach level 26 before you get your first job and evolve to First Order. All soul power acquired during the evolution process will be recorded and calculated once the first class has been successfully acquired. All soul power absorbed has been calculated. You can choose one of the following jobs: 1 swordsman, 2 mage, 3 assassin, 4 mechanic, 5 blacksmith, 6 martial warrior, 7 blood berserker. Somehow, in Bai Zemin's retina, many messages could be seen, and among them was a strange one showing many names like those that would appear in role-playing games. These were messages that he had received after absorbing the blueskin zombie's soul power, and was precisely because he was paying attention to these messages that after defeating the zombie he had stood silently without paying attention to Shangyu and Bingzu or Chen He, and had practically forgotten about the treasures for a moment. He had finally reached the level needed to take the necessary trial to obtain a job, and when he passed it he would finally become a First Order existence. According to Lilith, only those who managed to enter the First Order can be considered just people who started to evolve, and Bai Zemin was close to taking that first big step. 7 jobs just to advance to First Order. Lilith's beautiful blood-colored eyes widened slightly and a hint of surprise glittered inside them as she muttered under her breath, "Is that weird?" Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion. Lilith looked at him silently before sighing. It was a very complex sigh before a smile appeared on her face, and she said in a low voice, "It's weird. Normally people have 3 choices or 4 at the most, but you. Not only do you have 7 choices, but there is also a special job and a unique job among those 7 choices." Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment and then voiced his thoughts. "Just based on what you just said, a special job is something that is, at the very least, rarer than a normal job. As for a unique job..." Seeing that Bai Zemin remained silent and looked at her, Lilith nodded to confirm his thoughts and slowly said, "It's just as you think." "I see." Bai Zemin was silent as he looked at the messages in his retina. A unique job. In other words, a specialty. A class that could only belong to a single existence, and there couldn't be a second one as long as the first one exists. A kind that only appeared when the absorbed soul power and the experiences of one's own soul came together to form a trajectory, a path that had never been traveled. So, what do you recommend? Zeman had already made up his mind, but he just wanted to make sure, so he asked to Lilith. Hee. She chuckled, seemingly happy for him, and began to slowly analyze. Swordsman will definitely give you some mastery with the sword, and your sword attacks will become more deadly. There's no doubt that this job appeared due to the fact that your first and only weapon so far has been a sword. Mage, you will undoubtedly get a boost in the damage of your magic skills, and it is likely that the cooldown of the skills will be slightly reduced. Assassin, most likely this skill will give you a kind of stealth similar to the skill of that human named Fu Zufang, and your existence will be harder for others to notice. This class probably appeared due to the existence of your special forces soldier skill and your experience in mortal combat. Mechanic, as long as you have the necessary tools and the time to study the vehicle, you are likely to be able to repair any means of transportation in this world. As for how this class came about, it is probably due to your work before the arrival of the soul record to this world. Blacksmith, this is a special class and probably comes from your previous job as well. Blacksmiths are quite rare. More so than you think, since usually not many people are able to choose this class unless they are lucky. As a blacksmith, you can forge different weapons using materials from defeated monsters. Of course, you can still forge, but the stats will be less amazing. Martial warrior, it's a pretty common class if you ask me. Most of the existences get this class to choose between. Lastly, blood berserker. Lilith paused and looked at Zeman deeply before continuing. This is the first time I've heard of a job with this name. Berserker is a rather rare job in itself, but it exists. A unique job too. And the person who chose that class is now a powerful warrior from another world, and his strength already reached the 4th order in just 600 years. It may sound like a long time to you, but it's less than you think. 600 years. Zeman couldn't help but marvel and ask. 600 years, 6 centuries. Can we really live that long? You can live much longer than that. Lilith looked at him with a serious expression and said confidently, at the rate you are developing, as long as you don't die and don't realign your steps to indulge in carnal pleasures, there will come a time when you could reach the realm of the higher existences. By then, age and years will cease to matter, as your body will always be in its prime. Zeman's eyes seemed to ignite with a burning flame like an uncontrollable forest fire, and the desire in his heart burst out completely when he heard Lilith's words. Eternal life and endless youth. How beautiful and how terrifying those two words sounded together. Eternal life could be a blessing, but at the same time a curse depending on the point of view from which one looked at it. To live forever, but to see your loved ones, from your parents to your children, die over the years, over and over and over and over again. This was something Zeman could not tolerate. An eternal life of loneliness, no thanks. Zeman was not interested. Therefore, he needed his family to be well, or it was unlikely that he would be able to walk again with will and resolve. I will definitely become stronger. Much stronger. Zeman's soul seemed to cry out those words as he took a deep breath to calm down. It was still too early to think about such things. For now, better to concentrate on choosing his job and see what kind of test awaited him. Chapter 63, Reaching Level 25, Choosing Job Evolution Requirements, Part 3. Last. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions that seemed to want to get out of control, Zeman looked directly into Lilith's eyes again and nodded. Please continue. Good. Lilith smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with his attitude, and continued. As I was telling you before, the berserker job is very strong, and the power boost that such a human obtained allowed him to become an existence to what is called a world power, since upon reaching the 4th order, even the weakest existence possesses the power to protect a race or devastate one. Zeman did not know what to say about this, so he simply continued to listen. Possess the power to wipe out an entire race, something like that was too difficult for the current Zeman to even minimally imagine. Even nuclear bombs, which were mankind's strongest weapon, did not have the ability to wipe out an entire race. Something of such magnitude was too distant for the current him. However, you obtained a job called Blood Berserker, so it is undoubtedly more powerful than that other lower existences. Or at least it will be as it progresses, since your job even has a distinctive word in it. Lilith looked at Bai Zemin with a serious expression, the most serious he had seen so far, and warned, if what you desire is power and a path that will likely lead you to a better destiny, then you know what to choose. However, be very careful of what he asked, confused, but alert. If I'm not mistaken, this job appeared as a consequence of your way of using your blood manipulation skill. Remember what I told you before? It seemed like you were about to create a new skill during your battle against that first order zombie. Lilith furrowed her eyebrows slightly, and upon seeing him nod she continued. It's likely that this unique job is the answer to what you were missing. You'll probably gain a powerful active skill, but at the same time, you'll have to pay the price for it. It is also likely that you will have to face an extremely hard trial to advance. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and paused to think carefully. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel a touch of worry. After all, he was just a human, and until 6 days ago he was nothing more than an ordinary student working part-time to pay for his day-to-day life. However, it was just that, a touch of worry. Bai Zemin opened his eyes again and smiled slightly as he said, "It has been 6 days since the world changed and society collapsed. In those 6 days, I faced thousands of dangerous creatures. I had 3 battles in which I almost lost my life. In one of them I won with relative ease. In the second I was critically injured. And in the third, every second I spent swinging my sword was the same as being 1 second closer to being infected or decapitated. If it were before all this, maybe, just maybe, I would worry about difficulties or personal losses. But at this point, what difference does it make? Besides, there was something else that Bai Zemin didn't say out loud. If he didn't choose a strong job, how could he repay Lilith in the future for all she had done for him so far, and what if, because of his caution, he reached a breaking point where he no longer had the ability to care for the safety of his loved ones? Bai Zemin would regret it for the rest of his life if such a thing happened, since choosing the Blood Berserker class was equivalent to walking an unknown path. It would surely be filled with thorns. However, that thorn-filled path would probably lead him to a better destination than if he chose a path that someone else had walked before. The advantage Lilith had said it before, a unique job, and one with a distinctive word in it, would definitely be stronger than a normal one. However, there were also disadvantages. For example, no one knew what awaited ahead until you got there. Still, you have chosen Blood Berserker as your first order job. Berserkers are the existences that fight to the end in every battle without retreat and without fear in the face of death. The path of the Blood Berserker is a path that one who wishes to become the god of war must traverse. A path where defeat is not allowed. This is a job that has only been given to you, who has never retreated from battle and who has never been defeated after facing enemies far stronger than you. To advance to First Order and show that you meet the necessary qualifications to become a Blood Berserker, you must meet the next requirements. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack. Kill First Order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself. 02. Kill First Order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself. 01. What Bai Zemin couldn't help but exclaim as his face turned as pale as a sheet. The first requirement was something he could accept and could accomplish with ease. The second requirement was naturally more difficult than the first requirement, but the current Bai Zemin was confident that he could accomplish it. After all, he was no longer the same Bai Zemin who could barely defeat the First Order blazing beetle. The current him was 2 or 3 times more powerful than the him back then, as he had absorbed vast amounts of soul power purer than his own. However, the third requirement was simply insane. Insane to say the least. To kill a First Order enemy in a single attack, even irrationality should have limits. What sense did it make to ask someone whose level was 25, and had not even advanced to the First Order, to kill a First Order existence with a single attack, to instantly kill an existence that had officially begun to evolve? Against the First Order blazing beetle, Bai Zemin was almost killed, and against the First Order anti-magic zombie, He managed to win after a tough battle. And even then he received some help. But now he needed to kill one of those existences instantly. Lilith was also surprised and could not help but hold her breath. Even she, who had her fair share of experience in life, had never seen something similar. Skipping levels to defeat and kill existences of a higher order was rare, and probably only less than one of all creatures in the universe could realize such a feat, since the difference between the orders was like a natural rift. However, to kill a first-order existence in one strike, even first-order existences did not have many chances to instantly kill another first-order existence. But Zemin, who was still an unranked person, had to complete such a requirement, or else he would not be able to advance in level anymore. All soul power received by him would be stored in the records of the soul record, and unless he managed to fulfill the evolution requirements, he would also not be able to acquire stats by defeating other creatures, so he would stagnate without being able to become stronger. In short, the risk and loss were immeasurable. Chapter 64, Beyond God, an Unparalleled Existence. Both Zemin and Lilith remained in absolute silence as they continued to stare at the green message flashing in his retina. It was almost as if they were waiting for the message to change as a roadside promotional message would. Too bad. Reality was what was before them, and it could not be changed. Hey, Miss Higher Existence. Zemin couldn't help but look at Lilith and ask with a frown, "What's up with this? How can I possibly be given a crazy mission like that?" Asking an unranked existence to defeat and kill a first-order creature was already crazy enough, but this was another level. Lilith took a deep breath, causing her already prominent breasts to puff out even more, as if they wanted to break free from the thin piece of silky cloth that cruelly contained them. However, Zemin, who was the only person capable of witnessing such a sight, was in no mood for such a thing. "This is the first time in my entire life that I've ever seen anything like this," she answered honestly, and looked at Zemin with complete sincerity as she said, "Forget about seeing something like that. I've never heard of anyone having to face such a cruel challenge in their first job advancement." "Haha, I knew it." Zemin laughed dejectedly, and his shoulders slumped slightly as he leaned his head against the wall, sighing in exhaustion. Now that he couldn't absorb any more soul power or level up, he could only somehow manage to try to meet those absurd evolution requirements, or else only death would await him when his level and order fell behind the evolved creatures and humans. "Do you regret choosing that class?" she asked as she stared at him, and at the same time gently squeezed his hand, which still clung to hers without letting go. Zemin did not even hesitate and shook his head. "No, I don't regret it. It's just that I didn't expect something like this." In the end he smiled bitterly. Regret? He had no regrets whatsoever, as he knew this was the best possible path to choose. But the difficulty was simply abysmal, and that was what was giving him a headache. "Let me tell you something that will perhaps lighten your spirits." Lilith turned his face gently with the palm of her hand to look at her, causing his eyes to shudder slightly before returning to normal. He was inwardly cursing this seductively beautiful woman and at his useless skill. How was it harder for the opposite sex to affect his heart? He could barely control himself from blushing like a teenager. Little did Zemin know how incredible it was to manage to remain calm with her touching his body directly, and how rare it was for an existence to maintain sanity after smelling the rose scent of her body, as well as how difficult it was not to get lost in the depths of her red eyes. Worse yet, all this was even more difficult for the male sex. It is true that the test the soul record imposed on you to advance to first order is hard. Probably the hardest in the entire history of the universe. Lilith narrowed her eyes, and a small, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her beautiful lips as she slowly said, "However, Zemin, don't you think that such a high challenge was imposed on you because the reward you will get is worth it?" Zemin's eyes lit up slightly as he listened to her words. Indeed, the test was difficult to the point where it could be considered an impossible one. But wouldn't the amount of power obtained be equivalent to that difficulty even in role-playing games or in real life? It was like that the best-paying jobs were often the ones with the most responsibilities. An airline pilot earned a lot of money, but in their hands were the lives of hundreds of people. An anesthetist earned a lot of money, but they had to study for dozens of years, and a small overdose was enough to kill a patient and go to prison for many years. A person had to be willing to risk if they wanted to win, or else they could just be someone normal with no right to complain. Go on. He nodded. Besides, let me tell you a secret. Lilith moved closer to him, making him for a moment think she was going to kiss him. However, she moved beyond his face and stopped by his ear, whispering softly, "From what I've heard and from what I've learned over the years, even the God of the Bible didn't have to face such an extreme test at the beginning of evolution. Do you know what this means?" Her warm breath caressed his ear and he could feel the sweet scent of her lips. However, Zeman's brain could not revel in any of this, as it was currently processing what Lilith had just told him. Who was the God of the Bible? While it was true that there were several religions in the world and many different gods were worshipped, Christianity was the most popular religion among human beings. The God of the Bible was a divine existence, worshipped by hundreds of millions if not billions of people. However, even the God of the Bible had not received such an extreme test in his first steps to become a divinity respected and worshipped by countless others, and was probably worshipped and respected in countless other worlds. What did this mean? It meant that Zeman had the potential to surpass him. What the soul record was telling him by imposing such a harsh and cruel test on him was basically that in order to reach a level where he would be peerless and without paragon, Zeman needed to prove that he was worthy of such a thing. Zeman took a deep breath and had to remain silent for more than a full minute to calm his agitated heart. After all, who wouldn't want power enough to stand at the absolute top and dominate myriad races, rule and enforce their voice? Heh, Lilith, you sure know how to lift people's spirits. He shook his head and looked at her, surprised to realize how close her face was and how perfect she was from this distance. How about giving me a reward? She looked up at him with innocent eyes and blinked several times. Unconsciously he looked at her lips, but something inside him told him that if he gave in here he would probably regret it much later in the future. Tisk, get off me, you perverted woman. He pulled away slowly and clicked his tongue. Lilith blinked and her eyes had a strange glint in them. After a moment of silence, she looked down at Zeman's crotch and muttered, "MMH. Considering how big that bulge is down there, there doesn't seem to be a problem with your manhood. Could it be that my charm is waning?" Zeman couldn't help but follow her gaze, and when he noticed the small tent between his pants he blushed slightly. "I swear, someday I'll make you regret for teasing me." He gritted his teeth and spoke softly as he looked at her as if she was his worst enemy. Lilith puckered her lips and said with some seductive expectation, "Don't make me wait for too long then. I can't wait for you to make me regret. Kill a first-order existence with a single attack. Leave it to me." Zeman felt his blood boil to the brim as he thought this. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.